Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
A massive emerald tree sprouted from his crown, its roots intertwined with arcane symbols. This was Ladong, the wood dragon, master of enchantments and protective seals. Known as the guardian dragon of the treasure tree, Ladong was once a terror, a force capable of rivaling even the dragon kings. Once sealed away like the rest of the four evil dragons, thought to be forever lost to time, they had somehow returned, resurrected by Hades, the ruler of the underworld, through methods only a god of death could command. Now, summoned by Hades' dark power, the four evil dragons surged into the sky like vengeful storms. Clad in layer upon layer, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of protective barriers conjured by Ladong, they charged toward the lone figure in the heavens, Suhai. Thunder split the sky, divine lightning raining down like a punishment from the heavens. Yet the dragons pressed on, ignoring the pain, ignoring death itself. Among them, Ladong led the charge, his massive jaws open wide, eyes fixed on Suhai with murderous intent. The desire to rip and devour the enemy pulsed through every fiber of his being. The legendary evil dragons? Suhai muttered, almost amused. So this is your final move. But even surrounded on all sides by ancient, draconic calamities, Suhai remained still, calm, composed, curious. Then he raised his hand. A deep, resonant hum echoed across the sky. The heavens trembled. A streak of golden light tore through the clouds as a holy sword descended, its brilliance splitting the skies apart. With a single flash, the sword pierced through Ladong's immense body, shattering the layers of defense like thin paper. Blood exploded in midair, but Ladong's vitality was immense. Wounds that would kill lesser beings began closing almost instantly. Still, Suhai's gaze was cold. The sword of salvation, he said, gripping the divine blade. Resilient? Then I'll cut you until you can't recover. Raising the sword high, a towering purple magic circle burst forth from its tip, spiraling into the sky. It grew exponentially, forming a massive top-shaped array, crowned with a mandala seal that blotted out the sun itself. Within the array, thousands of radiant weapons appeared, swords, spears, hammers, glaives, glowing with divine might. They weren't ordinary relics. These were the weapons of the gods. Suhai didn't hesitate. The weapons rained down like a divine tempest, each strike infused with the will of deities. Ladong and the other three evil dragons tried to resist, spewing corrosive acid, frost breath, and barrier spells. But their efforts were in vain. These were dragon-slaying weapons, forged by gods who once hunted their kind. Their very essence was built to annihilate dragons. One by one, the evil dragons were pierced, torn apart, and shattered mid-air, their massive bodies crashing into the earth below like falling mountains. Their regeneration was useless against the divine slaying power. Holes riddled their bodies like shattered beehives, blood soaking the ground. They lay dying, breathing shallowly, on the verge of death. Meanwhile, far above, the battlefield shifted. Hades, still reeling from the fall of his fearsome beasts, stood side by side with Aten, the sun god. Aten had been gathering power, preparing his ultimate attack, trusting that Hades would stall Suhai long enough. But less than half the time needed had passed, and now, even Hades was faltering. Aten glanced at him, fury and disbelief in his eyes. Even more shocking, among the arsenal unleashed by Suhai, Emperor Shion, watching from a distance, spotted something that chilled him to the core, his own divine Vajra, unmistakably present within the array. Though it wasn't identical to the one he carried, its sacred aura was undeniably real. "How?" he whispered. "Impossible. These are God-forged relics. How could this mortal possess so many? Gabriel and Michael were stunned into silence. Even the gods of light and judgment found themselves at a loss for words. But Suhai offered no explanation. He needed none. The storm of weapons surged again, and this time, they targeted the gods themselves. Hades, battered and breathless, struggled to shield Aten as best he could, absorbing the brunt of the divine assault to buy the sun god mere seconds. Seconds he desperately needed to complete his final incantation. But time was slipping away, and above them all, Suhai stood unshaken, his sword gleaming, his presence like a god of judgment descended to the mortal plane. But Hades, the god of the underworld, was nearing his limit. The relentless downpour of divine weapons had already pierced him twice. His once indestructible skeletal form now showed signs of fracture. If this continued, even his divine bones would be reduced to dust. Damn it, die, Corona! With a furious roar, the sun god Aten, who had been gathering his strength in silence, unleashed his might. His golden eyes burned with divine wrath as he glared up at Suhai in the sky. Then, the heavens ignited. 12 scorching suns blazed into existence and hurtled towards Suhai, one after another. These were no ordinary celestial bodies. They were manifestations of Aten's most ancient and sacred power, the 12 hours of the sun, the very essence of Egyptian solar divinity. This was Aten's ultimate trump card, condensed from every ounce of divine energy he possessed. Hades, catching his breath beneath the storm of weapons, smirked with relief as he saw the suns descend. If there existed a force capable of inflicting real harm upon Suhai, it was this. Even Emperor Shion wouldn't dare take Aten's full power head-on. 12 blazing spheres, each brighter than a star, each heavy with the heat of divine destruction. It was impossible to survive unscathed, or so they believed. But then, stop! Suhai's voice rang out like a divine decree. He didn't summon a barrier. He didn't summon another sword. He didn't even move from where he stood. He simply raised his right hand and clenched it. And in that instant, all 12 suns froze mid-descent, as though time itself had halted at his command. What? Aten's face twisted in disbelief. He stared up at the suspended suns, horror dawning in his eyes. He called to them, commanded them, willed them to descend. Nothing. The suns no longer responded. They no longer belonged to him. They had been seized. Even Hades and Emperor Shion could hardly believe what they were seeing. Never in the history of gods had anyone stripped the sun god of his own solar dominion. It was blasphemous. It was impossible. And yet, it had happened. In the physical world, Suhai could never have wrested control of another god's domain. But this battlefield was no ordinary place. It was a dimension shaped entirely by his will. Aten may have summoned the suns, but here, their source, the sun in the sky, belonged to Suhai. It was enough. Nice trick, Suhai mused, a trace of mockery in his voice. But I don't like the sun so close to me. It's a bit too hot. His smile sharpened. Maybe you two would enjoy it more. With a casual wave of his hand, Suhai sent the 12 burning suns spiraling down, not at himself, but at Hades and Aten. The tables had turned. Panic surged in their hearts. They were already exhausted, barely standing under the strain of divine warfare. And now, the very weapons they had once commanded were coming to consume them. There would be no survival this time. But just before the suns could crash down, a thunderous bolt of lightning streaked across the battlefield, tearing through the sky like a divine spear. It smashed into the falling suns one by one, detonating them in midair with explosive bursts of energy. Fire and lightning clashed in the heavens, turning the sky into a canvas of apocalyptic chaos. The explosion hurled Hades and Aten backward, searing their divine flesh, but also spared them from annihilation. In the center of the lightning storm hovered a sacred object, a Vajra, crackling with celestial thunder. It spun once and returned to its master. Emperor Shion stepped forward from the edge of the battlefield, lightning dancing along his body. His eyes locked with Suhai's, unwavering. "You've made your point," he said calmly, his voice echoing like thunder. The Vajra rejoined him, releasing wild arcs of electricity that twisted through the air like serpents. A protective dome of lightning formed around him, and within it, Hades and Aten were sheltered as well, shielded from the endless rain of divine weapons above. For the first time in what felt like eternity, the battered gods had a moment to breathe. Suhai looked down, unsurprised. "Well," he said with a smirk, "I was wondering how long you were going to sit there and watch." He pointed the sword of salvation at the dome of thunder and flame. "You three have always been in this together. I'd have been shocked if you hadn't come running." The gods stood together, bruised, bloodied, and breathless. But the storm was far from over. "You're only reasoning with me now. I think you've lived too long, and you've forgotten even the most fundamental things. In this world, only great strength is the eternal truth. From the time you chose to come here, you should have thought of the current situation. Don't use so much nonsense. Let's see the real chapter. If you can defeat me or escape from my hands, that's what you can do. If you don't have this ability, you should stay, and you don't have to think about going back." In the face of Di Shirtian's words, Suhai looked disdainful and looked dismissive. This guy, Di Shirtian, didn't come out early or late, but it was only at this time that he came out to persuade him. "It is nothing more than that through the battle, just now, I found that I am not sure that I can defeat the Suhai in front of me. So I thought about being reasonable. It's a pity. Suhai is not a person to be messed with. He wants to back down when he finds he can't beat him. There is no such thing in this world. Besides, Suhai is bound to win the 5-star golden egg on the head of the sun god Aten. So today the sun god Aten must die here no matter what. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. You're right. Since that's the case, let's speak with strength." Facing such a tough Suhai, Di Shirtian is not a good-tempered person. As the supreme god of Mount Sumeru, Di Shirtian enjoys the highest treatment wherever he goes. Now it's hard to pull down his face, but Suhai doesn't give any face at all. It's no wonder that Emperor Shirtian's character can bear it. Therefore, although he was a little afraid of Suhai's strength in his heart, Di Shirtian chose to shoot without hesitation. At this moment, a strong golden energy erupted from Di Shirtian's body, as if one after another incomparably powerful fighting chi was entangled around Di Shirtian's body. It also extended to the Vajra pestle in Di Shirtian's hand, which was already full of thunder and lightning Vajra. Coupled with the blessing of this terrifying force, it seemed even more severe. Under the influence of this power, Di Shirtian's extremely powerful body seems to have received the ultimate blessing. Various physical qualities have been greatly improved. Holding King Kong's pestle in his hand, he quickly attacked Suhai in midair. Under the observation of the people next to him, Di Shirtian seemed to be traveling through space and disappeared directly in place. When he appeared again, he was already behind Suhai, holding the Vajra in his hand high, accompanied by terrifying thunder and lightning and golden fighting spirit. He did not hesitate to hit the deadliest spot on Suhai's head. Obviously, this guy Di Shirtian is also a ruthless character. Emperor Shirtian understood very well that being kind to the enemy was the same as being cruel to himself. Facing Suhai, who couldn't dodge or dodge, Di Shirtian's eyes flashed with a look of nothing but this, apparently thinking that Suhai didn't react because he didn't have time to dodge. Although there is a suspicion of a sneak attack, it still makes Di Shirtian feel that he has overestimated Suhai's strength. At the same time, a smile appeared because Di Shirtian had absolute confidence in his divine weapon, the Vajra. After all, the Vajra was definitely ranked among the weapons of all gods. In addition to possessing inextinguishable attributes, quality comparable to the mainland, extreme attack power, and the destructive power of the original thunder. Now it has also blessed the power of the gods and fighting spirits that Di Shirtian is proud of. Di Shirtian believed that even the world's top-ranked powerhouse would not dare to take this blow with his body. How is this possible? But the next moment, the smile on Di Shirtian's face froze because the moment the Vajra slammed heavily on Suhai's head. The feeling of physical cutting did not come, but there was a deafening sound of metal hitting. At the same time, Shion also felt a terrifying rebound from his right hand holding the Vajra. If it wasn't for this moment, Shion consciously clenched the Vajra. Under this force, the Vajra may have been thrown out of hand. The violent grudge and the destructive thunder almost destroyed everything around it, creating a vacuum area. But after the Vajra hit the Tianling guy, one of the most vulnerable parts of Su-Hai's body, it did not cause any damage, not even puncturing the skin. Everyone around, including Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, almost dropped their jaws. This scene was beyond their understanding in their long years. In their knowledge, in the whole world, apart from the top-ranked true Red Dragon God Emperor, Infinite Dragon God, and the former Beastmaster 666, who were already extremely powerful, no one dared to endure Shion King Kong like this. Pestle attack. Not to mention that after catching a full blow, he was still unscathed. "Oh, is your attack over? It's my turn then." Feeling a ticklish feeling on his head, Su-Hai turned to look at Shion, smiled, and said slowly, "In fact, it is just as Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, thought. According to common sense, even the world's #1 powerhouse Infinity Dragon God Orpheus and the true Red Dragon God Emperor will inevitably be damaged if they take the blow of Emperor Shion. And the reason why Su-Hai could not change his face for the money and took the blow unscathed was because Emperor Shion trusted his weapon, the Vajra. Today's Su-Hai has the constellation Leo, the sovereign of the sun. With the constellation Leo residing in the body, Su-Hai can be immune to all weapons attacked by gods, stars, etc., and rebound. At this moment, Su-Hai also recognized the bug of the sun's sovereignty once again. No wonder that when Shiroyasha had all the sovereignty of the sun, he was able to become a double-digit existence. I am happy in my heart, and I feel that I am very lucky to be able to open such an existence in the 5-star golden egg. Su-Hai attacked without hesitation, and in the next instant, Su-Hai's body radiated golden light. Almost in the blink of an eye, it became the posture of God, with a holy robe, a holy crown on his head, and a Bible in his hand. The momentum on his body also skyrocketed. As Su-Hai flipped through the Bible in his hand, the next moment, the coquettish red lotus karmic fire emerged from the ground. It turned into a sea of fire and enveloped the space around the four of them. Facing the appearance of the red lotus karmic fire, Emperor Shion, Hades the Hades, and the sun god Aten also immediately recognized the existence of the red lotus karmic fire. While frowning slightly, he hurriedly vacated the air to avoid contaminating the red lotus karmic fire. After all, if they can cultivate to their realm, all of them have survived in various battles. How could it not be contaminated with the lives of living beings and the existence of karma? However, as long as the karma is in the body, when facing the red lotus karmic fire, these karma are the best fuel for the red lotus karmic fire. And this is not over yet. The originally silent sky is surging again, and countless thunders fall from the sky, either purple, blue, or black. Although the colors and shapes are different, without exception, these thunders contain extremely violent power. And behind Su-Hai, a large number of mythical beasts appeared, including hundreds of millions of locusts. The wolf pack was led by a giant wolf with a body size of over 100 meters and a dozen 8 mythical beasts with the same size. For a time, whether it is the sky or the ground, it seems that there is no place for Hades, the king of the underworld, Aten, the sun god, and Shion. Following Su-Hai, who was bathed in the holy light, he smiled and waved his hand gently. The thunder, the sea of fire, and the herd of beasts were originally calm. They all roared. For a time, Emperor Shion, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, were all attacked. Shion was continuously bombarded by countless thunderbolts. Under the fast attack speed and the numerous thunderbolts, Tion could only use the Vajra in his hand to resist with difficulty. As for Hades, he was surrounded by countless fire dragons transformed by red lotus karmic fire. At this time, Hades could be said to be miserable. The robes on his body have long since been burnt out, revealing the bare bones. Under the intense high temperature of the red lotus karmic fire, the bones have already appeared pulverized. If among the three people who is most afraid of the red lotus karmic fire, then Hades, the king of the underworld, Adaph, is none other than Hades. As the controller of the Greek Hades, the Hades, had the most karma. After all, he was in charge of death. On the other side, Aten, the sun god, was besieged by a herd of beasts. The situation of the sun god, Aten, is not much better than that of Hades, the Hades. Facing the dense locust devouring, the sun god, Aten, could only burst out the little solar power left in his body, hoping to destroy the locusts that were biting him in an instant. But whenever he bursts out with the light of the sun, this force will be swallowed up by the wolves next to him, as if these wolves and divine beasts exist just to devour divine power. In fact, this is normal. These wolves have been endowed with the power to devour the sun, and they are born to restrain the gods who have the authority of the sun. Even in his heyday, the sun god Aten needed to be extra careful when facing these wolves, let alone now. In this way, when the strength is damaged and the weakness is restrained, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god, after insisting on a cup of tea, they could not hold on because their divine power was exhausted. Hades, the king of the underworld, was burnt all over his body by the red lotus karma that came frantically, and his indestructible skeleton body disappeared with the burning of karma. And Aten, the sun god in the sky, was eventually swallowed up by the wolves and locusts and was devoured almost in an instant, leaving no bones behind. Facing the fall of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Aten, the sun god in the sky, Emperor Shion, who had a Vajra on his head, also lost his mind for a moment. And it was this moment of loss that was instantly captured by the endless thunder in the sky. Countless thunders condensed in an instant, turned into a chaotic thunder, and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they came to the top of Shirtion's head, ready to give this enemy the most fatal blow. Feeling the crisis coming from the top of his head, Shirtion's whole body enlarged his pores, and while cursing secretly in his heart, he hurriedly used all his strength to blow the Vajra pestle above his head. A violent thunder force also erupted, trying to resist this thunder attack. It's a pity, even in terms of the size of the thunder force that Shirtion urged the Vajra to burst out was obviously smaller by a whole circle. Moreover, under the continuous attack of chaos divine thunder, it is still shrinking. So although Shirtion resisted the attack for a short time, he will inevitably suffer the thunder's divine punishment. And at this moment, a smiling voice suddenly appeared behind Shirtion. With the sharp sword in his hand, he stabbed at Shirtion without hesitation. Under such circumstances, Shirtion had no time to react at all, and there was no way to react. Almost in an instant, he was pierced through his chest by this sharp sword, and the golden blood flowed out along with the sharp sword and sprinkled onto the earth in this space. Undoubtedly, the one who suddenly appeared behind Tisha was Suhai. Under the divine sword of salvation, Shirtion was proud of his powerful body, which was strong enough to withstand the attacks of ordinary divine weapons. There's almost no obstacle, and he was directly stabbed in the opposite direction by the sharp savior. In the face of this sudden and heavy injury, Shirtion groaned, and the Vajra pestle above his head had no power supply and was instantly bleak. It fell towards the ground, and Shirtion was also swallowed up by the chaos divine thunder, and in the roar, he was directly electrolyzed. Not even a clump of flesh, not a single cell was left. As expected of an old guy who has lived for so many years, there are really some tricks. However, just when Suhai thought that Shirtion was dead, the pestle of King Kong that fell on the ground suddenly broke through the space, passed into it, and disappeared. Faced with such a situation, Suhai didn't have time to react. One is because I didn't expect it, and the other is because the action of the Vajra is really fast. Faced with such a situation, Suhai instantly understood that Tian was not dead, and escaped successfully with the help of his own weapon, the Vajra. Faced with such a situation, Suhai also sighed with emotion that these gods have been flexible for such a long time. Not only Tian, but Hades, the underworld king, should still be alive, because Suhai only felt the power of the sun god Aten after the initiation of the reincarnation ceremony at the perfect level in his mind. There is no authority that belongs to Hades, the underworld king, and under the influence of this reincarnation ritual, as long as it is a god, then it is killed by Suhai. Suhai can gain the power of each other, so although Suhai is not sure how Hades escaped, the only certainty is that Hades should not die. After all, Suhai did not feel the power of Hades, the king of the underworld. However, although he ran 2 times, Suhai was not too disappointed. After all, the original purpose was achieved. At this time, there was already a 5-star golden egg in the system space, which was quietly circling. There is no doubt that this 5-star golden egg is the one on the head of the sun god Aten. Moreover, the power of the sun belonging to the sun god Aten was also incorporated into Suhai's body through the function of the reincarnation ritual. Makes Suhai's sky power once again enhanced. Damn it, if it hadn't left a ray of remnant soul early, this time it would have been really planted. In fact, as Suhai guessed, the Hades did not die. In a gloomy underworld space in Greece, a seemingly inconspicuous skeleton soldier suddenly ignited a bewitching ghost in his eyes, and the thin bones changed rapidly and eventually turned into a very burly skeleton. If Suhai saw this scene, he would find that this skeleton was exactly the same as Hades, the Hades. There is no doubt that this guy is Hades, the king of the underworld who escaped. Hades, the recovered Hades, felt a little weak and said with lingering fears. It turned out that this was a whole card left by Hades, the king of the underworld, who divided his remnant soul into many parts and merged them into some undead creatures in the underworld. If there is an accident in one's own body, then these remnants can be revived to become another body, although it will be weak for a long time, but also achieves a different kind of immortality. As long as the entire underworld is destroyed, Hades, the king of the underworld, can achieve almost unlimited resurrection. In fact, these gods more or less have some means of life-saving. If it wasn't for the special space created by Suhai, the sun god Aten would not have fallen. It is entirely possible to use the power of the sun to escape the catastrophe. It is a pity that although the space created by Suhai has a sun, this sun belongs to Suhai. Even if the sun god Aten has the power to escape and resurrect, it is impossible to use it, because in the authority of the sun god Aten couldn't compete with Suhai at all. System, use the 5-star golden egg. Of course, none of this is something Suhai wants to manage these days. What Suhai cares most about now is what new abilities this 5-star golden egg can bring to him. So Suhai, who stayed in the sky, gave orders to the system in his mind while observing the 5-star golden egg in the system space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tsang Bing of the Beast Monster Princess. With the shattering of the 5-star golden egg, Suhai seemed to see a whole dark blue with many white ice crystals on the surface. The whole was like a mermaid, but a huge, unknown creature with a pair of wings behind it merged into his body. At this moment, Suhai felt a new life in his body, with an extremely cold breath. Oh, true ancestor beast. It's pretty good too. For this reward, Suhai was quite satisfied, because after seeing the appearance of this unknown creature vaguely and hearing his name, Suhai also guessed the origin of this unknown creature. Song Bing of the Demon Girl is the number 12 beast of the 4th true ancestor of vampires, the strongest in the world, in the blood-devouring world. Mastering the ice that is broken through absolute zero, it can release a large-scale freezing attack, reaching the point where the ocean is frozen in an instant. If it is used to the extreme, time and space may not be able to freeze. As the last beast of the fourth primogeniture, Song Bing of the Demon Princess is undoubtedly the most powerful and most potential existence among them. The system opens the properties panel. Feeling that his breath increased again, Su-hai subconsciously spoke to the system in his mind. System, open the properties panel. Feeling the feeling of another surge of power, Su-hai quickly ordered to the system in his mind. Name, Su-hai God Killer, Demon King. Strength, 4-digit high level. Ability, God's Gift, Sky Power, Earth Power, Genesis Power, Blue Eyes of the Demon Girl. Items, Kabbalah Tree of Life, Sun, Sovereign Leo, Salvation Sword, Heaven's Lock, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, Oath Sword of Victory. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Although Su-hai still has not reached the level of 4-digit perfection, but after absorbing the knowledge of the gods of the Bible, obtaining the Sun Sovereign Leo, and absorbing the Sun God Aten, his strength has actually increased several times compared to when he just returned. However, even if the 4-digit breakthrough is a small realm, it is the difference between heaven and earth, so even if the strength has increased so much, Su-hai's realm still hasn't broken through, and Su-hai still doesn't feel where the bottleneck is. Obviously, the 4-digit high-level level has not reached the limit. Let's go. Continue the meeting. He exhaled softly, calming down his inner emotions. Su-hai slowly fell from the sky and landed in front of Gabriel, Rias, and others, and said slowly. At the same time, this one space was cancelled. In the next instant, everyone returned to the familiar office. The only difference from before is that there are 3 less uninvited guys in the office today. It made the atmosphere of the whole conference room much better. Faced with such a situation, Michael, Sazex, a satchel, and others looked at Su-hai with even more different eyes. After all, there are some things that are completely different from hearing with your ears and seeing with your eyes. Fortunately, after being affirmed by Su-hai, Michael and others began to sign the peace agreement under the witness of Su-hai, a god. Damn it, I didn't expect that the 3 terrifying guys from Mount Sumeru, Hell of Greece, and India would be involved at this critical time. On the other side, when Michael, Sazex, a satchel, and others were talking, in a corner of Kuwang town, there are several figures standing. If Su-hai was standing next to him, he would find that one of them was the current White Dragon Emperor Valley. Beside Valley stood 3 demons, 2 men, and 1 woman. The one who complained was the female demon who was scantily clad, wearing a pink spectacles, holding a staff in his hand, with a proud figure and hot skin. The name is Cordelia Leviathan, the descendant of the former Demon King Leviathan. As for the other 2 demons, one is Cruiser Asmode, the post-330 generation of the first Demon King Asmode, and the other is Shurba B, another descendant of the former Demon King Zebu. Zeb. Obviously, including Valley, the 10 people present were descendants of the old Demon King, the former main battle faction. It is clear from their words that they have plans for this peace conference. However, due to the arrival of Hades, the god of the underworld, and the god of the sun, Aten, the event ended in desperation. But this is normal. Even if the 4 of them go together and use all their strength, at most they can hold back one of Hades or the sun god, and likely to lose lives, let alone 3. Under such circumstances that they knew they were going to die, it was naturally impossible for the 4 of Valley to take risks, so they terminated the plan that should have been carried out at this meeting in advance. No way. Their arrival is too sudden, and our current strength is not enough to compete with these top-ranked powerhouses in the world. Only to find another chance. Facing Cordelia's words, Valley also seemed a little helpless. In the end, the 4 people standing in the dark looked at the conference room in the center, then reluctantly walked away and left. However, judging from the hatred of the descendants of the old demon kings like Cordelia for the current new demon king, there will definitely be a next action. They will obviously hide, waiting for the opportunity to seize an opportunity, and they will do it without hesitation. Of course, these are all for later. On the other side, in the conference room, without the interruption of Shion and Hades, and under the gaze of Su-Hai, the supreme god, the angels, fallen angels, and demons formally signed a peace armistice agreement. It was a perfect ending to this meeting. My lord, please follow your subordinates. With the end of the meeting, the three parties also left one after another. In the corridor outside the conference room, Michael stood in front of Su-Hai and said very religiously. Obviously, at this time, Michael had already identified Su-Hai as their biblical god. Although with the help of Su-Hai, the celestial system has been able to function normally, and the celestial crisis has been resolved. But Michael still hopes that Su-Hai can return with him to the heavenly realm, where the identity of a supreme god reigns in the whole heavenly realm. Forget it. Nowadays, the lower realm is quite interesting. Although the heavenly realm is good, it is a bit boring after all. And isn't it good for you to manage the heavens? But obviously, the answer given by Su-Hai was refusal. It is a good place to go to places like heaven. But if Su-Hai lives in such an environment for a long time, Su-Hai is also a little uncomfortable, and the environment of Sister Tion is not a good place for demons such as Tachin Kitten, Haimejima, Akina, and Rias. Living in the heavens, although life and death will not be eliminated, but being shrouded in holy light all the time, Rias and others will eventually feel very uncomfortable as demons. Seeing Su-Hai with such a firm expression, Michael's heart flashed a hint of helplessness, and in the end he could only agree. At the same time, he stated that he would be waiting for Su-Hai's return in the heaven at any time, and he also led the angels in the sky to return to the heaven. In addition, now that Su-Hai has Gabriel by his side, Michael has nothing to worry about. Anyway, Su-Hai can be contacted through Gabriel at any time. Let's go, we're going home soon. Looking at Michael, who was leaving, Su-Hai turned to look at Gabriel, Rias, and other women behind him, and then walked back home with them. By the time I got home, the sky had gradually dimmed, and the day had gone by like this. After dinner at night, Su-Hai went back to the room alone and did not go to the rooms of Rias, Haimejima Aquino, and other girls today, because 2 months have passed, and it is time to travel through other worlds. Crack. However, just as Su-Hai picked up the Sword of Salvation in the corner of the room and was about to cross, the door of the room was suddenly opened. As Su-Hai looked in the direction of the door with a doubtful look, he saw Gabriel, who was wearing only a light gauze pajamas, walked in and locked the door with his backhand. Gabriel, you are? Seeing the looming overtime practice, an incomparably proud body, Su-Hai subconsciously swallowed and asked, Master, you can't be partial. Only for Raphael, I also want to feel the deepest and most intimate love of the Master. Facing the questioning Su-Hai, Gabriel really did not have the slightest nonsense while speaking. Walked toward Su-Hai. Immediately afterwards, he hugged Su-Hai directly, raised his head, and kissed him. Feeling the sudden warmth, Su-Hai responded immediately. All of a sudden, an alternative war broke out in the 0.5 room. System go through. Until late at night, Su-Hai stood by the bed looking at Gabriel, who was sleeping on the bed, and slowly said to the system in his mind. Following Su-Hai's order, a black hole swallowed Su-Hai in an instant, and Su-Hai disappeared into the room in the blink of an eye. With the disappearance of Su-Hai, the world of this one world seems to be frozen. Interesting. Such a harsh environment. It seems to be an interesting world. In another world, Su-Hai emerged from a black hole and stepped on the pitch-black ground like mud. Su-Hai looked up at everything around him and said with interest. Apparently, through initial observations, Su-Hai developed because through preliminary observations, Su-Hai found that the world has come to the point of being destroyed in Su-Hai's perception. There is no place suitable for human habitation within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and no human existence is perceived. There was no sun or moon in the sky, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in aurora, appearing a little dark and blood-red. The sky was still falling like snow, and, judging by Su-Hai's contact, it was an energy. For powerful individuals, this power helps in practice. But for the weak, this kind of power is like poison. If you touch it with your hands, it will definitely burn because the thin body can't resist it. However, the amount of energy can be increased to such a degree that Initially, it is even higher than the energy concentration of Demon High School and God Killer World. Obviously, this is not an easy world either. In addition to being interested, Suhai also intends to explore the face of this world and see what kind of world he has come to. After all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be safe in 100 battles. Only by understanding the structure of this world can Suhai be able to sort out his thoughts 03 and use the resources of this world to quickly improve his strength. With Suhai's decision, he doesn't intend to stand still and wait. Instead, it rose into the air and flew slowly at a low altitude. During the flight, while exploring the ground and surrounding conditions, I hope to find some living creatures. Learn from the mouths of these creatures the basic situation of this world. Is it here? Spaceship debris? A combination of fantasy power and technology? It's getting more and more interesting. Under Suhai's powerful perception ability, he finally found the existence of vital signs. When Suhai came to the place in his perception, what appeared in front of him was an unusually large wreckage of a spaceship. It is full of technology, and Suhai is still on the wreckage of the spaceship, sensing the existence of the magic circle. Obviously, in addition to having a powerful fantasy power system, this world also has a certain technology side power. Faithing 12 divine palms. In addition to his emotions, Suhai did not forget the purpose of his coming here. Directly slapped it with a palm, and under the action of the power in the body, a golden phoenix shot out from the front of the handhall. While circling, they flew towards the ruins of the spaceship ahead. Under the powerful power of the phoenix, the ruins of the spaceship that stood on the ground with a length of 1,000 meters were directly lifted up. It fell thousands of meters away, causing the ground to shake. It wasn't Suhai joking, but in Suhai's perception, that one vital sign was hidden under the ruins of the ship. That's why Suhai made such a move. And the fact is also true. As the spaceship was thrown away, the huge deep pit hidden under the spaceship also appeared. The creature with huge vital signs was also revealed in Suhai's eyes. And when he saw the face of this creature clearly, a trace of disappointment flashed in Suhai's eyes. I saw a huge worm like an earthworm stretched out its huge body, opened its mouth, and launched an attack on Suhai, an uninvited guest. Although it is indeed a living object, this worm monster obviously does not speak, nor does it have too much intelligence. It was impossible for Suhai to ask anything useful from such a creature's mouth. In addition to Suhai's disappointment, this snake monster with a diameter of more than tens of meters and a body length of 1,000 meters has already come to Suhai with a big mouth. Faced with such a situation, Suhai unhurriedly walked out of the sword of salvation in his hand. With a flash of sword light, the huge body of the earthworm monster was frozen in the air. After Suhai slowly withdrew the divine sword of salvation, turned and left leisurely in the other direction, the huge body was split in half from the middle, along with green blood, as well as countless pieces of internal organs fell to the ground. Hungry. This strong and unfamiliar atmosphere is a bit like a human being, but a bit like the old man who created me. It's really interesting. However, Suhai, who turned to leave, did not know that in the sky, thousands of kilometers away, there was an angel girl who sensed the breath that burst out when he started. A morbid smile appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself with interest. Obviously, he was very interested in Suhai, and then he glanced in the direction where Suhai was and disappeared in place in an instant. If Suhai is here, you will find that this angel girl uses a very clever space force. On the other hand, after leaving the ruins of the ship, Suhai found new creatures. Unfortunately, after all, it is a bit unsatisfactory. Is there not a single intelligent creature that can speak? At this moment, Suhai is standing in a forest, but although it is a forest, every branch of these trees exudes a metallic luster, and there is no leaf on each tree. The forest is not only dark, but also bare. Around Suhai, there are more than a dozen 330 creatures that are several meters long, look like wolves, but walk upright. These wolf-shaped creatures, with blood-red eyes and a tyrannical aura, apparently regarded Su-hai as food and prepared to eat it and eat it. Ho ho ho! Following a burst of roars, these dozen or so monsters, equivalent to the strength of the highest-ranking demons, immediately rose into the air, waving the sharp claws of both hands. He attacked Su-hai, who was standing at the center. However, the instant the dozen or so monsters rose into the air, before they could land on the ground, they were directly struck by the thunder that fell from the sky. Under the unparalleled, destructive power of the thunder, the proud bodies of these monsters instantly exuded bursts of fleshy fragrance. Exuding a burst of heat, it fell from the air to the ground. Then there was no response. Obviously, under such a thunderous attack, the strength of these monsters could not be resisted at all, and at the moment of being struck by the thunder and lightning, they were already dead. Manipulating lightning? Really interesting ability. Can you tell me why you, a weak human being, have such great power? Looking at the monster lying around him, who was already dead and could no longer die, Su-hai wanted to turn around and leave. But at this moment, a certain space behind Su-hai was suddenly broken open, and a figure appeared in the air. Angel? Facing the sudden voice behind him, Su-hai subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction the voice came from. What caught my eye was an angel girl with long rainbow-colored hair, a geometric pattern on her head, a pair of pure white wings behind her, a faint radiance all over her body, and her hair swaying in the wind. Although this angel girl has only one pair of wings, Su-hai can sense that the hidden power in this girl's body is not even less than that of Gabriel, Raphael, and others. And Su-hai always has a feeling that this angel girl seems to have seen somewhere, but maybe because your memory is too far away, you can't remember it when you think about it. Little girl, can you tell me your name? As the saying goes, if you step through the iron shoes, there's nowhere to look, and it takes all your effort to get it. Now, the guy who can talk came to the door himself. Su-hai not only didn't feel any trouble, but showed a smile. It's really unacceptable. It's just the last human race, the weakest human being. After seeing Sequence 6 as a flugel, I am so calm. It seems that you are really interesting. It will be fun if your head was my new trophy. Looking at Su-hai standing in front of him, so calm and calm. This angel girl had a displeased expression on her face, and a dangerous light appeared in her eyes, which seemed a little morbid and cruel. After all, in this angel girl's memory, the human beings in this world are the weakest beings. All those humans in the past would avoid this angel girl. When facing this angel girl, they all fled. Today, a living human being standing in front of him seems so calm, making this very conceited angel girl a little unhappy. Special, human, remember my name Jabril, and you will be honored to be another of my collections. This angel girl has a natural contempt for the creatures of lower races, and now she has been provoked by a human being. The angel girl who planned to do it will naturally not hesitate at all. Before speaking, he was ready to attack. Sequence race? Human race? Flugel? Jabril? Is that so? Is it this world? That's a very suitable world for me. After hearing these familiar names, Su-hai finally found information about the world from the depths of his memory. It turned out to be the anime world called Game Life that Su-hai had seen in his previous life. There are a total of 16 races in this world. The first-ranked gods are all the way to the lowest-ranked human races. Among them, the 6th-ranked and above are the upper-ranked races, and the 7th-ranked and lower are the middle and lower ranks. The upper races are vastly different from other races. In terms of strength, one is heaven and the other is earth. And the angel girl, named Jabril in front of her, was obviously the 6th-ranked flugel. And it is also a very bloody character in the original book. As the last flugel created by God, Jabril was created with the concept of trying the weapon of God. And on a single individual, it is far stronger than other single flugel. Some have killed the race Sequence alone, and among the giants above themselves, the dragon spirit species and even the fantasy species have the record. As for the human beings in this world, there are not many left, and the human beings who survived the aftermath of the battles of various superior races have almost all hid in some very secret corners. Live cautiously. Just when Suhai suddenly realized, Jabril's hand had already appeared, a weapon shaped like a scythe of the god of death. At the same time, using the space transfer ability, Tianni instantly appeared behind Suhai, and without hesitation, he waved the sword in his hand and slashed toward Suhai's neck. Apparently, he wanted to chop off Suhai's head and keep it as a collection. This girl is a very bloody existence. Every time she fights with the enemy, she encounters an opponent she recognizes. After she kills the opponent, she will completely preserve the opponent's head as her collection. It's really a morbid angel girl. It is a pity, however, that Suhai, who has the Sun's sovereign Leo star beast in his body, can't cause any damage to Suhai even if the full-strength blow of D Shation King Kong's pestle. Not to mention the scythe in Jabril's hand. So, the mirror knife in Jabril's hand was carrying huge force and hit Suhai's neck. In Jabril's imagination, the scene of the head flying and blood splattering did not appear. Instead, there was a sound of gold and stone colliding, and after the sharp scythe hit Suhai's seemingly fragile neck, the powerful aftermath overturned the surrounding ground. Apart from that, Suhai didn't take any damage, but Jabril, who launched the attack, was blown away by a powerful force. Impossible! Why is your body so strong? After flying several kilometers, Jabril stabilized her figure and reappeared in front of Suhai. Jabril's expression at this time was extremely complicated, and her face was full of disbelief. You must know that Jabril's attack just now had used 50% of her full power. With Jabril's powerful strength, she only needs to use 5% of her strength to cut the entire sea. Therefore, the blow just now, not to mention the fragile neck of a human being, even the entire continent should be cut open. But with such a strong opinion, Suhai didn't have anything to do. Instead, he who launched the attack was bounced back and flew backwards. This was something Jabril had never encountered before, and even in a battle with a powerful dragon spirit, such a thing would never happen. After all, it is impossible for the physique that the dragon spirits are proud of to be unscathed by this blow. It seems that there is no friendly exchange. No way. Let's talk about it in another way. Suhai shook his head helplessly at Jabril's sudden attack. Suhai wouldn't want to start out if he could, but now it's his own choice. Between the words, Suhai also broke through the space and instantly appeared behind Jabril. The fist carrying the powerful power instantly swung it towards Jabril's back. Feeling the sound of breaking the air coming from behind, Jabril's face changed greatly. An elf corridor in her body quickly activated and instantly used the power of Tianju to break through the space to dodge. But unfortunately, under the cover of Suhai's powerful consciousness, everything around is under Suhai's control. As long as it does not exceed the range covered by divine consciousness, Suhai can sense any turbulence around him at the first time. And this also includes space fluctuations. So, although Jabril's sky-shifting ability is abnormal, the speed of activation may be higher than Suhai's magical powers. As for the distance of transmission, it is far more than the magic power. After all, the supernatural power can only reach the place where her eyes can reach, and Jabril's sky shift can only be moved at will. As long as Jabril is willing to instantly reach the other side of the world, there is no problem. Unfortunately, even so, as long as it is space ability, there will eventually be 343 space fluctuations. So the moment Jabril appeared, Suhai quickly sensed where Jabril chose to appear, dodged again and came to Jabril's back, and the fist that had not hit before continued to swing out. And this time, Jabril, who had just appeared, didn't have time to move again when Jabril turned around and prepared to resist with a surprised look on her face. Suhai's fist had hit Jabril's chest hard, and under such a huge force, Jabril instantly fell from the sky to the ground. It penetrated the thick surface and was buried in the ground hundreds of meters deep. What? It's great. You're really funny. It's the first time this feeling. I must keep your head as one of my funniest collectibles. In the ruins, along with the sound, the collapsed earth and rocks exploded, and Jabril flew directly out of the waste rock pile. It could be seen that Jabril was not seriously injured under the attack of the blow just now. Instead, she embraced the place where she was hit and seemed to be enjoying herself. There was an unnatural blush on her cheeks, but Jabril was an angel girl who looked very pure, with a slightly trembling personality. Large defensive magic. Seeing Jabril appearing unharmed in front of him, Su-hai spoke slowly. There was a look of interest on his face. It turned out that Jabril used the elf corridor in her body to activate Jogen's fourth protection at the moment when she was hit in the chest just now. So it resisted Su-hai's attack without taking any damage. As the highest level sealing magic of the forest elves, the fourth blessing of Long Yuan can be resisted even by the general attacks of the gods if thousands of warlocks cast it together. And Jabril, as a freak who can use all the languages of 16 races, successfully learned this magic when destroying the capital of the elves. And borrowing the huge elf corridor in her body, the effect of using it will definitely not be worse than the effect of 1,000 ordinary forest elves at the same time. Ah, you found out. Those guys hiding in the forest did research an interesting thing. Juyuan, the fourth protection was developed by those ridiculous guys to resist the attack of the gods, although it is still far from being able to defend against the attack of the old man. But it has to be said that at certain critical, times, it does have a powerful effect. Facing Su-hai, who was muttering to herself, Jabril spoke slowly. Obviously, Jabril thought that the power that Su-hai showed just now was all of Su-hai's power. So until this moment, Jabril didn't even think that she might not be Su-hai's opponent. Not only did they not attack or escape immediately, but instead regarded Su-hai as an interesting prey and admired everything about Su-hai. But this is normal. The reason why Jabril has such self-confidence is naturally based on her strength. Jabril, as an existence that even the god of war who created her cannot understand, is far more powerful than the average flugel. Apart from the strongest gods, there is no other race that can claim to be able to win Jabril one-on-one. Mr. Funny Human, don't die. Sky Strike. After answering, Jabril rose into the air, spreading the pair of pure white wings behind her. One after another, huge magic circles fell from the sky, covering the entire scarlet sky. At this moment, Jabril launched the strongest attack of the flugel, Sky Strike. A violent beam of light descended from the very center of the magic circle, like a punishment from the supreme god. Although the endless radiance is warm, it is also full of death and destruction. In this blow, Jabril obviously used all her strength, because after this blow, Jabril's whole body quickly shrank, turning into a 6- or 7-year-old little loli. Jabril is known as a sidekick of the flugel because of her gregarious personality and her tendency to lose her senses in battle. He made some crazy actions, such as estimating the consumption of power now, emptied the power in his body at once, paid a price that could not be recovered within 5 years, and strengthened the power of this blow. Although 5 years may be a short time for an angel girl who has lived for more than 5,000 years, these are enough to show that this angel girl is a very individual existence. Jabril, who kept flapping her wings in the air and trying to fly steadily, gave a morbid smile as she watched Su-hai, who was about to be hit. On his childish face, there was an expression that did not match his age. At this moment, Jabril was exhausted by the power in her body. Apparently, even a simple flight was exhausting. Come out, Songbing of the Demon Princess. Facing this attack from the sky, Su-hai did not panic. Although the power of this blow was huge, it was not enough to make Su-hai feel dangerous. I saw Su-hai speak very plainly. Immediately afterwards, a huge pale blue figure appeared behind Su-hai. There is no doubt that it is the Songbing of the true ancestor-favored beast demon lady who can freeze everything. With the appearance of this true ancestor beast, a very loud and sharp sound quickly spread out. Under Su-hai's control, Songbing, the enchantress, spit out extreme ice and turned into an ice storm that rose into the sky. In an instant, It collided with the sky, strike that fell from the sky. At the moment when the two attacks collided, terrifying energy ripples quickly spread around. Countless rocks, trees, and ground surfaces around were eroded by extreme ice and scorching rays of light. Fantasy? How is that possible? Facing the sudden appearance of Songbing, Jabril said with a very surprised look. The surprised expression, coupled with her very petite body and slightly childish face, made her look very cute. Obviously, Songbing of the Bewitching Princess is a fantasy creature. In a strict sense, it belongs to the fantasy species in this world. You must know that in this world, the fantasy species is second only to the existence of the first god species in the sequence. Not only is it powerful, it is very rare, but it is also very good at hiding. Even the gods cannot find the existence of the fantasy species. However, such a creature suddenly appeared in front of her, and Jabril was naturally very surprised. But this is just the beginning, and even more surprises are yet to come. Under Jabril's surprised expression, as the power in Su-Hai's body unfolded, the strength of the enchanting blue ice became stronger and stronger. Descending from the sky, it was a very terrifying, devastating blow from the sky. Under the continuous scouring of the ice storm, it was gradually frozen. In the end, the entire attack was frozen by extreme ice, and even the magic circle as the origin was no exception. Under the cover of the storm, it turned into an umbrella-shaped ice. Huge ice stands in the sky, under the starlight. It looks very coquettish. It's just that this splendid and magnificent scene is fleeting, because in the next instant, this huge ice shatters and turns into countless small pieces of ice that fall from the sky. After these almost permanent ice fell to the ground, a huge ice Jedi was formed. I said, "Miss Angel, where are you going?" In the face of such a situation, Su-Hai also took back the blue ice of the enchantress and instantly appeared behind Jabril, reaching out and grabbing the wings on Jabril's back, which had become very small due to its shrinking size. While lifting Jabril's whole body, she said with great interest. It turned out that Jabril realized something was wrong after her attack was completely frozen. He hurriedly turned around and prepared to run away. After all, Jabril could be said to have no power at all. Except for weak, ordinary humans, anyone from any other race could easily kill Jabril. It's just that Jabril obviously thinks too much. Su-Hai controls everything around her from beginning to end. So how could Jabril escape? The moment Jabril turned around, Su-Hai didn't notice Jabril's little gesture. "Damn it, let me go." Pervert, pervert. Perhaps because of her smaller body, Jabril's whole personality became a little childish. When he was caught by Su-Hai, he kept dancing and complaining in his mouth. He couldn't tell that he was still a girl with a trembling character just a moment ago. "Are you interested in being my subordinate?" Facing Jabril, who looked like this, Su-Hai first let go of his right hand, and then said something for no reason. Although Su-Hai can do it completely, he can easily kill Jabril in front of him. But instead of killing the angel girl, Su-Hai thought it would be more fun to keep her by her side. "After all, if there is such a person by my side, I will not be lonely even in the other world." "Follow you? Do you mean to want me to leave my race and the old man who created me?" "It's not impossible, but I don't think so." Looking at Su-Hai, who suddenly let go, Jabril also seemed a little puzzled, but after hearing what Su-Hai said next, she was relieved. "Zero. Ask for flower 0. At this moment, Jabril's eyes showed a hint of freshness and interest, but there is still no immediate answer. Instead, he asked back. Obviously, Jabril is weighing the pros and cons. Jabril is a master who can't rest. For the fun in her heart, Jabril will choose to follow more interesting people. In fact, at this time, Jabril's heart already had some intentions. But Jabril looked a little reckless, but she was the smartest being among the Flugel. In the face of such a major choice, it is naturally impossible to rashly agree. Don't you want to defeat the god who created you? Just follow me, and I can help you realize this dream. And you have no choice. If you refuse, in order to have one less enemy in the future, I will destroy you without hesitation. Looking at Jabril's interested eyes, Suhai naturally knew that this angel lowly was already tempted. So I just said it directly. It's like adding a fire. Cough, beat the old man. This is indeed an offer that one cannot refuse. Jabril was a little surprised when she heard that Suhai regarded the god of war who created her as an enemy, and a frantic look appeared on her face. In the end, without hesitation, he agreed to Suhai's proposal. To defeat or even kill the god of war is actually the common wish of Jabril and the god of war. Jabril hopes that she could defeat the god of war. And the god of war is also very lonely because she is too invincible. She hopes that someone can defeat or even defeat herself so that she can taste the taste of failure. It was because of this that Jabril was created by the god of war. Jabril, as the last external body created by the god of war, was originally born as a god-killing weapon. Jabril has had a mission since its birth, that is to defeat or even kill the god of war. It is a pity that the god of war, as the strongest existence among the gods, is also the strongest existence in this world. Jabril is far stronger than the average flagel, but after all, she is not the opponent of the god of war. Then, Master, please take care of me in the future. Obviously, Jabril was very interested in the conditions Suhai proposed. In addition, Jabril always likes the strong and admires those who are stronger than herself. Now, Suhai has shown his unparalleled strength and easily defeated himself. In Jabril's eyes, Suhai is no longer an ordinary human being, but a strong man worthy of his admiration. Faced with such a situation, Suhai nodded in satisfaction. If your current situation recovers naturally, it seems that it will take some time. However, I am afraid that the battle will come soon, but there is not so much time to reply to you. If that's the case, I'll give you an answer. For Jabril's answer, Suhai's 343 was actually not too surprised. Jabril is such an angel after all. It's just that Jabril's power is completely exhausted now. Such a small body and weak power obviously cannot bring any help to Jabril. Hearing that Suhai wanted to help Mo regain her strength, Jabril also had a moment of doubt. After all, Jabril had such a situation before, but each time it took a long time to recover automatically. Apart from creating her own god of war, there is no one who can make Jabril recover quickly. Just when Jabril was puzzled, Suhai suddenly came to Jabril and lowered her head to kiss Jabril's lips. This sudden change made Jabril's eyes widen subconsciously, and her young body immediately wanted to retreat. Although Jabril looks like a trembling existence, as an angel, she is essentially pure. But at this moment, Jabril felt a warm power flowing from Suhai's body and entered her body. This power is like the warm embrace given by the earth and the sky, nourishing every part of the body. Jabril could clearly feel that under the action of this power, the energy that had been used up in her body was gradually recovering. Faced with such a situation, Jabril also understood Suhai's intention, and instead of backing away, she responded. Under the continuous action of this power, Jabril's body gradually shone with a dazzling light in this light. Jabril's body is constantly getting bigger. In less than a cup of tea, Jabril regained her original appearance, and the energy in her body was unprecedentedly abundant. Thank you, Master. This is someone's first kiss, and the Master is responsible. Feeling the familiar body and the unprecedented power in her body, Jabril's face flashed with joy. He seemed a little sarcastic, but in this seemingly relaxed expression, there's a trace of surprise and shock that no one knows about. Jabril can be said to be very surprised by Suhai's endless means. At this moment, Jabril even felt a little bold. If it was Suhai, maybe she could really defeat the god of war who created her. Master, shall we go directly to the old man of the god of war? In addition to being surprised, Jabril looked at the endless sky again, as if looking through the space to see the god of war hidden in another space. Don't worry, we don't have absolute certainty yet. You should be very clear that the god of war is not simple. As the strongest existence in this world, although I don't think I will lose to him, I have no absolute certainty of winning either. I have to do some preparations before meeting him. Judging from Suhai's own guess, God of War, as the strongest man in this world, is definitely not simple, perhaps even higher than himself. Suhai didn't want to go to the God of War right now if he wasn't fully prepared. So next, Suhai is going to look for other sequence races to unite all the racial forces and deal with the God of War together. The reason why the God of War can become the strongest existence is that he also killed many other gods with him and devoured the gods of these gods. Marrow-related. It is precisely because of this that the gods of faith of many races have died in the hands of the gods of war. If they have the opportunity, these races will definitely fight against the gods of war without hesitation and avenge their gods of faith and creation. Second, in this process, you can find more golden eggs and improve your strength. According to the refresh mechanism of golden eggs, all the golden eggs in this world should be refreshed on the powerhouses of the upper races. It was as if Jabril in front of her had a 5-star golden egg on top of her head. Through the kiss just now, Suhai also got the 5-star golden egg on Jabril's head. If there are more golden eggs of this level, Suhai's strength will definitely have a big increase. Master, if you want to find people of other superior races, I may be able to help Master find them. Looking at Suhai, who is not impulsive, does not have any conceit, but is very cautious and calm. A look of satisfaction flashed in Jabril's eyes. As a divine weapon created by the God of War, Jabril is one of the people in this world who knows the strength of the God of War the most. Judging from the strength shown by Suhai, although it is very powerful, it is not inferior to the general gods in this world. But if the opponent is the God of War, there is obviously a big gap. After all, there are not a few gods swallowed by the God of War. Although Jabril also guessed at 0.5 that Suhai must have hidden strength, but if Suhai is just a brave person, Jabril does not think that Suhai can defeat God of War. Although Jabril looks a little perverted, she is a wise being. Jabril also didn't want her master to be a fool. Facing Jabril's words, a look of surprise flashed across Suhai's face, and he didn't expect an unexpected harvest. After Jabril's explanation, Suhai also understood that Jabril actually knew the existence of the elves. It turned out that a few days ago, Jabril infiltrated the alien space belonging to the elves and destroyed the capital of the elves. Until a few hours ago, Jabril was chasing the elf race who had fled because they were all destroyed. Among this group of elves, the leader is a 6-layer magician named Phil, who can cast 6 kinds of magic at the same time. She is the most powerful representative of the Mori spirit family. Jabril chases them because she thinks Phil will be a very interesting opponent. But later, because I noticed the interesting atmosphere of Suhai, I felt that Suhai was more interesting, so I gave up that side and looked for Suhai instead. Hence the present scene. On the other side, in an area that looked very desolate, a group of creatures like the legendary elves were rushing fast. There are about 100 people. It is worth mentioning that these 100 people are all young and beautiful elf women. During the process of escaping, this group of people turned to look at the sky behind them from time to time, as if they were escaping. What is normal? The leader is a 15-year-old girl with delicate long ears, soft and fluffy blonde hair, and big breasts that far exceed her appearance. Patriarch Phil, the extra individual of the Tiani race, doesn't seem to have followed. Looks like we should be safe. It turned out that this leading blonde girl is the leader of the current forest spirit, that is, the genius girl Phil, who can cast 6 kinds of magic at the same time. Don't be careless. I know everyone is tired, but for the sake of safety, we must get out of here quickly. You can rest only after you get to an absolutely safe place. That guy's character won't let it go. Facing the words of the elf girl next to him, Ferner Balin with blonde hair said solemnly, although Phil is the most powerful magician among the elves today, the most talented genius. But after all, he is too young, only 52 years old, and has not grown up at all. According to the age of the elves, they are not even adults. How can it be possible to defeat Jabril, who has lived for more than 5,000 years? This is also something that can't be helped. Although the rank of the forest elves is higher than that of the flugel, it has been swallowed since the defeat of the god of the forest and the god of war. The strength of the entire elf clan has dropped significantly, because in that battle, the powerful magicians of the older generation have all fallen. Although there are some talented people in the new generation, it is a pity that Phil Nearbalian is too young and has not grown up yet. Otherwise, although Jabril is powerful, it is impossible for him to destroy the entire kingdom of the elves alone, and even chase the entire elves to flee. Facing the words of the head of her own family, this elf girl also remembered the scene when the capital was destroyed. She relaxed for a while and became serious again, and subconsciously accelerated her pace. Hey, I got you. But at this moment, a familiar girl's voice suddenly sounded in the ears of Fernir, Valen, and the others. Facing this familiar voice like a dream demon, Phil Nearbalian stopped one after another and became alert in the direction from which the voice came. The faces of these elf girls had serious and dignified expressions. In the next instant, an angel appeared in front of them, and there was no doubt that this person was Jabril. And then, naturally, Suhai. Facing the two people who suddenly appeared, everyone's eyes were fixed on Jabril, and it was obvious that Phil Nearbalian and the others did not notice Suhai's extraordinariness. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to hunt down. It's the master who wants to see you. Seeing the extremely nervous elf and his party, Jabril said with a very relaxed expression. Jabril moved her position to the side between her words, making Suhai behind her appear in everyone's eyes. Master? A human. You guy actually betrayed the god of war Artixo and called a human master? In fact, from the very beginning, Phil Nearbalian and others discovered the existence of Suhai, but because Suhai hid his breath very well. In the eyes of Phil Nearbalian and others, Suhai is a very ordinary human being. Although the girls were a little puzzled, why an ordinary human would stand by Jabril's side, but they didn't think much about it. But now Jabril called Suhai the master. Phil Nearbalian and others were naturally very surprised and puzzled. After all, in this world, human beings are undoubtedly ants-like existences. Betray. It seems that you don't know the old man at all. This is what the old man wants to see. Now you are left with only one choice, and that is surrender. In Phil Nearbalian's heart, Jabril's behavior as an individual created by the god of war is simply a betrayal. But Phil Nearbalian didn't understand at all what the god of war was thinking. The reason why Jabril was created was because the god of war was too invincible to feel any interest at all. So wanting to create a powerful enemy by herself, everything Jabril did was actually what the god of war wanted to see. But Jabril didn't want to explain too much. Submit. Facing Jabril's request, Phil Nearbalian fell silent for a while. Although she didn't want the entire race to be ruined by her own hands, Phil Nearbalian didn't want to submit to a human being. Want to avenge your forest god? As long as you submit to me, you will have this opportunity in the near future. Looking at Phil Nearbalian, who was hesitant, Suhai came to the front of a group of elves and said slowly, Vengeance? Do you want to destroy the god of war? Impossible. Even the god of the forest who created us is not an opponent of the god of war, let alone you, a weak human. After hearing the word revenge, Phil Nearbalian and all the elf girls behind her looked at Suhai with an unbelievable face. As the god of their faith, the god of the forest is very clear in their hearts that the god of war is the culprit who killed the god of the forest. Now that Suhai says he wants revenge, the opponent is naturally the god of war. Instead of worrying about whether I can defeat the god of war, it's better to worry about your current situation. In fact, you don't have a chance to choose, do you? Isn't it better to gamble on the future than to bury the young lives of yourself and your tribe here? Give me your answer. Facing Phil Nearbalian, who doubted his own strength, Suhai was not angry at all and had no intention of explaining. After all, such a thing as strength is still believing. No matter how hyped Suhai is talking about these days, Phil Nearbalian may not necessarily believe himself. So Suhai is a little more realistic. After all, Phil Nearbalian has no choice at all these days. Do we have a choice? Facing Suhai's questioning again, Phil Nearbalian turned his head and glanced at the more than 100 people behind him. Seeing the people staring at him intently, Phil Nerbalien finally said helplessly. There was a wry smile on his face that couldn't be described in words. Also, as Su-hai said, Phil Nerbalien had no choice at all from the start. Even though Phil Nerbalien is not afraid of death, he is the leader of the elves today. Phil Nerbalien couldn't just think about himself, but also for the people behind him. It must also be considered for the continuation of the entire elves. So in the end, although he was very helpless, Phil Nerbalien finally chose to lead his people to surrender to Su-hai. In Phil Nerbalien's heart, he also comforted himself. After all, Su-hai was not an ordinary human if he could subdue Jabril. Very good. You made a very wise choice. In the future, you will definitely be proud of your choices. Facing Phil Nerbalien's final choice, Su-hai also nodded slightly and said unceremoniously. Facing Su-hai, who was so confident, Phil Nerbalien just smiled and didn't say anything. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk about it in another place. In this regard, Su-hai did not care, but opened a channel to his inner world. After all, the surrounding environment is too desolate. It is not suitable for the elves to live in. Moreover, if Philji Nerbalien and others recreate a space suitable for their own living, it will take a relatively long period of time. Su-hai didn't want to waste time like this, so he decided to help more than 100 people like the elves find a place to live in their own world. It's nice that the Su-hai inner world is developing now, although basically everything the real world has. But life in the true sense has not yet evolved. So Su-hai, although your world is very huge, the mountains and rivers are magnificent, colorful, and full of aura. However, it has always lacked a little breath of life. Letting the owner of the elves enter the inner world to live in not only can it speed up the evolution of the world, but also solve the problem of living in the elves. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. This is, after crossing the portal, Phil Nerbalien and his party came to a chaotic space. Everyone looked at the wonderful world below, which was wrapped by a bubble, and suddenly asked very strangely. Obviously, some were surprised by the situation in front of him. This is a world I created. Although it is still in the stage of evolution and development, it is huge enough. It should be a very easy thing to find a suitable environment for your survival, reproduction, and development. Facing the stunned Phil Nerbalien, Su-hai said very calmly, "Create the world." After hearing that this world was created by Su-hai, everyone, including Phil Nerbalien and Jabril, were very surprised. After all, the creation of the world is something that even ordinary gods cannot do at all. Until this moment, Phil Nerbalien, you finally understand a little bit why Su-hai dares to let out mad words to defeat the god of war. From now on, you will live in this forest. Facing the surprise of all the women, Su-hai seemed to be used to it and didn't care too much. Directly led the group into the world quickly, and as they got closer, Phil Nerbalien looked at the rapidly enlarged world in his eyes, and once again deeply realized the hugeness of this world. The heart was deeply shocked again, because Phil Nerbalien and others even suspected that this world was bigger than the real world. Whether it's mountains, rivers, or flowers and trees, they all seemed so real. Half an hour later, Su-hai brought a group of people to the edge of an endless forest and spoke slowly. As a group of elves living in the forest, such an environment is undoubtedly the most suitable for them. And for his own people, Su-hai has never been stingy, so in choosing, he also deliberately chose this forest that is less than a few dozen kilometers from the most central Kabbalah tree of life. The breath emanating from the Kabbalah tree of life has a great effect on the growth of Phil Nerbalien and others. Thank you, sir. Phil Nerbalien naturally felt the difference here and sincerely thanked him. Okay, let's all adapt to the new environment. To this, Su-hai nodded slightly, "Okay, Zhao," and made a response. Then after a few more words of exhortation, he turned and left. But this time, Su-hai did not leave this world directly, but dodged to the top of the Kabbalah tree of life, observing everything on the continent below. System, use 2 5-star golden eggs. My heart is full of pride and emotion at the same time. Su-hai also spoke directly to the system in his mind. It turned out that the 5-star golden egg that Suhai obtained on Jabril has never been used, and later obtained another one from Phil Nerbaline. So in addition, there are already 2 5-star gold floating in the system space. Before, there was no time and opportunity. Now that it is finally free, Suhai can't wait any longer. So it seems that I can't wait to see what these 2 5-star golden eggs can produce. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Tianju. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th protection with long-standing skills. 108 Heavy Warlock Chant. With the shattering of the 2 5-star golden eggs in the system space, corresponding information also appeared in Suhai's mind. For these 3 awards, Suhai is also very satisfied. The former was obviously drawn from Jabril's body, while the latter was naturally obtained from Phil Nerbalin's body. Tiani has an extreme space transferability, and the long-term 4th protection can be regarded as a very powerful defensive magic. As for the 108 level Warlock Singing, it is actually equivalent to a talent. It can be said to be a very abnormal ability to allow the owner to cast 108 kinds of magic at the same time. To know that Phil Nerbalin can only cast 6 kinds of magic at the same time, he is already a genius-level character from the Elves. And the General Forest Elves can only cast 2 at the same time. In this way, more than 10 days have passed in a flash. During these 10 days, Suhai only went out for a small amount of time to hang out. Most of the time is spent in this space, planning what to do next. And Phil Nerba even took 350 of his own clansmen, and he was completely settled down. In the huge forest, a suitable location was chosen and dozens of tree houses were built. A huge camp was built with magic. It must be said that the Elves are a natural race that lives in the forest, and the camp they built did not damage the forest environment in the slightest, but made full use of everything around them and integrated into the forest. You guys should know a lot about this world. Do you have any suggestions for what you want to say next? In a treehouse, Suhai, Phil Nerbalin, and Jabril sat around a table. Suhai glanced at the angel girl and the elf girl beside him and asked slowly, although Suhai already has a general idea and plan for what to do next. But Suhai was a newcomer after all, and he was far less clear than Phil Nerbalin and Jabril, who were natives. So you still need to hear what they have to say. Master, I think the power of the dragon spirit, Adav, may be able to fight for it. Hearing Suhai's words, Jabril spoke directly. Obviously, Jabril also felt that if she wanted to deal with the Flugel and the god of war, she needed all possible efforts, all the forces that could be drawn. Dragon Essence? It is indeed a group worth attracting. Facing Jabril's words, Suhai also nodded slightly. He said subconsciously, as the 4th-ranked existence in the series, the Dragon Essence can be said to be the most powerful existence among all the sequence races in the combat of a single individual strength. The strongest of the 3 Dragon Kings of the Dragon Spirit species, in Dragon, Hattie Leaf, can even compete with the God of War. Although he failed and died in the battle for the strongest title thousands of years ago, this undoubtedly shows the strength of the dragon family. It is precisely because of this that the dragon spirit, the god of war, and the Flugel are inherently hostile beings. If handled properly, the power of the dragon spirit seed should be a very good existence. The Ex Machina may also be able to fight for it, but they are a bit of their own way, which may not be very good. The moment Jabril finished speaking, Phil Nerbalin added, "Today, among the 16 sequence races in this world, in addition to the forest spirit, the Fluttershy, the dragon spirit, the almost extinct giant species, and the fantasy species and elves that are hidden so deeply that they can hardly be found. If that race is the most famous and the most powerful, then it is undoubtedly the aircraft. Although the Ex Machina only ranked 10th among the 16 sequence races, it was only because the gods who created them were deprived of their spiritual essence by the god of war, which led to the decline of the entire race sequence. If the strength of the race alone does not count the gods behind it, the Ex Machinas are the only existences other than Flugel that have killed gods during the war. Under the group, the Ex Machina's strength can be said to be quite terrifying. Even the dragon spirit and the Flugel don't want to become an opponent with the Ex Machina, because during the battle, You simply don't know when you will be analyzed and when your abilities will become the opponent's means of attacking you. In this way, after some discussion, the three Su-Hai decided to try their best to win over the Dragon Spirit and the Ex Machina. As for other races, if they can win over, they will win, and if they cannot win, they will not force it. As long as there is the power of the Dragon Essence or the Ex Machina, after dragging the entire flugel. The rest is all up to Su-Hai. After all, Su-Hai didn't want to be disturbed by some naive little angels when he was fighting the god of war. After having a plan, Su-Hai did not wait too much, and left his world with Jabril directly. As for Phil Nearblin, he just stayed in this world and took care of everything. Fortunately, the flugel had been chasing and killing the dragon spirits, so Jabril probably knew where the dragons were hiding. So under Jabril's lead, Su-Hai wasn't a blind search. Looks like we've come to the right place. This year, I searched for 2 or 3 places without the slightest gain. When I came to the 4th place, Su-Hai finally found an unexpected surprise. Although it is far away, but now Su-Hai's eyesight, standing in the sky, Su-Hai is still keen to find that there's a white dragon dozing in a valley in the distance. Among the dragon essence races, there are these 3 dragon kings in Dragon, Hattie Leaf, Dragon Aaron Leaf, and Song Long, Lejean Leaf. All the rest are from Julong. The strongest in Dragon, Hattie Lifer, does not exist as a subordinate dragon, and it is precisely because of this that without his subordinates to share his strength in Dragon, Hattie Lifer will be the most powerful among the 3 dragon kings. Of Dragon Aaron Leaf's subordinate dragons are all black dragons, and Song Long, Lake and Leaf's subordinate dragons are all white dragons. Therefore, the entire Dragon Essence clan today is almost entirely composed of black dragons and white dragons. Other unexpected births, other dragon species that do not belong to the 2 dragon kings, although not absent, are very rare after all. Obviously, this white dragon is a subordinate dragon belonging to Song Long, Raijin Lifer. After seeing the target found, Su-Hai no longer hesitated and flew directly towards the white dragon with Jabril. After approaching, Su-Hai also clearly felt the huge body of this white western dragon. Every scale and every inch of muscle is full of strength. Even from the outside, you can clearly feel a heavy feeling blowing towards your face. A human, a flugel? It's a strange combination. As Su-Hai approached, the white dragon who had been dozing off also opened his eyes. Apparently, they sensed the arrival of the 2 of Su-Hai, and after realizing their identities, they looked very different for a while. Said in a dull voice, this giant dragon's gaze towards Jabril was not friendly, which was normal. After all, the flugels were collectively killing dragons, fine seeds. In addition, the strongest dragon among the dragon spirits also died in the hands of the god of war. So it is said that both the flugel and the dragon spirit have always been hostile opposing existences. It's just that the white dragon didn't act the moment he saw Jabril. It was already very rational. Stupid man, don't be so vigilant. I didn't come to fight you today, but my master wants to find you. Looking at the white dragon with a vigilant look on his face, Jabril naturally understood the reason. Said bluntly, stated the purpose of coming. Owner, you, an angel, actually betrayed the god of war and chose a human as the master. It seems that this little brother is not an ordinary person. Facing Jabril's words, Bai Long was even more surprised and subconsciously turned his attention to Su-Hai. As for the existence of each angel of the flugel, it can be said that the dragon spirit as the enemy is the most clear. Although each angel looks very beautiful, but also very proud. He simply looked down on the existence of inferior races, and as the last existence of the sequence race, human beings were undoubtedly the inferior among inferiors. Today, an angel has betrayed his creator god, the god of war, and chose a human as his new master. There is no doubt that this human is definitely not as simple as an ordinary person. I don't know what this little human brother has to do with me, because you are so interesting and able to subdue an angel. If possible, I am willing to help. Obviously, the white dragon in front of him is very interested in Su-hai. I want to meet Dragon Leaf and Songlong Leaf. I think you, as the subordinate dragon of Conscious Dragon, Lekenref, should know where they are. In the face of such a direct white dragon, Su-hai is naturally not a hypocritical person, so he did not hesitate to express his purpose. It can be seen that the guy in front of him is a straightforward dragon, and Su-hai doesn't like to be roundabout with such an existence. You, a human, actually want to see these two adults. You must know that these two adults are not just anyone in our race can meet. I can't do this without a good reason. After hearing that Su-hai wanted to see Yamlong Leaf and Songlong Leaf, this white dragon was also rare and became serious. Obviously, the status of Dragon Leaf and Songlong Leaf in the dragon family is supreme. I think they will be interested. After all, this is a heavenly opportunity to get that guy off the throne. In the face of Bailong's rejection, Su-hai did not lose the slightest, but showed a smile instead. Because from Bailong's tone, Su-hai knew that his goal today was to find the right one, and the white dragon in front of him could indeed take him to see Weilong Leaf and Songlong Leaf. Knowing that there is hope, Su-hai gives a real reason, looking directly at the sky while speaking. As for the supreme guy in Su-hai's mouth, there is no one else in this world except the god of war. Little brother, you are really a person who can surprise others. 0. Ask for flowers. However, I don't think you have this ability. You can also meet lords Weilong Leaf and Songlong Leaf. But you must defeat me, prove that you have enough strength, and prove that what you say is not empty talk and arrogance. The strength of the god of war is not a vain reputation. Even if all the dragons of the entire dragon spirit species are all up together, it is not an opponent of the god of war. In front of him, Su-hai, a seemingly ordinary human, threatened to destroy the god of war and reshape the order of the world. How could Bailong easily believe it? After all, no matter what world you are in, after all, you need to speak with strength. Although Bailong's first impression of Su-hai is not bad, it is impossible to trust a person just because of his appearance. 0. Dragons have always respected their strength, and the strong can be recognized and respected by others. You are not my opponent. Looking at the white dragon who was eager to try, Su-hai naturally knew what the white dragon in front of him wanted to do. In his heart, he said sincerely while feeling that the dragon race was warlike. In the entire dragon spirit species, perhaps there are only two beings standing at the top of the race, Dragon Leaf and Conscious Dragon, Leaf, who can arouse Su-hai's interest. The white dragon in front of him may be regarded as a relatively powerful existence in this world. In the entire flugel, except Jabril, other angels must need more than one angel to deal with this white dragon. But unfortunately, Bailong is still too weak in Su-hai after all. You are the most arrogant human being I have ever seen. I don't know if the opponent has to fight before. I hope you don't die. After all, you are the most interesting human being I have ever seen. Facing such a confident Su-hai, Bailong also seemed a little angry for a while. After all, as a dragon essence, no matter where you go, you are a powerful individual. Now, being looked down upon by a human being, how could Bailong bear it? Speaking directly, without flapping the huge wings behind him, he charged towards Su-hai with the storm. Facing the attack of the white dragon, Su-hai seemed very indifferent. Without any other movement, just slowly raised his right hand, opened his palm, and blocked in front of him. Facing Su-hai's behavior, Bailong was taken aback for a moment. Then a trace of anger flashed on his face. He subconsciously accelerated his flying speed and strength. In Bailong's eyes, Su-hai's behavior is undoubtedly a kind of contempt for himself. As a dragon of the dragon spirit, each dragon is extremely confident in its own strength. Bailong is no exception. Today, his most proud strength has been despised and provoked by others, so he naturally needs to defend his dignity. Compared to White Dragon's surprise and anger, Jabril, who had been standing not far behind Su-hai, seemed very indifferent from beginning to end. 363. She even stared at Su-hai in front of her with some fanatical eyes. From the first meeting and fighting until now, Jabril has refreshed the power Su-hai showed in her mind time and time again. At this time, Jabril knew in her heart that Su-hai might not have shown her full strength yet, but even the part she showed had far surpassed all sequence races. Above the ordinary gods, perhaps only the power of the god of war can compete with it. And the fact is the same. The white dragon flapped its wings gently, carrying 2 huge tornadoes, and along with the body of the white dragon, it attacked Su-hai. Countless dirt, trees, sand and gravel were swept up, mixed in the hurricane. However, what happened in the next instant made Bai Long look a little stunned. Because the blow with all his strength was full of confidence, he was able to crush the enemy in front of him in an instant. It was torn into countless pieces, but when it came into contact with that seemingly fragile white palm, whether it was a body full of power or a hurricane carrying a strong wind blade that could instantly tear the earth apart, they were blocked and made a harsh sound, but they couldn't shake this hand. However, Bai Long was surprised, but Su-hai didn't hesitate at all. With a slight movement, a shocking force emanated from his palm, instantly shattering the hurricane. The huge body of the white dragon also flew out under this force, and the white dragon in midair had not had time to unload this force and regain control of the body. Su-hai had come to the top of the white dragon again, and that right hand grabbed the horn of the white dragon directly. Bai Long's huge body was lifted up effortlessly by Su-hai, and with the rapid shaking of his right hand, Bai Long's body turned into afterimages and even formed a strong storm. In this high-speed rotation, Su-hai directly pushed the white dragon's body toward the ground, and the huge body hit the ground at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound transmission. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the surrounding ground quickly collapsed in this huge shockwave. When the smoke dissipated, the white dragon was already lying in a huge, deep pit, and a large number of underground springs spewed out, submerging half of the white dragon's body. At this time, one of the horns of the white dragon was broken, the left wing was broken, and irregular shapes appeared in many parts of the body. Obviously, under this series of attacks, Bai Long has been seriously injured. If it is an ordinary creature, after suffering such a serious injury, it is impossible to stand up again without long-term recovery or treatment. However, after taking a breath, Bai Long immediately got up. And in the process, Bai Long's injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken dragon horns were filled in the blink of an eye, and new wings grew to replace the broken one. As for the wounds and fractures on the body, they recovered in an instant. In less than a breath of time, the white dragon disease, which had been seriously injured, had recovered as before, as if it had regressed to the state before the injury. It's terrifying. Obviously, he is a human, but he has the power of a god, which really opened my eyes. In terms of strength, I really can't compare to you, but if you want to beat me, it is impossible for you alone. In the white dragon's eyes that have been restored to their original state, there is still a surprise that has not dissipated. Looking up at Su-hai in the sky, he said with some emotion. From the confrontation just now, Bai Long has deeply realized that if he compares strength, he can't be Su-hai's opponent at all. However, Bai Long did not think that he would lose, because a strong physique was only a part of the power of the dragon spirit species. A powerful recovery. Looking at the white dragon that was restored to its original state in an instant, a thoughtful look flashed across Su-hai's face, but there was not much surprise. Because on the way here, Jabril has already introduced that dragon spirits have powerful recovery abilities. In the course of each battle, if the flugel wanted to kill a dragon spirit, multiple members are required to continuously attack, and only after the damage caused by these attacks exceeds the limit of the individual recovery of the dragon spirit species can a dragon spirit species be killed. This is also the reason why the dragon spirit species is called the strongest individual. Dragon Howl, facing Su-hai, who seemed to be lost in thought in the sky. Bai Long's face once again showed a hint of pride, and opened the dragon's mouth, along with the formation of a magic circle. The breath of the dragon turned into a beam of light with extremely strong destructive power soaring into the sky. And the target of this beam of destruction is naturally Su-Hai in midair. As the most powerful attack method of the dragon spirit species, the dragon whistle can gather the spirit power in every cell of the 0.5 body in an instant and burst out instantly through the mouth, causing a sharp, destructive blow. The dragon roar from an ordinary dragon essence individual is enough to compete with the sky strikes of several or even a dozen flugels. However, the white dragon's attack speed is extremely fast, but under the transfer of space ability, Su-Hai still evaded this attack by traveling through space and instantly approached the white dragon, appearing on the right side of the white dragon's head. Without hesitation, at the position of Bailong's temple, he punched heavily. Once again, the entire head of the white dragon was smashed into the ground, followed by a burst of sharp destructive power. Like a torrential attack, each attack punched into the flesh, and the flesh flew. It's just that no matter how Su-Hai attacks, no matter how many injuries appear on Bailong's body, they will recover in an instant at the end of the attack. Even if every attack is enough to cause serious injury, after being attacked, the breath of the white dragon has weakened significantly. But even so, the white dragon was able to recover immediately. And not only physical recovery, but also his own strength and breath will return to the peak state. It's useless, no matter how powerful you are. You're still only one person. You can't defeat me. After one round of attacks, Bailong stood up again, looked at Su-Hai not far in front of him, and said slowly. His tone was full of confidence, and it was clear that Bailong knew that he could not defeat Su-Hai in front of him. But Bailong also has enough confidence to remain invincible. Anything like going back in time. I guess the reason why you can return to the peak state in an instant should be the universal power, similar to time rewind, allowing your body to return to the past, 03, or the future when there is no injury. Seeing such a confident white dragon, Su-Hai also had a thoughtful look on his face when he stopped. Now always saw something in the process of fighting just now, with a look of interest on his face, and said slowly, during the battle just now, Su-Hai discovered that no matter what kind of injury the white dragon suffered, it would instantly become uninjured. Faced with such a situation, Su-Hai is actually a little bit different. After all, no matter how powerful the healing ability is, there is a recovery process when treating wounds. The difference is that it is faster and slower. The divine artifact in Aisha's hand, the smile, also has a powerful healing ability. As long as it is not dead, even if there is only one breath left, it can be recovered in a short time. Even such a powerful artifact has an obvious recovery process. So Su-Hai also guessed that the power used by the white dragon in front of him was not a healing ability at all. On the contrary, it is similar to time retrospective, that is, by closing the timeline, let your body return to the time when it was not injured. Only in this way can we explain the reason why Bailong can omit the treatment process and directly return to the peak state. Have you found out? Human Powerhouse, you are really interesting. Apart from our own people and today's God of War, you're the first guy to discover our true abilities. But even if you're clear, it will not have any effect. You should be clear that even if you continue to fight and suffer more damage, I can recover at any time, and I cannot fail. Facing Su-Hai's words, Bailong was stunned for a moment. There was a look of surprise in his eyes, and he really didn't expect that the deeply hidden ability of his dragon essence was discovered by this guy in front of him after a short fight. It turned out that the reason why the white dragon was able to recover instantly, as Su-Hai guessed, was indeed through the ending of the timeline. Let the uninjured self in the past or the future return to yourself. In this way, you can achieve the effect of restoring the peak state in an instant. Yes, this ability does have merit, but unfortunately, it is not an invincible existence. Otherwise, it is impossible for you to be suppressed by Tianni. If I guess correctly, the timeline you can end is limited. Often the more powerful the ability, the more powerful the consumption and limitation. The ability to end the timeline is indeed abnormal, and it can be regarded as a powerful bug. But Suhai can be sure that the timeline that the white dragon in front of him can end is limited. Definitely not over too long a time span. This is also the reason why a single flugel can't defeat the dragon spirit. However, as long as a dozen angels work together, they can defeat or even kill them. Because as long as the damage that kills the white dragon can be displayed, it will last for a long time. As long as this time exceeds the length of time that the individual dragon spirit species can span, so that the dragon spirit species has been in a state of death or injury during this time, then the dragon spirit species can be defeated or even killed. Thinking about it, in the past, the reason why Flugel was able to kill individual dragons by siege was to use the advantages of digital display to carry out continuous attacks. Originally, Suhai saw the essence of his recovery ability, and Bai Long was already surprised enough. However, Suhai has now pointed out the shortcomings of his own abilities that are not shortcomings. For a while, Bai Long's expression of surprise couldn't be added. The look in Suhai's eyes finally changed. This sun has a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, which can instantly destroy your proud body, and, as long as I don't revoke it, it can exist forever. If you get hit by it, you should understand the consequences. Facing Bai Long's surprise, Suhai didn't want to worry about it, now that you know how to defeat your opponent. Suhai also had no intention of continuing to test, and moved his fingers. A sun that was burning with raging flames, illuminating the entire world of 363, broke through the gloomy sky and appeared 1,000 meters above the head of the white dragon. Even at a distance of 1,000 meters, Bai Long could still feel the scorching heat. It's you who won. If you are willing to admit defeat, I can help you convey it, but Wei Long, Aaron Leaf, and Song Long Legend Leaf would like to see you? That's up to them. Although there is no sun or moon in this world, the white dragon can still feel the terrifying power contained in this sun. Bai Long knew very well that if he was hit by this thing, he would have absolutely no chance of surviving. So at this moment, Bai Long deeply realized that he had lost. After all, although the dragon essence species is a multidimensional life form, Theory 3 exists in the past, the future, and the present at multiple points in time. But the white dragon is just a more common dragon of the dragon spirit species. The timeline that can be stopped can only reach the future in the past 5 minutes. If the attack of the sun can last for 5 minutes, the white dragon will be burned to ashes. The power contained in this sun, if Suhai is not destroyed, is no different. If it is really hit by this sun, the time for Bai Long to receive lethal damage will definitely exceed the limit he can bear. At that time, even if the ability is used to end the timeline, the white dragon will still die. After all, under this kind of continuous lethal injury, the white dragon will be in a state of death, whether in the past or in the future. Facing Bai Long's answer, Suhai also showed a smile on his face. After looking up at the sky, the sun that had been descending slowly ascended into the sky as if time had flown backwards and finally disappeared above everyone's heads. Looking at this moment, Jabril, who had been standing beside her and had been fighting, showed an unexpected smile on her face. Jabril, who had absolute confidence in Suhai's strength, naturally had already guessed the result from the beginning of the battle. So in the face of Bai Long's surrender and admit defeat, there is no accident. After feeling the hot energy source above his head disappear, the breath of death that had been hanging in his heart finally dissipated. At this moment, Bai Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although dragons are naturally proud, they are not afraid of death. But that is also when defending his dignity and fighting the enemy to the death. Such a meaningless death like today, Bai Long naturally does not want to lose his life. Keep up with I, don't get left behind. At the same time as he breathed a sigh of relief, the white dragon also waved his huge wings again. Carrying 2 huge air currents, it rose directly into the air. After looking up at Suhai and Jabril and saying a word, they turned around and shot into the sky, heading into the distance. Obviously, Bai Long wants to take Suhai to the secret realm where the dragon spirits live according to the agreement. In this world, Due to the non-stop wars between various races, the world that was originally extremely suitable for survival has become the cruel environment it is today. Therefore, in addition to the extremely weak, the last human race in the series, other races have their own secret realms, just like the forest of elves that have been destroyed by the elves. These secret realms are created by each race using their own energy, and in these secret realms, it is very suitable for the survival of each race. Seeing the white dragon quickly leaving, Suhai naturally did not hesitate at all. After turning his head to glance at Jabril behind him, he immediately followed. In this way, one dragon, one person, and one angel turned into 3 laser beams, quickly piercing the sky. 3 aurora of different colors were formed, and the speed was extremely fast. After a while, Bai Long, who had been leading the way, finally stopped. Apparently, it has reached its destination. Brother, I'm sorry. If there is no permission from Lord Aaron Leaf for the dragon, and Lord Laken Leaf for the dragon, no one can lead people from other series of races into it. So I have to go first and have 2 please register for an adult ticket. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Bai Long, who stopped, turned his head to look at Suhai and said slowly. In response, Suhai naturally nodded and said nothing. These Suhais have long been expected, and it would be really strange if a race's base camp could allow outsiders to enter at will. Facing Suhai's understanding, a rather embarrassed look appeared on Bai Long's face. As a member of the Dragon Essence, the White Dragon's character is naturally very forthright. The 2 of them had an agreement in advance, but now Bai Long is a little euphemistic when he does things. This made the straightforward Bai Long feel a little embarrassed. However, this emotion did not affect the White Dragon. After watching Suhai nod in agreement, the White Dragon flapped its wings again and flew forward. This time, however, it was different from before. The White Dragon did not go far, only to see waves suddenly appear in the originally empty space, as if a turbulent water surface directly swallowed the huge body of the White Dragon. Obviously, this is the entrance to the Dragon Essence mysterious realm, and the White Dragon has already entered the mysterious realm. Master, this little dragon is really troublesome. Anyway, the entrance to the secret realm has been found now. I think we should just go in there. With the Master's strength, we won't be afraid. They will not agree at that time. Looking at the disappearing White Dragon, Jabril's face flashed a frantic look, looking at Suhai next to him, and said with some anticipation. In a sense, Jabril is a completely problem girl, a person who is full of pursuit of fun. In short, a little bellicose. In Jabril's heart, attacking the base camp of the dragon spirits is definitely a very interesting thing. We are here to find people to cooperate, not to fight. Looking at Jabril with a beautiful face and a delicate face next to her, Suhai flicked Jabril's forehead in a funny way and said slowly. Naturally, Suhai also has absolute confidence that he can defeat all the dragon spirits in this secret realm, including Dragon Aaron Leaf and Tsong Long Lejean Leaf. But if Suhai really broke in with Jabril, the 2 sides would inevitably fight, and the dragon spirits would definitely suffer casualties. With the temperament of the dragon essence, even if he knows that he is lost, he will be in a state of immortality. Such a result is not what Suhai wants to see, and Suhai is not a murderer. Facing Suhai's answer, Jabril just stretched out her hand, good Wong Hao, and touched her forehead when she was touched. There was no surprise on her face. It was obvious that Jabril had already guessed that Suhai would give such an answer. I have to say that although Jabril looks a little crazy, as an angel who has lived for more than 4,000 years, Jabril already has a deep understanding of a person's character. Rich cognition and sharp eyes can make Jabril quickly understand everyone's character, which naturally includes Suhai. Brother, please come with me. The 2 adults are also very interested in you. After Suhai and Jabril stood silently in midair for a while, the space in front of them finally appeared familiar ripples again. A huge white head poked out of it. He opened his mouth and said to Suhai, "Needless to say, this is the White Dragon who has gone and returned." Seeing this, Suhai and Jabril looked at each other. then stepped into the void and walked towards the space in front of Liani. When I came into contact with this lotus, my eyes were in a trance. When I regained my vision again, I came to a colorful world. Suhai can clearly feel that the aura of this space far exceeds that of the outside world. As far as the eye can see, there are all kinds of huge creatures, and from time to time, groups of dragon spirits fly by in the sky, carrying storms one after another. There are also many flowers and trees that Suhai has never seen before. Come with me, brother. For all this, Bailong is obviously used to it. So there is no surprise, and I don't care about everything around me. Instead, after taking a look at Suhai and Jabril, they flew towards the giant tree in the center. Judging from the current situation, the huge tree in the center is obviously the place where the two dragon leaders, Weilong Aaron Leaf and Songlong Lejin Leaf, live. Sure enough, as the distance got closer, Suhai also noticed something unusual about the tree. In addition to being very huge, this tree, 370, can be said to gather 2/3 of the world's energy. All the energy in the entire space seems to be provided by this tree. And under the leaves, between the trunks of the trees, there's a very huge palace. Judging from the appearance of the palace, it is similar to the ancient Daxiao Palace. The whole is red, but it is obvious that both the material and the shape are far from ordinary palaces and can be compared. The two adults are inside, and then you can go in by yourself. The white dragon came to the front of the palace and did not continue to enter. Instead, he stopped and turned to look at Suhai and Jabril. In the entire dragon spirit species, if there is no important thing, ordinary members cannot enter and leave this palace at will. In this regard, Suhai did not hesitate and directly flew towards the gate of this palace with Jabril behind him. As if sensing the arrival of the guests, the door to the palace opened automatically, allowing Suhai and Jabril to enter. Are you that funny human? Obviously, he is alone, but he is accompanied by Jabril, an extra individual of the flugel. It really surprised us a little. Sure enough, after Suhai and Jabril came to the depths of the palace, there was a voice of interest in their ears. Two figures also appeared on the high platform in front of him, but Suhai was a little surprised by these two figures and the voices that came from them. Before entering this palace, Suhai had already imagined the images of Dragon Ern Leaf and Songlong Lejin Leaf in his mind. According to the image of the white dragon, Suhai guessed that there should be two larger dragons appearing in front of him. After all, for the dragon race, the body is the most important part of strength. But everything in front of him overturned Suhai's guess. From this voice, it is obviously a lowly's voice. Moreover, the two figures standing on a high platform are indeed a lowly who is only 12 or 13 years old and a plump and charming person. It can be said that the style is very opposite. Although it looks like an ordinary lowly and a young woman, Suhai clearly feels the huge power hidden inside a woman, far more than the previous white dragon and Jabril next to him. Needless to say, the lowly and the young woman in front of them are obviously Yanlong Aaron Leaf and Songlong Lejin Leaf. It's just who is who. It's unknown. We dragon essence species, a DAF, can change their form, but most of the dragons are already used to the dragon body. And we're more used to the body we have today. Perhaps seeing a strange flash in Suhai's eyes, the young woman who didn't speak at first showed a smile on her face and explained in a very easygoing and gentle manner. At the same time, he also made a simple self-introduction. It turned out that the lowly who first spoke was Yanlong Aaron Leaf, and she was naturally Songlong Lejin Leaf. Faced with such an explanation, Suhai suddenly realized, every strong person in this world can destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and can transform into a human form. What's so surprising? Suhai came back to his senses, but instead his eyes were fixed on the heads of one big girl, one small girl, and two girls in front of him. Because there must be a 5-star golden egg on the heads of Weilong Aaron Leaf and Songlong Lejin Leaf. This is also one of the purposes of Suhai's search for various races. Now it seems that, as Suhai guessed at the beginning, in this world, on the heads of the strong people of each sequence race, there's a great concept which refreshes the existence of golden eggs. I heard that you want to deal with the god of war. Do you think you, or the little angel next to you, can fight the god of war? You don't know the horror of the god of war guy at all. Obviously, it's not the difference in appearance, but even the personality of the two is diametrically opposite. Compared with Song Long, Wei Long's temper is obviously hotter. From the very beginning, Wei Long and Song Long learned of Su Hai's purpose from Bai Long. Wei Long, who knew the strength of the god of war, did not think that Su Hai could have the strength to compete with the god of war, and Song Long, who was next to him, did not stop him, but quietly watched Su Hai waiting for an answer. The most powerful final dragon of the dragon spirit species died in the hands of the gods, so both Wei Long and Song Long deeply understood the terrifying power possessed by the god of war. However, judging from their willingness to meet Su Hai, Wei Long and Song Long both have hatred for the god of war. He is not willing to let go of any consciousness, defeat the god of war, and avenge his compatriots. Seeing the reactions of Wei Long and Song Long in front of him, Su Hai also understood this, knowing that both of them had the idea of defeating the god of war in their hearts. But if you want to pull the two into the alliance, you must show enough strength and show that you have enough strength to compete with the god of war. So at this moment, Su Hai didn't hesitate at all, and the terrifying power in his body burst out like an overwhelming force. How is it possible? A human being has such a terrifying coercion. The first to accept this terrifying coercion, the ones who oppressed were the nearest little lowly and One Sand Song Long. Under the influence of this coercion, the two of them unknowingly burst out the strength in their bodies to resist. But even so, the two of them still bent down under this overwhelming, devastating pressure. The whole person couldn't help but take 2 steps back, gritted their teeth, and supported them bitterly. He spoke subconsciously, his eyes filled with surprise, and he stared at Su Hai, who was standing still, smiling and motionless from beginning to end. And this terrifying coercion is not only spread to Wei Long and Song Long in front of him. The powerful coercion spreads rapidly in the form of ripples, covering the entire huge palace in the blink of an eye, and with the palace as the center, it covers the entire secret realm. Under the influence of this coercion, the dragon spirits in the entire secret realm can fly freely in the sky or walk on the ground. All were affected by this coercion, and countless dragon essences fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. Although he fell from the height of 1,000 meters with his hard body, he did not suffer any damage. But under the influence of this coercion, all the dragon essence species were all oppressed on ground. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't get rid of the shackles of this pressure, and you don't even have the strength to stand up. Fortunately, this huge coercion came and went quickly. After Su Hai saw that his goal had been achieved, he quietly withdrew his terrifying aura. All the dragon spirits in the entire secret realm, including Wei Long and Song Long, took a deep breath, and at this moment, they felt their whole body relax. Wei Long and Song Long, who regained control of their bodies, were surprised to find that there were a few drops of cold sweat on their faces, something that had never happened in thousands of years. After all, with the powerful body of the Dragon Clan, there is no such thing as tiredness. Now, the reason why he sweats is just a spontaneous reaction of his body when he felt the extreme danger at that moment. In addition to the dragon and Xiaolong in the palace, the dragon spirits who fell on the ground in the whole secret realm felt their bodies restored to their original state and looked at the direction of the palace in horror. Most of the dragon spirits have a trace of panic and doubt in their eyes. Panic is because of the body's instinctive reaction, the fear of danger. The doubt is that in the entire secret realm, who can burst out such a powerful force? Among all the dragon spirits, only Su Hai had fought, and Su Hai and the white dragon brought in by Jabril looked at the direction of the palace with a thoughtful expression. Don't be nervous. I don't have any ill will toward the dragon spirits. The reason for this is just to show my strength and to prove that I have the power to cooperate. As I said at the beginning, you don't need to deal with it for the time being. Just leave it to me. I just hope that I won't be disturbed by other people when I fight the god of war. so you just need to hold back the flugel under the god of war. Looking at Yanlong and Tsonglong, who regained control of their bodies, but looked vigilant, Suhai said with a smile. It's just that this smile is in the eyes of Yanlong and Tsonglong, far from the initial affinity. The god of war is also the enemy of our dragon spirits. If there is a chance to destroy the god of war, we will naturally be very happy to see it. It's just that cooperating with a strong person like you is tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger for our dragon essence. For the existence of our entire dragon essence, we have a condition, and I hope your excellency will agree. Strength is the best bargaining chip. After seeing Su Hai's terrifying strength, Yanlong and Tsonglong completely believed that Su Hai really had the strength to compete with the god of war. It's just that cooperating with powerful people is also a very risky thing. A little carelessness may cause the entire dragon spirit species to be lost forever. As the only two remaining dragon kings of the dragon essence species, Wei Long and Tsonglong naturally have to consider their own races. So the two looked at each other, and after a secret exchange, Tsonglong said slowly, "Zero, ask for flowers." Apparently, he wanted to make a contract-like thing to ensure that after the incident, Su Hai would not cross the river and demolish the bridge, and in turn deal with the dragon spirits. Let's talk about it. As long as I can, I'm not a mean person. Su Hai naturally understood the concerns of Yanlong and Tsonglong. After all, the two sides have known each other for a short period of time, and they do not know each other's character. In his own words, Su Hai may be a little more cautious than Wei Long and Tsonglong. I hope that your excellency will be able to unite with the two of us and have a marriage. It's just like for a moment, the condition that Tsonglong said made Su Hai a little surprised. Zero. It turned out that after 3 years in the case of Wei Long and Tsonglong, the condition that was decided was that Su Hai needed to combine with him. However, after a brief accident, Su Hai's heart was relieved. As far as the dragon spirits themselves are concerned, they worship the strong, and for a strong person like Su Hai, any contract may not have the slightest binding force. The leaders of the two dragon spirits, Wei Long and Tsonglong, became Su Hai's most intimate existence, which was undoubtedly the best restraint. At that time, no matter what, it is impossible for Su Hai to turn around and deal with the dragon spirits. While his heart was relieved, Su Hai carefully looked at Wei Long and Tsonglong in front of him. He did not refuse and nodded slightly, agreeing with the two women's decision. After all, Su Hai didn't suffer in the slightest in this kind of thing. Instead, he got two peerless beauties with different styles for no reason. The most important thing was that Yanlong and Tsonglong actually possessed these two women as well. Even for the existence of these two 5-star golden eggs, Su Hai would nod in agreement. After seeing Su Hai nodding in agreement, Wei Long and Tsonglong were also slightly relieved. In fact, in their hearts, they are also very happy to unite with Su Hai to deal with the god of war. It's just for the sake of the entire race. If there is no surefire way, neither Wei Long nor Tsonglong will agree to it at will, the union of people who are far stronger than themselves. Sir, this is the place of residence prepared for you. Lord Yanlong and Lord Tsonglong have already instructed. Of course, if you have any needs, you can ask at any time, and we will try our best to meet them. In this way, after half an hour, Su Hai and Jabril, led by a humanoid dragon in a maid costume, came to the gate of another palace. It turned out that half an hour ago, Su Hai agreed to the terms of Wei Long and Tsonglong. Yanlong and Tsonglong felt no hesitation and set the time for the marriage to be 5 days later. After all, it takes time to make some preparations, and it is natural for Su Hai and Jabril to live in this mysterious realm of dragon spirits. Obviously, this gorgeous palace in front of me is the resting place prepared for Su Hai's Sanchi Zero by the two daughters Long and Tsonglong. Master, it seems that you have deceived two beauties again this time. And a dragon girl, standing at the gate of the palace, watching the leaving dragon maid. Jabril suddenly turned her head to look at Su Hai next to her and said. There was a teasing look on his face, and he also seemed very appetizing. Obviously, Jabril was still a little helpless at this time. Since Jabril decided to follow Su-Hai, Jabril has decided that Su-Hai is her new master. A few days ago, Su-Hai took in Phil, an elf girl, because she took in the elves, and Jabril already had some regrets. Now it's just a trip to the secret realm of the dragon spirit species, and Su-Hai has obtained a lowly dragon girl, Wei Long, and a One-Isan dragon girl, Song Long. Although Jabril knew in her heart that these were unchangeable facts, it was inevitable that she would feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, in the face of such a situation, Su-Hai already has a lot of experience. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to be like a duck to water in the world of Demon High School. But what Jabril didn't know was that in other worlds, there were more women by Su-Hai's side. If Jabril understood this, she might immediately enter a morbid mode. In this way, the two of them settled down in this palace, and the 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. And this day also reached the day when Su-Hai agreed to hold a wedding ceremony with Wei Long and Song Long. Now the whole secret realm of the dragon spirits is full of lanterns and beams of joy. Wei Long and Song Long obviously attached great importance to this wedding. Before the ceremony, they also came to ask Su-Hai's preference. Therefore, the form of this wedding is very similar to that of ancient Huxiao weddings. With a large number of dragon essences standing on the ground, facing the sky, opened their huge mouths and spit out flames dozens of meters high as the magic circle appeared. It turned into countless fireworks in mid-air, fell from the sky, and gradually dissipated in the air, forming a splendid scene like fireworks. Su-Hai, who was wearing a red groom's costume, came with Wei Long and Song Long, who were wearing bridal costumes from left to right, and walked towards the huge palace above the towering giant tree in the center of the secret realm. A very splendid flame magic flashed across the sky, which was a blessing for the three of Su-Hai. The three of Su-Hai's footsteps seemed to be slow, but in fact, each step crossed the distance of dozens of steps of ordinary people. So the three of them quickly entered the palace. In this palace, all the powerful dragon spirits are in it, turned into human figures, standing on both sides of the hall. There are probably dozens of people. And at the front end on the left, Jabril also stood there quietly. In this way, after holding all the proper ceremonies, Su-Hai, Long, and Song Long were sent directly into the prepared bridal chamber. It's just that Su-Hai didn't realize that when he turned around and left with Wei Long and Song Long, Jabril was staring at the back of their leaving. And there's a strange look in his eyes. Su-Hai must be very familiar with this expression if he sees it. Because this is not the first time Jabril has shown such an expression. Whenever Jabril shows such an expression, it proves that Jabril has some weird ideas again. The Great Lord. In the deepest part of the entire palace, it was originally the place where Wei Long and Song Long usually lived, but now it has become a wedding room. At this time, in the entire room, there were only Su-Hai, Wei Long, and Song Long, a man and two women. Looking at the two people sitting in front of him, wearing a hijab, one tall and the other short. Su-Hai also smiled, stretched out his hands, and gently removed the hijab from Wei Long and Song Long's heads. For Su-Hai, there is nothing but the pursuit of higher levels of power and never-ending pinnacles. The purpose of existence is to protect the people around him, and now, Su-Hai is very clear that he needs to protect two more people. That is Wei Long and Song Long in front of him. From now on, Su-Hai will never let anyone hurt these two people in front of him. A few hours later, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Su-Hai turned around and found Jabril. Facing Jabril's arrival, Su-Hai just wanted to ask, but Jabril didn't give Su-Hai the chance to speak. Dodged directly, came to the front of Su-Hai in an instant, and came to the side of Su-Hai. In the face of such a sudden situation, Su-Hai was also a little surprised for a while, but soon Su-Hai couldn't control it, and the person who delivered it to the door naturally did not let it go. It wasn't until the next morning that Su-Hai woke up leisurely and looked at Song Long, Yin Long, and Jabril on the 0.5 side. Su-Hai smiled knowingly, then stood up cautiously and walked outside. After passing through the long corridor, Suhai soon came to the gate of the palace. He jumped to the top of the towering giant tree, and the whole person was half lying on a huge leaf, overlooking the entire secret realm, everything. After taking a deep breath of fresh air, Suhai settled his mind in the system space. At this time, in the system space, there are 2 golden eggs shining with 5 stars, spinning quietly. Needless to say, these 2 5-star golden eggs are Suhai's unexpected harvest. Now that the conditions for obtaining them have been completed, Suhai naturally also got these 2 system used 2 5-star golden eggs. Looking at the 2 5-star golden eggs in the system space, Suhai, who was sitting at the top of the tree, did not hesitate at all and directly issued an order to the system in his mind. With the sound of eggshells cracking, the 2 golden eggs burst into dazzling light in the system space. As the light continued to shrink and dim, 2 fist-sized light clusters finally appeared in the system space, replacing the 2 5-star golden eggs that originally existed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to span multiple times, the Lock of the Sky, Hakuba Enhanced Edition. Among the 2 light groups, one has the form of a young giant dragon, and the other is wrapped in a golden chain curled together. Obviously, one of them is the ability of the dragon essence to close the timeline. This ability can be said to be very powerful, and the strength of each user is different, and the effect is also different. Ordinary dragon spirits can close their own future or within 5 minutes in the past, while more powerful dragon spirits like Weilong and Songlong can only span this time to several hours. As for Suhai, although he hasn't tried and can't accurately calculate how many timelines he can cross, in terms of strength, it must be much longer than Weilong and Songlong. As for another bonus, Suhai looks very familiar just from the outside. It was the Heavenly Lock that he had obtained. The Heavenly Lock was a great help to Suhai when he was relatively weak at the beginning. Whether it was killing the sun god Apollo in the wrong world or killing many godless gods in the god tester world, they gave Suhai indelible help. It can be said that Suhai has a huge growth on the road. As assistance. However, with the continuous improvement of strength, the former emperor has been unable to keep up with the improvement of Suhai's strength. After all, the enemies that Suhai faces are getting stronger and stronger, and the chain of heaven will rarely come in handy. However, after receiving the information about the Lock of the Sky, the enhanced version of Hakanawa, Suhai had a smile on his face. Because this heavenly lock is far stronger than the previous one. As long as the other party is a god, if the accompanying divinity is strong enough, even a 3-digit existence will be bound by this heavenly lock. Therefore, this heavenly lock is a very practical weapon for Suhai today. In addition to being happy in his heart, Suhai chose to receive it without hesitation and integrated the ability to span multiple times into his body. After doing all this, Suhai also summoned the Lock of the Sky that he once had, placed the 2 locks of the sky in front of him, and compared them carefully. While watching, Suhai secretly sighed at the power of the system. If you look at it from the outside, there's almost no difference between the 2 heavenly locks. However, the aura emanating from it is a completely different existence. Just as Suhai secretly sighed in his heart, when he was about to take back the 2 heavenly locks, the heavenly lock, Hakuba Enhanced Edition, suddenly waved a golden chain and wrapped around the other heavenly lock in Suhai's left palm. Under Suhai's somewhat stunned gaze, it gradually merged or devoured and finally turned into a single line. The body shape did not change in the slightest. If there is any change, it is that the breath has increased slightly. Obviously, in the case of the same species and the same origin, the powerful one of the heavenly chains, driven by instinct, devoured the weak one to enhance its own strength. This is a kind of pursuit of spiritual things for life transition, the most instinctive response. For such a situation, Suhai quickly understood. Suhai didn't do anything to stop it. After all, in a sense, Suhai was very happy to see this happen. Owner. Looking at the only sky lock left in his hand, Suhai can be said to be very satisfied after taking it back to the system space. Suhai clapped his hands, ready to stand up and leave the top of the tree. But at this moment, the voices of Wei Long and Jabril were heard. At the same time, in the direction for which the voice came, Wei Long, Song Long, and Jabril also appeared in front of Su Hai. Obviously, the three girls are not ordinary characters. The powerful dragon spirit and the legendary mythical creature angel. Although they were very tired last night, they recovered very quickly. After waking up, the three girls quickly got up and found Su Hai. Come and sit together. Looking at the three girls in front of him, Su Hai, who was about to leave, also stopped standing up and waved to the three girls in front of him, said with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the three girls naturally came to Su Hai's side quickly and sat down. Sir, our next plan is to... While watching the whole secret landscape, Song Long also asked Su Hai next to him. After getting along for the past few days, Su Hai also gradually got to know the characters of Yan Long, 373, and Song Long. Song Long, who is 1E San, is obviously much more mature and stable, and naturally has more things to consider. After Song Long's reminder, Wei Long and Jabril also looked at Su Hai with their own eyes, quietly waiting for an answer. Obviously, in the hearts of the three girls, today's Su Hai has now become their backbone. Don't worry, although I don't think I will lose, but since the god of war can become the most powerful existence in this world, it must be a very powerful opponent. We don't know him well, and we are still making some preparations. It's not too late to make a move after everything is safe. However, for a better union, all of you dragon spirits will move into my small world to live. Su Hai actually doesn't know much about God of War's strength and trump cards, although Su Hai can guess that God of War has never reached the level of triple digits. But it must be in existence, standing at the top of the 4-digit number. In the face of such an enemy, it is absolutely impossible to take it lightly. Su Hai is not in a hurry. Naturally, he needs to do more preparations. Draw all the allies you could draw together. And in the process, maybe you can find more golden eggs, so as to improve your strength. Why not do it? Since this is your husband's decision, then we naturally support it. I'm going to get them ready to pack up and get ready to move. Faced with Su Hai's decision, Yan Long and Song Long nodded and agreed without thinking. In fact, the group had already discussed this matter a few days ago. It's just that it took a few days to prepare for the wedding. Now that everything is done, it is time to prepare. To deal with a formidable opponent like the God of War, one cannot be sloppy in the slightest. It is necessary to gather all the forces together and dispatch them in a unified manner. Wei Long and Song Long are not ignorant people. They know this well. Between the words, Yan Long and Song Long stood up and prepared to inform the other dragon spirits. No, it's too troublesome to pack up. Since you're going to move, you can even transfer this secret realm together. After all, you have always been in this secret realm. If your life suddenly changes, you may not be used to it. However, Su Hai looked at the two who were about to leave, but suddenly stopped. This, together with the entire secret realm, do you want to? After a short period of doubt, Wei Long and Song Long also had a bold guess in their hearts, and they looked at Su Hai next to him in a stunned manner. Because Su Hai's words are very obvious. That is, he wants to move this secret realm into the world inside his body. It must be known that this secret realm of the dragon essence species is not a complete world, but after countless years of expansion and continuous improvement, the area has reached a very considerable level. Being able to move such a big secret realm is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Only Jabril stood by, always smiling, never doubting Su Hai's ability. After all, after seeing the huge world created in Su Hai's body, in Jabril's heart, Su Hai has already become an omnipotent god. Even if some people say that Su Hai is the god who created the world, Jabril will still have no idea. Believe without doubt. Don't worry. Just leave it to me. Perhaps he felt Yan Long Yilong's surprise and a hint of suspicion. Su Hai didn't explain too much, and after speaking lightly, the whole person rose into the air. Constantly flying towards the sky, he quickly penetrated the secret realm and came to the void space outside the secret realm. Standing in the dark space crack, Suhai looked at the secret realm that looked like a huge bubble not far below him. Without the slightest hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and slowly grabbed it downward. With such a seemingly slow movement of Suhai, a huge palm also appeared in the void. The entire palm seems to be composed of endless rays of light, and while the rays of light are emitted, the lines on the palm are also clearly visible. The secret realm that was originally huge is no longer so majestic under this giant hand. As the raised hands slowly folded together, the huge mystical bubble was directly grasped in the palm of the hand, grabbed directly from a void. At the same time, the entire secret realm shook violently, and all the dragon spirits in the entire secret realm felt this unprecedented situation. All of a sudden, they looked up at the sky and looked at the giant hand that covered the sky and the sun outside the secret realm. All of a sudden, there was a lot of discussion, and even more, they thought it was an attack from an unknown enemy. They all let out roars, wanting to rise into the sky and face this unknown crisis. Fortunately, at this time, the two dragon kings, Yanlong and Songlong, who were also caught in surprise, took the lead in reacting and hurriedly called on all the dragon spirits to stop everyone's unwise behavior. Controlling this giant hand, Suhai opened the door of space and entered his own world in an instant. In an area next to the Kabbalah Tree of Life, which is the most central part of the world, a piece of land was found, and the entire secret realm of the dragon spirit species was integrated into it. The place where the dragon spirits live is just opposite to the forest spirits. Looking at the new environment around them, all the dragon spirits flap their wings and observe everything around them in the sky. Flying freely, he is obviously very satisfied with this new environment. Master, are they dragon spirits? At the same time that Suhai finished all this, Phil Nirbalin also brought two elf species girls to Suhai's side and asked in surprise. Apparently, he recognized the identities of Weilong and Songlong in midair, and at the same time as he asked, a smile appeared on Phil Nirbalin's face. Because she knows the current situation, Suhai's goal is obviously achieved. With the addition of the powerful sequence race, the dragon spirit, Phil Nirbalin feels that his side's odds of winning have been greatly improved. In this regard, Suhai naturally nodded slightly, affirming Phil Nirbalin's thoughts. Just like that, Suhai stayed in his own world for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, Suhai did nothing but play with Yanlong, Songlong, Phil Nirbalin, and Jabril. It can be regarded as enjoying the blessings of Chi people, and this can be regarded as the life of salted fish in the busy journey. After playing enough, on this day, Suhai once again took Jabril out of his own world and came back to the light of the outside world. Ready to continue the journey to find and contain other series of races, Suhai was originally prepared for the three daughters of Long, Songlong, and Phil Nirbalin. However, in the end, considering that there are still many things to deal with in the dragon spirit and the elves, Suhai only came out with Jabril. Mistress, where are we going next? In the barren sky, Jabril and Suhai appeared in midair, following a ripple of space. Glancing at the boundless, lifeless red earth, Jabril asked Suhai next to her, obviously looking for the next target to go to. In the face of Jabril's inquiry, in fact, Suhai has no specific direction now. Although there are several target sequence races in his mind, the more embarrassing point is that Suhai does not know where these races live. But this didn't stop Suhai. After glancing at the surrounding sky, Suhai chose a direction that he had not been before and set off to fly over. Anyway, there is no accurate purpose now, and it is not bad to wander around this world and slowly look for it. While flying, Suhai can chat with Jabril next to him to relieve boredom. And when he is bored, he can stop to play, or do something that loves men and women. So it was quieter along the way, but Suhai didn't feel bored at all. This kind of time quickly passed for several days, but after the 8th day, Suhai and his party finally had an unexpected harvest. I saw Suhai, who was flying fast in the sky, suddenly stopped, as if he had found something, and looked at the ground below with some interest. Faced with such a situation, Jabril stopped immediately even though she didn't sense anything, and followed Su-Hai's line of sight and looked down. In addition to a barren piece of land, there is also this huge uplift, which looks like a huge mountain range. And in the middle of the mountain range, there is a cave that looks like a ravine. It was this cave that Su-Hai's eyes were undoubtedly locked on. "Master, is there anything strange here?" After using her powerful perception ability to scan the entire mountain range several times, Jabril still didn't find the slightest, so she asked her doubts. "I can't tell for the time being. Let's go in and have a look. I think there should be a good surprise." Facing Jabril's question, Su-Hai couldn't give an accurate answer for a while. In fact, Su-Hai also had a little doubt in his heart at this time, because Su-Hai really felt that there was a relatively powerful and deeply hidden energy reaction in the central area of this mountain. But what surprised Su-Hai was that there was no sign of vital signs in the entire bare mountain range, which proved that there was no life in this mountain range, which was obviously unreasonable. For a while, Su-Hai had no choice but to think that there should be some kind of object with powerful energy in this mountain. But until I see it, it's all hard to say. Without the slightest hesitation, Su-Hai landed quickly from the air and landed Jabril to the entrance of the cave without error, then walked towards the inside of the cave, and the entrance of the cave gradually became smaller as it went deeper. It is worth mentioning that, on the walls of the entire cave, every place is inlaid with crystals of various colors, emitting a light that is not dazzling, illuminating the entire passage. Even if it was a dark environment, it wouldn't have any effect on Jabril and Su-Hai today. But the existence of these navy has been proved in disguise. This is not a naturally formed cave. After all, these crystals are deliberately embedded in the entire passage. This is the Ex Machina. After Su-Hai and Jabril came to the end of the passage, a not huge platform appeared in front of them, and there was a figure in the center of the platform. Jabril said, subconsciously when she looked at the figure. What appeared in front of the two of them was a human girl whose appearance was about 10 years old. He has long black hair, snow-white skin, and ruby-like eyes. If there is no machinery that can be seen everywhere, and 2 pipelines like tails, she's just a beautiful human girl. Ex Machina? It was a pleasant surprise. In fact, when Jabril spoke, Su-Hai had already discovered that the Ex Machina girl in front of her was the heroine in the original novel. It is also the most special existence in the entire Ex Machina, the only parser among the Ex Machinas, and exists in pursuit of evolving the human heart. At the same time, it is also very powerful in combat capability, and its powerful computing power can almost replicate the power of all sequence races. Of course, it is generally less than 100%. Looking at the platform in front of him, the Ex Machina girl in the center with her eyes tightly closed and in the standby state, Su-Hai raised her footsteps again and walked towards the sleeping Ex Machina girl. Su-Hai naturally wanted to wake up the Ex Machina girl in front of her. After all, it was sent to her for nothing, so how could there be any reason not to? However, the moment Su-Hai stepped into the platform, countless luminous patterns appeared on the entire platform and the surrounding walls. In the end, they converged on the Ex Machina girl at the center. Perceptual enchantment? Interesting. Looking at these glowing patterns, Su-Hai instantly recognized that this was a magical perception barrier unique to elves, but now it was used to protect an Ex Machina girl. Obviously, this was deliberately set by the Ex Machina girl before she fell asleep, so that when someone came, she could use this perception barrier to wake herself up. It has to be said that the Ex Machina is a very unique existence among the 16 sequence races. This race of Ex Machina does not possess its own power like other races. However, plagiarism or duplication is very powerful. As long as the cards of other races have been seen once, the Ex Machina can copy, and become their own through powerful computing power. Although an Ex Machina cannot exert 100% of its power when it is used, the copied power can never exceed the original user. But when a large number of Ex Machinas are used together, they can exert far more power than the opponent. The power of. This is also the reason why even the upper races, such as the Flugel and the Dragon Spirit, are reluctant to provoke the Ex Machina. Suhai's purpose was to wake up the Ex Machina girl in front of her. Now, this Ex Machina girl can wake up spontaneously, and Suhai will naturally not stop it. This saved himself a lot of effort, so Suhai simply stood there and waited quietly. Sure enough, it was only a few breaths of time, and the Ex Machina girl, who had fallen into a deep sleep with her eyes closed, finally made some subtle movements. The eyes slowly opened, and the moment she opened her eyes, the Ex Machina girl did not speak, but looked at Suhai in astonishment. After a pause, Suhai and Jabril's slightly stunned gazes stepped forward and hugged Suhai. Turning his head to the side, he put his cheek against the position of Suhai's heart and quietly listened to the strong beating of Suhai's heart. Is this the sound of a heartbeat? Can you let me follow you? Obviously, this Ex Machina girl saw that Suhai was facing the person she was looking for. After confirming, he said without hesitation. Obviously, the Ex Machina girl in front of her thought that she should only follow Suhai, a human being. You can gradually get the heart you pursue through observation and simulation. It is a pity that the concept of heart, whether in a broad or narrow sense, they are all human beings or a very important part of thousands of living beings. As a mechanical life, wanting to obtain the existence of a heart is not much different from creating a creature out of nothing. There is no doubt that this is a very difficult thing. Even ordinary gods may not be able to create life, although this Ex Machina girl is a very advanced, intelligent life. But if he wants to obtain the heart that belongs to a living being alone, without the help of a higher level of power relying on him, it is obviously impossible for him to do it alone. By my side, it's not impossible. Just can I know your name? Suhai somewhat understands the strange behavior of the Ex Machina girl in front of her, and the Ex Machina is also one of the goals of her trip. Suhai naturally had no reason to refuse. Name? We have no names. Only numbers. Mine is JC207PR4F57F9. Perhaps the concept of name is a little vague, and each Ex Machina only has a number that belongs to it, and there is no name. Such a thing exists. Therefore, the Ex Machina girl in front of her said in a very cute voice after a pause for a second, I have to say that this Ex Machina girl's young and delicate body, coupled with her deliberately pretending to be domineering, is actually very weak. Looks very cute and cute. You can't do it without a name. Since you want to follow me in the future, then I will give you a name. From now on you will be called by. In Suhai's mind, a certain girl from 1,000 years later in this world came to mind, and for a while, she would take the same name for the Ex Machina girl in front of her. The Ex Machina girl in front of her, or the current Shiro, couldn't help but tilt her head and muttered to herself after hearing the name that belonged to her. Although the Ex Machina girl at this time was somewhat confused, a wave that had never fluctuated before appeared in her body. This unprecedented feeling made by even more certain that he would be able to achieve his goals by following the person in front of him. Xiaobai, can you contact your peers now? After walking out of the cave, Suhai subconsciously opened his mouth while walking, looking at Bai, who was next to him, and asked. If he could draw all the Ex Machinas to his side, it would be a happy thing for Suhai. Now that he has Bai, an Ex Machina girl by his side, it is undoubtedly a good breakthrough, and Suhai is naturally unwilling to give up. However, facing Suhai's gaze, Bai shook his head slightly and said no. After the Ex Machina girl's explanation, Suhai and Jabril also understood the reason. It turned out to be the only analytic body in the Ex Machina. After the decisions of all Ex Machina individuals, it is now an independent existence. You must know that the Ex Machina has this unique feature, that is, all the individuals are actually connected together, which can be said to be a huge whole. In order to study the existence of the concept of heart, Bai has been separated from the huge totality, and he cannot reconnect with the totality until it is completed. Because once connected, it proves that the journey of pursuing heart is over. 0. Ask for flowers. Suhai did not insist on this either. And just like that, it wasn't long before Suhai embarked on a new journey. It's just that this time behind Suhai In addition to Jabril and Angel Girl, there is another Ex Machina girl. In the database in Bai's mind, there is the data of the Tiani's ability to move, so Bai can also use his powerful computing power to use the pseudo-skyshift. In the presence of only one Ex Machina, Shiro, perhaps the timing of activation or the distance would be a little worse than when Jabril used it. But to deal with the situation at hand, it is completely sufficient, allowing Shiro to keep up with Jabril and Suhai with ease. This is human. After another 2 or 3 days of flying in a group of 3, Suhai finally met new life. In the high sky, Suhai keenly discovered that there are several life forms on the ground. From the appearance point of view, there's no doubt that they are male human beings. However, the situation of these 5 humans is not optimistic now, and they are fleeing wildly on the huge plain. And behind them is a huge earthworm monster chasing frantically. Devour together with the ground, a huge gap spread rapidly towards the 5 fleeing people. Quite simply, these 5 humans have been targeted by this huge creature. Although these 5 people are fleeing desperately, it is only a matter of time before they are caught up. Jabril. In the face of such a situation, Suhai is naturally a human being, so it is impossible for Suhai to die. So calling Jabril's name directly, the meaning she wants to express is self-evident. Leave it to me, Master. As Jabril, who has the SS attribute, naturally, for such a thing, no one will refuse. Instinctively, Jabril is also very happy to deal with such an existence. So after getting Suhai's order, without hesitation, he flapped the wings behind him and charged down. You and Eri, you go first. I'll lead this monster away. Among the humans fleeing frantically on the ground, a boy with silver hair and a pair of goggles fled at the same time, said to the surrounding companions. This boy with a cold face is the leader of this group of people. By observing the fast-approaching monsters behind him, the teenager named Rick Dora knew that if this continued, none would escape. Instead, it is better to attract this monster by yourself and create a chance for others to escape. No, you're the leader of all our survivors today. You can't have an accident. Let me go. However, as soon as the boy's voice fell, he was unanimously refuted by the remaining 4. Not to mention 377. Although human beings in this world are very weak, but in this desperate situation, there's a kind of fire spirit that is not afraid of death for the sake of racial reproduction and inheritance. Facing the opposition of the 4 people around him, Rick Dora, as the leader of the human survivors, is the most intelligent existence in the entire human race. Until now is not the time for quarrels, and sacrifices must be made to let one person steer the monster away. However, just as Rick Dora was about to say something, he slammed into the sound when the monster behind him excavated the ground, and the surging vibration suddenly stopped. Facing this sudden change, the 5 people turned their heads subconsciously. This is the flugel. As the eyes of the 5 people shifted, an unforgettable scene appeared in their field of vision. I saw an angel girl inciting the pure white angel wings, staying quietly in the air, and there was a magic circle in her hand that did not completely dissipate. But the earthworm monster that had been chasing them had already stiffened in place, and the entire front half of the body had disappeared without a trace. The place where it was broken was still bubbling hot, and the first half of this earthworm monster's body was obviously destroyed by a single blow. After a brief stunned look, both Rick Dora and the other 4 stared at Jabril in midair. There was no joy in the rest of his life, but a look of despair and unwillingness on his face, because they already recognized Jabril's identity. Facing the pursuit of the earthworm monster before, Rick Dora and his party were able to help others escape safely by sacrificing 1 or 2 people. Now, in front of Jabril, the upper race flugel, they have absolutely no chance of escaping successfully. This is also the reason why they didn't turn around and escape immediately, but stayed where they were. Because they know that, for weak humans, anyone from any superior race can kill them effortlessly. Which one to kill first? It's really confusing. At this moment, looking at the desperate Rick Dora 5 people, Jabril's old troubles were committed again, and she deliberately showed a morbid expression and said word by word. At the same time, he also looked back and forth on Rick-Dora 5 with his eyes full of scrutiny, as if looking for prey to hunt. It's over. Damn it. This guy. In the face of this situation where there is no chance of winning and can only wait for death to come, Rick-Dora and the others are very complicated in their hearts. Some people even recalled their relatives in the survivor base. For Rick-Dora 5, when they chose to search for supplies, they were ready to die. At this moment, in the face of death, although he is very unwilling, even a little scared. But it is not unacceptable, and they're always at ease. After all, it is the people in the human survivor base. In the cruel environment of this world, there are not many human beings who have survived, and only a little more than half of them are males. Besides the young and old males, there are very few people who can afford to go out to search for living materials. If the 5 of them were wiped out today, it would be impossible to select more men from the entire survivor base to collect survival materials. Without material supplements, then, waiting for the fate of the survivors, there's only death. Jabril. But just when the 5 Rick-Dora were desperate and thought that humanity was over, Suhai brought Xiaobai to Jabril's side, facing Jabril's bad taste. Although Suhai didn't blame the plan, he still stretched out the index finger of his right hand and flicked it on Jabril's forehead, shaking his head helplessly. Master, people are just joking with them. Although she didn't feel the slightest pain, Jabril rubbed her forehead cooperatively and responded with a bit of grievance. This is another ex machina. Facing the sudden appearance of Suhai and Xiaobai, the 4 except Rick-Dora seemed even more desperate, and at the same time, they also felt a little numb. Because the characteristics of Xiaobai's body could not be more obvious, there is no doubt that they belong to the machine type. A flugel has been able to kill them in the blink of an eye, and now there is another ex machina. Only Rick-Dora observed something different. Not only did he not completely despair, but looked at Suhai in large numbers, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Excuse me, are you human? Anyway, he was already in a desperate situation of death, but Rick-Dora didn't have the slightest concern at this time. Suddenly taking 2 steps forward, looking up at Suhai in midair, he asked something that even he didn't quite believe. As an ordinary human being, Rick-Dora is undoubtedly a very talented existence. With an IQ far exceeding 0.5 of ordinary human beings, Rick-Dora not only clearly remembered the characteristics of the 16 sequence races, but also learned Goblin, Mori, Goblin, Demon, Orc, and other languages of different races. Language. Through observation, Rick-Dora keenly found that Suhai was very much in line with the characteristics of a human in terms of appearance and language. In addition, not every human being is unable to cultivate. Although human beings with the will to cultivate are very rare, in the era when human beings were very prosperous, they belong to the existence of 1 in 100,000. But under the huge base, there are also many cultivators in the once prosperous human beings. It's just that in the cruel century war, human beings are almost extinct, and the inheritance of cultivation has been cut off, and there are almost no people who can be qualified. Essentially so, in the face of Rick-Dora's question and a surprised expression, Suhai slowly landed from the air and came to Rick-Dora and other 5 people, answered in the affirmative. After getting this answer, in addition to surprise, the faces of Rick-Dora and others also showed the joy of the rest of their lives. Brother Suhai, ahead is the secret base of our lives. In this way, after an hour, Suhai and his party, led by Rick-Dora and others, came to a huge canyon. I saw Rick-Dora pointing at the bottom of the canyon, a cave that looked very inconspicuous, and said slowly. Obviously, Rick-Dora now has complete trust in Suhai's kind. In fact, at the beginning, with Rick-Dora's wisdom and vigilance, it is generally not so easy to trust others. However, the identity of Suhai Human 03 gives enough advantages. After all, in this world, only clansmen are the only trustworthy existences. And Rick Dora also understands that Su-hai has absolutely no need to lie to them. After all, Rick Dora can clearly see whether it is the existence of the Ex Machina, Xiao Bai, or the existence of Jabril, the Flugel. They are all dominated by Su-hai. With two such powerful men, there is absolutely no need to beat around the bush if you want to do something. Along the way, Su-hai also expressed his desire to challenge the god of war to completely change the world. Also invite Rick Dora and the rest of the human survivors to join. In fact, today's human survivors do not have the slightest power at all. The reason why Su-hai sent the invitation was just to give them a better living environment from the standpoint of being human. Facing Su-hai's idea of challenging the god of war, the other four except Rick Dora looked at Su-hai with crazy eyes. Obviously, I feel that Su-hai is seeking death. After all, although they are ordinary human beings, they also understand that the god of war is the ruler of this world and the most powerful god in this world. It is impossible to be defeated at all. Otherwise, the god of war will not be able to control the entire world from a high place. However, Rick Dora had a different idea in his heart. After looking at it, Xiao Bai and Jabril, who were standing behind, Su-hai did not hesitate to join. For the rest, although I was a little surprised that Rick Dora would agree to join, in the end, he chose to trust Rick Dora. After all, Rick Dora, the leader of today's human beings, has never let them down. In fact, Rick Dora is not really sure that Su-hai can defeat God of War, but Rick Dora thinks this is a chance worth taking. Su-hai is definitely a strong person in Rick Dora's heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conquer Xiao Bai and Jabril. From Rick Dora's point of view, Su-hai definitely has some merit or aspect over God of War. Otherwise, Jabril, the Flugel, as a life created by the god of war, would not be able to leave the god of war and return to Su-hai. Facing the direction that Rick Dora pointed to, Su-hai nodded slightly. In Su-hai's perception, there is indeed a life form in this body. After scanning it, there were probably more than 100 appearances. In the face of such a situation, Su-hai could not help but secretly lament the cruelty of the melee of various races in the past. At the beginning, among all the races, there are the largest number of human beings, and now there may only be more than 100 left. As they approached, an extremely hidden iron gate appeared in front of the group. Rick Dora came to the door and knocked on the door 7 times with a very special pattern. Now it's just a cipher, a signal that it's safe to open the door. And the fact is the same. After a while, the iron door was open from the inside. A petite and slender, with bright hair and blue eyes, shining with the brilliance of life. Wearing goggles, a gem is always hanging on her waist, her face is always full of smiles, and a girl who is always a little sloppy sticks her head out. This young girl is Rick Dora's titular sister, Clone Dora. After Clone Dora found out that it was Rick Dora who was standing at the door, she also showed a happy expression on her face. Angel. However, as her gaze shifted back, Chronodora Rick discovered the existence of Xiao Bai and Jabril. There was a hint of fear on Clone Dora's face. After all, the images of angels fighting other races and affecting humans were still vivid in my mind. In Colony Dora's heart, as long as it is a creature of other races, it is an extremely dangerous existence. And the Fluttershy is the most representative of them. It's a bit complicated for Clooney. I'll talk to you slowly later. But don't worry, they are not enemies. Fortunately, at this time, Rick Dora quickly explained. In the face of Rick Dora's words, although Colonel Dora was a little hesitant, she calmed down. Of Rick Dora's character, Clooney Dora naturally knows best. In this way, Rick Dora walked in with Su-hai and others while he was talking. As he went deeper and deeper into the survivor's base, Rick Dora slowly told Clone Dora the cause and the process. After listening to all the stories, Colonel Dora understood everything. Surprised to find that Xiao Bai and Jabril are followers of Su-hai. Su-hai is an uncompromising human powerhouse and has to bring himself and others to a better environment to live. Although Clone Dora accepted the information, she did not recover for a while. He has been in a state of utter shock. Fortunately, Clone Dora's ability to accept is relatively strong, and she soon accepted this reality. Under Rigdora's suggestion, all the surviving humans were gathered in the entire survivor base in the early stage. Rick, Big Brother Suhai, and 143 of us all arrived. After half an hour, Clooney Dora, seeing that most of the survivors in front of him were old, weak, and sick, Suhai didn't have too many surprises. After all, he had already guessed everything when he came back. With a slight movement of Suhai's thoughts, a space passage was opened in front of everyone, and signaled to Colony Dora and others to enter this space passage. It's just that Clooney Dora looked at the 1 meter wide, 2 meter high, very dark portal in front of her. However, there was a slight hesitation, and he subconsciously turned his gaze to Rick Dora. There was a hint of questioning in his eyes. Although Clonadora has learned from Rick Dora's mouth, Suhai is also a human, not a human being of other sequence races, nor an enemy of human survivors. But in such a short period of time, it was impossible for Clonadora to trust Suhai easily. The survivors who can survive in such an era have experienced hardships and have very strong vigilance. Until Rick Dora, the current leader of the human survivors, nodded solemnly, Colonel Dora took the lead and led all the human beings into this space channel in turn. In this way, after a while, all the human survivors entered the world inside Suhai's body through the space tunnel. Faced with such a situation, Suhai also dodged and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had returned to the world inside his own body. Clooney Dora and others who came to this world first were already stunned, standing there and looking at everything in front of them in shock. This world may be nothing to Suhai. After all, it is a very familiar existence. But for people like Clone Dora, even the air is so wonderful. Today, the outside world has long been unsuitable for human survival. If humans want to go out, they need to wrap themselves tightly to avoid contact with certain substances in the air, thus being corroded by the energy in the air. But in this world, there is not only fresh air, but also endless greenery, all of which exude a breath of vitality. At the same time, the dragon spirits and elves who were busy building their own homes were constantly flying in the sky, which was also a scene that Clooney Dora and others had never seen before. From now on, this is where you live. Except for the Kabbalah Tree of Life in the center, you can find a suitable home anywhere else as your future home. If you need any help, you can talk to me or talk to other people here, and they will all help. Looking at the astonished Clooney Dora and the others in front of him, Suhai smiled slightly, not too different. After all, facing such an environment, even Xiao Bai, who was an ex machina, was surprised for a moment. And what about the nominally ordinary survivors like Clone Dora? The first to react was Rick Dora. As a human being full of wisdom, Rick Dora has a calmness far beyond his peers. Therefore, he was the first to recover from the surprise after confirming that everything in front of him was real. Rick Dora looked at Suhai in front of him with an unprecedented smile on his face. Because from a moment he came in, Rick Dora deeply realized the vastness of this world, which is no smaller than the real world outside. Rick Dora is very clear that the existence that can create such a world is definitely a powerhouse at the same level as God of War. With such an existence as Suhai, Rick Dora is full of confidence in his plan to deal with the God of War next. Finally, I feel that overthrowing the God of War and recasting the world is no longer a distant dream. After explaining everything, Suhai took Xiao Bai and Jabril and turned to leave, preparing to go to the place where the forest spirit and the dragon spirit were located, and have a look at the current situation of the two parties. As for the settlement of the survivors, such as Colony Dora, Suhai was not worried at all. As for the tenacity of human beings, Suhai can be said to be very clear. As long as there is a suitable living environment, human beings can develop completely. Husband times 2. After a while, Suhai took in the Kabbalah Tree of Life in the center and saw the oncoming 2 daughters Weilong and Songlong. Apparently, the second daughter felt Suhai's presence at the moment Suhai entered the world, so she deliberately waited for Suhai to come. The moment they saw Suhai, the second women's league called out in surprise. At the same time, The whole person flew over and quickly plunged into Suhai's arms. Obviously, after this period of separation, both girls miss Suhai very much. It turned out that when Suhai left the inner world, Suhai wanted to promote the rapid development of the elves and dragons and the evolution of the world as soon as possible. So speeding up the flow of time in this world, although Suhai seems to have only spent more than 10 days outside, it has actually been decades in this world. This is one of the reasons why the second daughter is so happy to see Suhai. How was the girl doing now? In the face of the two girls who suddenly rushed over, Suhai's reaction was also very fast, and he quickly opened his arms to catch it. While feeling the softness in his arms, Suhai also asked with a smile. In this question, Suhai was also a little surprised, because the development of the forest elves and dragon elves has far exceeded Suhai's expectations. In this perfect world where resources are needed, good Zhao Zhao, the forest spirit and the dragon spirit species are developing at the fastest speed and without end. But in just a few decades, the number of dragon spirits has increased by 1/3, and the number of forest spirits is even more incredible, and the number of personnel has almost tripled. And under the leadership of Phil Nearbalin, the genius girl of the Elves also researched the Zeroth permanent protection of the Void on the basis of the Zeroth protection of the Void. This brand new Void Dima permanent protection can combine the power of all the elves, and at the same time, cast the Void Zero blessing. As the number of people increases, the power of Void Zero's permanent protection will increase. In theory, there is no upper limit. In other words, as long as there are enough forest elves who can cast the Zeroth protection of the Void, they can even resist the attacks of powerhouses far exceeding their own strength. Master. Anyway, according to the news we got, as long as we pass through this demon forest, we can reach the territory of the orc race. Under the sky, emitting a bewitching red light, a young human boy stood quietly on the edge of a black forest. Beside him, there was an angel girl and a purple-haired girl with a few mechanical parts on her body. Obviously, these two are Suhai, Jabril, and Xiaobai who have come back to the outside. After living in their own world for a few days, the surviving humans chose a place to settle down. Suhai, Jabril, and Xiaobai returned to the outside world. This time, Suhai's target was the orc race in the very center of the forest in front of him. Let's go in. Faced with such a situation, Suhai didn't hesitate at all, turned his head and glanced at Xiaobai and Jabril next to him. He lifted his foot and stepped into this forest that seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness, full of black dead wood, without a trace of vitality. When Jabril and Xiaobai saw this, they didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly followed. The three of them are not ordinary people. Although they did not use the means of flying or shuttle between 377, but even this seemingly slow walking, the speed far exceeds the normal running speed of ordinary people. It didn't take long for the three of them to go deep into the forest for several kilometers, constantly approaching the center of the forest. Roar. But at this moment, Suhai, who was walking at the front, seemed to sense something and stopped suddenly. His eyes glanced around, and there was a hint of interest on his face. In the next moment, Xiaobai and Jabril, who was an angel, also felt something and did the same thing. With a roar like a beast, the three of them felt something approaching quickly. And the fact is also true. In the place where the three people are less than a few meters, more than a dozen beasts with a body over 4 or 5 meters, showing their bodies from behind the dead trees. Showing off his sharp teeth and claws, his scarlet beast pupils had a ferocious gaze, apparently taking the three of Suhai as prey. Judging from the situation of these monsters, it is obvious that there is no rationality. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to feel the powerful aura emanating from the three of Suhai. Now, the behavior of these beasts is no different from death. Obviously, it is because they have no reason, so they are driven by the desires in their hearts. Is it a monster? I didn't expect that there is a monster here, but it's just a few miscellaneous soldiers. Master, let me solve it. It turned out that these were not ordinary beasts, but members of the sequence race intentional demon species. Seeing these monsters, Jabril was actually a little surprised, because as early as in the previous war, the creator of the monsters, the god of this race, had been defeated and swallowed by the god of war. And the demon species was also in that war, and the place where they lived was almost completely destroyed. Jabril had also participated in that battle, and knew that almost all the demon species at that time were wiped out. Jabril even thought that there should be no demons in this world, and she didn't expect to meet again here. However, judging from the current situation, the demon species is indeed almost extinct. These are just miscellaneous soldiers who escaped by luck. In Jabril's mind, these weak beings don't need Su-Hai's shot at all. Brother Su-Hai Xiaobai can also help. The moment Jabril finished speaking, Xiaobai said not to be outdone. It is worth mentioning that, after getting along for a while, Xiaobai's name for Su-Hai has also become Su-Hai brother. Moreover, Adaf, Xiaobai has been clamoring to have a baby with Su-Hai, saying that in this way, he can find the answer that human beings have hearts. This made Su-Hai a little dumbfounded. Although Su-Hai didn't know what was going on, Xiaobai suddenly had such an idea. But Su-Hai vaguely felt that the reason why Xiaobai possessed these strange knowledge was definitely related to Phil Nerbeline, a forest elf. During these few days in the inner world, Xiaobai often played with Phil Nerbeline. Phil Nerbeline, as the leader of the entire forest, usually seems to be a very mature and stable girl. But Su-Hai is very clear. Phil Nerbeline is actually a natural black character. Su-Hai naturally had no problem with the idea that the two girls wanted to solve it. However, Su-Hai didn't have time to say anything. The surrounding monsters couldn't wait for a long time. After all, delicious food was right in front of them. For these monsters who had been hungry for some time, there was no resistance at all. What's more, there's a voice in the instinct of these monsters that tells them that if they can devour the three guys in front of them, then they will definitely reach a new height. Driven by instinct, the dozen or so demons launched attacks in unison, with their powerful limbs acting on the ground and leaping into the air. He opened his bloody mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and lunged toward Su-Hai. But at this moment, the whole world seemed to freeze, and a white mist suddenly appeared in the originally dark space. The surrounding space was shrouded, and the dozen or so demons that were still alive in the sky stood still in midair, as if they had been immobilized. The extreme ice instantly covered the bodies of these monsters, freezing them into ice sculptures one after another. As expected of the fairy controlled by the master, although it is not the first time I have seen it, this kind of power that seems to be able to freeze everything, even space and time, is still so shocking. At this time, Jabril did not pay attention to the scene of being frozen into an ice sculpture in midair, but turned to look at Su-Hai next to her, and said with a smile, "I don't know when, a huge phantom has appeared behind Su-Hai. There is no doubt that this phantom is Tsang Bing, Su-Hai's beast monster. The reason why these 12 demons were frozen in an instant was also because of the power of this beast. On the contrary, Xiaobai seemed very calm from the beginning to the end, because to Xiaobai, no one else was important, only Su-Hai was the one who needed to observe. In this way, the group of three continued to set foot on the road to the middle of the forest, and with Su-Hai's departure, these demons that were frozen into ice sculptures also shattered. In the end, it turned into countless tiny ice crystals and fell to the ground. Obviously, the dead can no longer die. In this way, on the way, Su-Hai and his party encountered some low-level demons who wanted to devour them. Unfortunately, without exception, each demon was inexplicably wiped out before they could get close to the three of them, or turned into ice crystals or burned by the red lotus karmic fire that emerged from the body. Although it was a different attack, but without exception, these demons did not. They just survived. Obviously, these belong to Su-Hai's handwriting. These monsters are not at all threatening to Su-Hai, but as a different scenery on a boring trip, it is still good. As the three of them went deeper, the environment in front of them gradually changed. It was a dark, bare forest. The trees with life gradually appeared. The further you go inside, the more green leaves on the trees, and the more lush the trees grow. The strangest thing is that after the three of them reached the emerald green area, they never met a single demon species again. Obviously, someone killed all the demons in this area or drove them to the periphery. Stop, who are you? This is the territory of our orc race, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. In the green forest, after walking for a while, Su-hai and his party finally came to the most central area. They were also a little surprised by the scenery in front of them. Surrounded by dense forests, a city full of European style with a city walled dozens of meters high appeared in front of the three of them. Moreover, at the entrance of the city, there are still two young orcs guarding. One has wolf ears and wolf tail, and the other has a very strong body with a round brown animal ear. Judging from the observation, it should be the werewolf family and the capable human family, which are the branches of the orc race. Don't get me wrong, we have a deal to discuss with your chief. So please let me know. Facing the two goalkeepers in front of him, Su-hai didn't want to take action against them if it wasn't necessary. After all, the purpose of Su-hai's visit was to cooperate with the orcs, and it was not a good idea to injure the other subordinates before they met. Our leader can't see outsiders. You should go back wherever you came from. It's a pity that although Su-hai wants a peaceful solution, it's a pity that the two guys in front of him are obviously not very friendly. Master, leave it to me. Faced with this situation, before Su-hai had time to make a decision, Jabril spoke bluntly. There was a hint of danger in his eyes, and he looked at the two newborn calves in front of him who were not afraid of tigers. In Jabril's heart, Su-hai, the master, was undoubtedly the supreme being. Now it's just two slightly stronger swarms of ants that dare to offend Su-hai. It was really an act of courting death. According to Jabril's character, the two had already been sentenced to death in her heart. Yes, but do it lightly and don't hurt their lives. We're not here to kill, after all. At this point, Su-hai also understands that he will definitely not be able to enter the city with just one mouth. That being the case, it would be good for Jabril to make a fuss. As long as he is serious, he will not only be able to enter the city smoothly, but he may also be able to attract the leader of the beast race. After getting Su-hai's consent, Jabril's face finally showed a morbid smile, and she had to move towards the two orcs guarding the door. In the process of walking, Jabril unfolded her angel wings again. It turned out that when she was walking on the ground, Jabril usually folded her wings. Wing, you're a flugel. Seeing Jabril's changes, the two orcs guarding the door were also surprised. As a member of the orc race, although both of them are very young in age, they have not participated in previous wars. Zero asked for flower zero. But I have also heard from the older generation in the race that they know what kind of existence Tainyatsi is. For a while, both of them became tense, took a defensive stance, and at the same time took out a signal flare, which was successfully placed in the sky. Jabril didn't stop what the two did. After all, Jabril's purpose was to attract the attention of everyone in the city. Where are you looking? Just as the young werewolf boy and the capable man showed their sharp claws and fangs and were ready to fight, Jabril, who was in front of them, suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already behind them. How is that possible? What a speed! Zero. Blood. Feeling the sound coming from behind, it sounds very pleasant to outsiders, but to the two people in the field, it is like a devil whispering in their ears. The two dodged subconsciously, and at the same time turn around and wave their claws. But unfortunately, both of them seemed too weak and childish in front of Jabril, both in terms of speed and strength. Before the two of them touched Jabril, they were blown away by the wave of spirit power that erupted from Jabril's body. Flying upside down in midair, the two orc youths with blank heads also understood that in their current state, they could not be Jabril's opponents at all. So he used his whole card without hesitation, and in an instant, countless scarlet patterns spread all over the two of them. It looks like a terrifying blood vessel, and it is obviously a kind of secret technique of augmentation. And the fact is also true, bloodbad is the innate ability of every orc race, and is also the most secret and powerful trump card. When used, it can greatly increase the all-round strength of each orc species, but unfortunately the side effects are too great. Therefore, blood damage is almost a double-edged sword. Until the moment of crisis, is a last resort. Orcs generally, the blood-red lines are all over the body, and the two orc races who have entered the bloodbath state have been greatly strengthened as a whole. At this moment, the physical quality has been improved several times, and the whole person disappeared in place in an instant, leaving only a trampled pit on the ground, and the sound of two air bursts. Obviously, the speed of these two people has exceeded the speed of sound, reaching a level that is invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. For their own state, the two of them, who had enough confidence, without the slightest hesitation, launched a counterattack directly. They headed towards Jabril not far in front of him, and the moment they disappeared, the two of them came to Jabril's left and right sides at the same time. He swung out the claws in his hand at an extremely fast speed. But unfortunately, the speed and power they were proud of, 380s, was still a little too small in Jabril's eyes. What? How is it possible? The moment they waved their sharp claws, not only did they easily take over their attack with their hands, but they did not suffer any damage. Even the skin on their hands was not cut. Just when the two wanted to retreat first, dodged away, and made other plans. The two found out that a huge force was coming from their hands, and it was not something they could resist at all. Under the action of this force, the two flew out at a faster speed, hitting the city wall heavily, causing the entire wall to vibrate. This sudden impact made them instantly lose their ability to fight, and they also retreated from the bloody state. The side effects of using this ability and the damage to the body all exploded at this moment. Even though they possessed a strong body far beyond that of ordinary people, the two still lost their ability to fight. Stop, who are you? Why do you want to strengthen the territory of our orc race? Just when Suhai was about to take Xiao Bai and Jabril over the two guys lying on the ground and enter the city, a somewhat cute and crisp voice came from a distance, and then a group of people rushed over. The leader was a little lowly who was less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing a dress similar to a neon kimono, with a pair of blue fox ears on his head and a foxtail of the same color behind him. He is obviously a half-orc. Behind him, on the left, stood an old man who also had fox ears and tail characteristics, and on the right was a tiger orc. They were followed by two teams of wolves and tiger orcs. Looking at the two injured clansmen, the leading little lowly was obviously a little angry and came to the door to watch Su Hai and the others ask questions. Angel? Ex Machina? Human. It's an odd combination. Compared with this young lowly, the old fox family on the right is obviously more sophisticated. In an instant, I recognized which sequence race the three Su Hai belonged to through their physical features. At the same time I understood, I also had more doubts in my heart. After all, in his opinion, it is impossible for the three races of angels, ex machina, and humans to live together peacefully, let alone gather together like this, and still look like they are mainly human. The four soldiers quickly lifted the two people who fell to the ground and checked the injuries, and found that apart from the sequelae, they were relieved after only 2 broken ribs. With the powerful physique of the orc race, as long as it is not a fatal injury and irreversible wounds, they can recover quickly. But even if the people who knew him were not hurt too much, all the orcs present were still watching Su Hai and the three of them warily. Because no one present knew the purpose of the Su Hai trio, the Su Hai trio, who came suddenly, were friends or foes. Don't worry, we are not enemies. The reason why we are here is just to make a mutually beneficial transaction with your orcs. Seeing the group of people coming, Su Hai also told Jabril to stop and return to his back. After all, his purpose has been achieved. I saw Su Hai opened his mouth to look at the orc little lowly who was less than 10 meters away from him, and said slowly, "Deal? The old man doesn't think there is anything worth trading between your excellency and our orc race." Facing Su Hai's words, the little lowly who was in the lead didn't speak, but the old man standing next to him spoke first. Obviously, the old man was very alert and didn't want to have too much interaction with Su Hai. How do you know if you haven't talked about it? Since the deal is fair, it proves to be beneficial to both parties. This is not a place to talk. It is better to find a suitable place in the city to talk slowly. When the time comes, it's not too late to agree or disagree. Facing the old man's words, Suhai was not disappointed in the slightest. From the beginning to the end, Suhai didn't think that he could conquer the whole orc race with just a few words, so there was no surprise. Instead, he continued speaking with a flat face. "Please, Your Excellency," but obviously, the old man's heart was too vigilant, and he didn't intend to let Suhai enter the city, let alone make a deal. "Grandpa, it's a guest from afar. We block guests at the door. Not the way to entertain guests. Why don't you listen to what he said about the deal? It's not too late to decide." But at this moment, the little lowly who was standing in the front and leading the way spoke up, interrupted the words of the old man next to him. Obviously, the courage of this little lowly is obviously much higher than that of the white-haired old man next to him. And there is also a slight interest in 0.5 for what Suhai calls a trade. "Since you said so, Ishue, then do as you said. Anyway, you are the patriarch now, and I am old man." It turned out that this leading little lowly was named Hatsu Ikshu, who possessed the most powerful talent among the orcs, a rare individual who could permanently activate the blood secret technique, and was also the patriarch of the orcs today. The old man next to him was Hatsu Ikshu's grandfather and the patriarch of the previous generation. Seeing his granddaughter agree, the old man thought for a moment, and then he didn't say anything. After all, he also hopes that his granddaughter, who is now the patriarch, can stand alone and lead the orc race to prosperity. After all, she was about to come to an end, and Hatsu Ikshu could not rely on herself forever. And this old man is very aware of the power that Jabril, an angel, possesses. If Suhai is really an enemy, the power of the current orcs alone will not be able to resist the attack of Jabril, this angel. What's more, behind Suhai stood Xiaobai, an ex machina. Hatsu Ishue is obviously also very interested in the purpose of the three Suhai's arrival. I was also a little curious in my heart. After all, Hatsu Ikshu was chosen as the chief of the beast race due to her special physique since she was born. It is precisely because of this that Hatsu Isuki, who is still in the growing stage, cannot leave the city of the beast race at all. The purpose is to allow Hatsu Isuki to grow up in a safe environment. Therefore, Hatsu Ishue is very interested in the outside world. Now that the three of Suhai come from outside, Hatsu Ishue naturally also has a strong interest in the arrival of the three of Suhai. After getting the consent of his grandfather 03, Hatsu Snow finally followed his own heart and prepared to let the three of Suhai enter the city. Although many orcs who followed Hatsu Sayuki felt that it was inappropriate to do so, they naturally did not dare to say anything after seeing that Hatsu Sayuki, the patriarch and the old patriarch, had agreed. In this way, under the leadership of Hatsu Sayuki, Suhaisen followed Hatsu Sayuki across the city gate and entered the city. At the moment of entering the city, the basic buildings of the whole city also entered the eyes of Suhai. Every building in the city is basically European style and looks very elegant. However, some buildings are obviously not built by ordinary human beings. Who is that guy? To be able to walk with the patriarch? Looks like a human. Wouldn't it be the patriarch who took it back? Walking on the stone-paved street, there are many ordinary orc people on both sides of the street, occupying the streets on both sides. Seeing Suhai walking side by side with Hatsu Ikshu, they all guessed. Clearly, there's a lot of interest in the origins of this stranger, Suhai. But none of this is a question Suhai needs to answer. This is our meeting room, which is made of special, or which is secret and safe enough. After a while, the group came to the most central place in the city and found a meeting room in the castle. In this case, I'm not talking nonsense anymore, I hope. In this conference room, there was a long table. Suhai was not polite and took Xiaobai and Jabril directly to the other end of the table. And Minarchy Ishue was sitting at the other end with her grandfather and several important people of the orc race. Although Hatsu Ishue is still young, sitting in front of Suhai, she still pretends to be very calm and majestic. It's just that this obviously doesn't match her lowly appearance, which makes Suhai feel very cute instead of feeling the slightest majesty. While looking at the lovely Hatsu's Ikshu, Suhai didn't say nonsense and directly stated his intentions. He told that he had to deal with the god of war and hoped that the orcs could join in. Impossible. You're just a human being. It's just whimsical. You don't know the horror of the god of war at all. Although you have angels and ex machina by your side, they are nothing in the eyes of the god of war. Don't say it's a god of war. Even the flugel he created can easily destroy you. Facing Suhai's bold speech, Hatsu's Ishue didn't even have time to speak. Hatsu's Ishue's grandfather, who was the old patriarch of the orc race. He appeared very excited and stood up from his position and refused without hesitation. Looking at Suhai at the same time, he said excitedly, "It seems that Suhai is out of control and crazy." Although Hatsu's Ishue didn't know how Suhai got the followers of Xiaobai and Jabril to his grandfather, in his heart Suhai was still just a fragile human being, and it was impossible to compare with the upper sequence race. Not to mention challenging the god of war standing at the top of the world. Not to mention Hatsu's Ishue's grandfather. Even Hatsu's Ishue's eyes widened at this moment, looking at Suhai in surprise. Although Hatsu's Ishue is still relatively young, she has heard of the horror of the god of war since she was a child, and she also understands what kind of existence the god of war is. Now I heard someone want to challenge the god of war and pull the undefeated existence of the god of war down from the altar. This is undoubtedly a very shocking thing. Sure enough, isn't verbal persuasion alone enough? Seeing the reaction of Hatsu's Ikshu and the others, Suhai sighed with a smile and said helplessly. In fact, as early as the beginning, Suhai had already anticipated the current situation. In this world, each race is constantly fighting, which has also led to each race being very cautious. If there is no absolute certainty for the survival and continuation of its own race, no race is willing to take risks. What do you want to do? Perhaps he felt the helplessness in Suhai's mouth and the breath of wanting to do something. In the entire conference room, all the orcs immediately alerted 380 meters and made a counterattack at any time. The few orcs next to Hatsu's Ishue protected Hatsu's Ishue in middle. Facing the reactions of these people, Jabril was smiling from beginning to end and did not take these orcs in the slightest. As for Xiaobai, he didn't react at all, just sat quietly beside Suhai, as if only Suhai was in his eyes and everything outside was none of his business. Don't be nervous if I want to do it. You have no chance to resist, because you are too weak. By this time, Suhai knew that if they didn't show enough strength, these orcs wouldn't accept their existence at all. So while talking, Suhai's right index finger was also on the table and tapped lightly. And it was this gentle touch, like a drop of water dripping into the calm lake, but with endless ripples. These continuous drops turned into a terrifying pressure that expanded outwards in the air and instantly spread to all the orcs opposite Suhai, except for Hatsu Sayuki, whom Suhai deliberately took care of. All the other orcs, including Hatsu Sayuki's grandfather, were all crushed to the ground under this terrifying pressure. Under this terrifying pressure, all the orcs in the room only felt that every cell in their body was under enormous pressure. Couldn't move at all. Grandfather, looking at the grandpa, who suddenly lay on the ground, unable to move, with a painful expression on his face. Hatsu's Ishue also showed a worried look and said subconsciously, "At the same time, I want to help him up. It's a pity that it doesn't have any effect at all, even if Xiao Ishue entered a bloody state at the beginning. With her strength alone, she was still too insignificant in front of Suhai. Impossible! How could you, a human being, have such a powerful force?" Faced with such a situation, Hatsu Sayuki's grandfather was both surprised and frightened. Surprisingly, Suhai, who is only a human, possesses such unfathomable power that he directly suppresses them with just one finger. What they were afraid of was that they finally realized clearly what kind of terrifying existence Suhai, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, was in front of them. Originally, Xiaobai and Jabril were no longer what the orcs said they could deal with, but now the power that Suhai has shown is even more unfathomable. If the three of Su-Hai want to destroy the entire orcs, things will come to an end. Easy thing to do. My lord, with such a powerful strength, you don't need my help at all. And our orc race is only a median race, and it is also one of the weakest median races, and it is impossible to be an opponent of the god of war. It was only at this moment that Hatsu's Ayuki's grandfather realized that he was not qualified to be on an equal footing with the person in front of him. The tone also became humble in an instant. It wasn't that Hatsu's Ikshu's grandfather bullied the weak and feared the tough. This is the main theme of this world. The strong live and the weak die. This world is a very cruel world, and only powerful races can survive and live a stable life. In the face of people who are stronger than themselves, weak people can only retreat, pray, and avoid. You take yourself too seriously. The god of war certainly belongs to the master. What you have to do is to hold back my former kind of flugel. Facing the old man's words, Su-Hai didn't speak. Jabril had already explained in place of Su-Hai, and her words were full of disdain. Now I feel that Hatsu's Suki's grandfather thinks highly of him too much. Contain flying wings. If there are only one or two such few people, we may be able to do it, but in the face of the entire upper-level race like the flugel. U.S. After hearing that he was not facing the god of war, but the flugel created by the god of war, Grandpa Hatsu's Ayuki no longer had the slightest joy on his face. Because for the entire orc race, whether it is the powerful god of war or the flugel created by the god of war, for them, there's not much difference. Because even the flugel, as long as there are more than one existence, can easily destroy the entire orc race. It is also a matter of 10 deaths and no life to let them contain the entire flugel. Faced with such a situation, Su-Hai did not intend to talk too much nonsense. Sometimes what he saw with his own eyes was far more convincing than what he heard. I saw that Su-Hai directly opened the space channel, and then took Hatsu's Ikshu and the old man, crossed the space door, and entered the small world. How is that possible? Are these all dragons and forest elves? Hatsu's Ishue and the old man only felt a daze in front of them. When they regained their eyesight, they had come to another world they had never seen before. Su-Hai was standing in front of him, while Hatsu's Ayuki and the old man were standing a foot behind him. The most important thing is that the three of them were floating in the air, and when they found themselves staying in the air, the old man had a look of fear on his face, fearing that he would fall from the sky. However, after finding that he was held up by an inexplicable force and his body did not fall, he calmed down and began to observe the surrounding situation. On the contrary, Hatsu's Ishue was more calm, without the slightest fear, but was very curious about this novelty. After a while, the two discovered the existence of forest elves and dragons not far below them. And not one or two. The number is as many as 10. With the experience of the old man, he instantly recognized that it was the forest spirit and the dragon spirit. It's just that I can't believe it. It is necessary to know that these two races are the existence of high-ranking races, and the dragon essence is one of the best. Female husband X2. Sir, people. Just when the two were surprised, three figures suddenly flew from below and quickly stopped in front of Su-Hai. Very happy to say now. There is no need to send more. These three people are naturally the three daughters of Yin Long, Song Long, and Phil Nearbalian. Looking at the three girls who came to him, Su-Hai also smiled and nodded in response. Beast man, husband, is this the new companion? At this time, Philnibble Yin and the others also discovered the existence of Hatsu's Ayuki. The mature, stable, and very intelligent Song Long obviously guessed something. After looking at Hatsu's Ishue and the old man, he asked with a smile. At this time, Chu Shao Ishue's grandfather was already surprised and didn't know what to say. Hatsu's Ishue's grandfather felt a lot of pressure from Song Long's three daughters, especially when Song Long fixed his gaze on him. The old man even felt that he was being stared at by an ancient fierce dragon. Up. At this moment, the old man knew very well in his heart that the three girls who seemed harmless to humans and animals, and even looked very beautiful and lovely, were not simple existences. Let me introduce you to this. And this kind of effect is exactly what Suhai needs. Seeing that the desired effect has been achieved, Suhai no longer wastes time and speaks directly. After some introduction, Hatsu's Ishiue and the old man finally understood that the three girls in front of them were actually the patriarch of the forest elves and the two dragon kings of the dragon elves. After half an hour of not talking in the real world, Suhai brought the two back to the real world. My lord, please give us a little time to prepare. After all, we have many civilians to arrange. After coming out, the old man's attitude has already... Obviously, this old man has fully recognized the current situation. After all, Nian's forest spirit and dragon spirit species, which are far stronger than them, have joined. They have no reason to refuse, nor the right to refuse. Suhai naturally did not refuse the old man's request. After all, Suhai was not in a hurry, so there was absolutely no need to refuse. My lord, this old man has another request, and I hope that my lord can agree. Seeing Suhai nodding and agreeing to give him the time to prepare, the old man did not turn around and leave, but looked at Suhai in front of him and said hesitantly, a look of hesitating to speak, as if there is something that he doesn't know whether to say or not. Facing the hesitant look of the old man, Suhai thought it was because he wanted to raise some conditions or something. Suhai is not a tyrant either. If the request is reasonable, Suhai thinks it is okay to agree. Therefore, he did not categorically refuse, but asked the old man to express his request. I also hope that you can make Hatsu's Ishiue your wife, just like the two adults he Wei Long and Satoshi Ryu, in order to achieve a closer relationship between the two parties. But the next moment, the old man's 380 request made Suhai a little surprised. This old man was inspired by Wei Long and Song Long. Only by gaining a more intimate relationship can he ensure the status of the orc race in the future. Moreover, Suhai is undoubtedly a powerful person, and Hatsu's Ishiue can marry a powerful existence, which is also a very beneficial thing for this old man and the entire ethnic group. This world has always admired the strong, and the strong can have everything. This is both cruel and an eternal truth. Hatsu's Ishiue, who was next to her, was stunned after hearing her grandfather's words, and then she stared at Suhai with her own eyes. Looking at the unusually handsome Suhai, it echoed the absolute strength that Suhai just showed. For a while, his face was slightly blushing, and he lowered his head, looking a little embarrassed. Obviously, Hatsu's Ikshu was too immature for the lifespan of the orcs, and her mind had not reached the point where she could stand alone and remain calm. Faced with such a situation, I still feel shy and daff in my heart. At this time, Hatsu's Ishiue had various emotions in her heart, but there was no sadness or sadness. Just like the main theme of this world worshipping the strong, Hatsu's Ishiue also worships Suhai, and being able to marry a strong person whom she admires is undoubtedly very lucky in Hatsu's Ishiue's concept. This, in the face of the old man's active selling behavior, Suhai was hesitant and didn't know how to answer. After all, no matter what, Hatsu Sayuki is still too small in terms of body size, and has not reached the stage of adulthood at all. Of course, could it be that Ishiue doesn't fit your aesthetic? Looking at Suhai, who was a little hesitant, the old man thought for a while that Suhai didn't like Hatsu's Ikshu, with a pity on his face, and said helplessly. Hatsu's Ishiue's head was lowered even lower, and a look of disappointment flashed across her face. No, I like Hatsu's Ishiue very much. Hatsu's is very cute. It's just that Hatsu's Ikshu is too young. Facing the old man and Hatsu's Ishiue who looked like this, Suhai felt that he had no choice but to tell the truth with a wry smile. Yes, so it is. However, the old man did not explain clearly. There's an adult among human beings, and I think adults are also concerned about this. But please rest assured, Lord, Hatsu's Ishiue really hasn't grown to a mature stage in the ethnic group. But according to the age of human beings, it is actually more than 60 years old, which has completely reached the standard of marriage among human beings. Hearing Suhai's explanation, it was obvious that the learned and talented old man understood Suhai's concerns. At the same time as he suddenly realized, he also quickly explained, It turned out that Hatsu's Ikshu just looked young, but in terms of human age, she was actually 5 or 60 years old. Only 50 or 60 years for the long-lived orc race. It has not yet reached the maturity stage. In this way, the concerns of the two sides were resolved, and their hearts were anxious, so that the old man who had many nights and dreams directly set a date. It was decided that Hatsu's Ikshu and Suhai would complete their engagement and become husband and wife in 3 days. Hatsu's Ayuki did not object to this point at all, but had some vague expectations. As for Suhai, of course, there is nothing to say. Sir Suhai, I'll take you to a place to rest. Having made a decision, the old man was ready to go down and gather, and before leaving, he specially asked Hatsu's Ishue to take the 3 of Suhai to a resting place. And he specially told Hatsu's Ishue to spend more time with Suhai's side during this period of time, which is also just to cultivate feelings. In this way, the group came to the 2nd floor of the castle, with these 3 very luxurious rooms. Apparently, these 3 rooms are for the Suhai trio. Perhaps it was because of the wishes in his heart, or because of the arrangement of his grandfather, or both. After arranging the room for Suhai, Hatsu's Ishue did not leave immediately, but stayed. But he didn't know what to say if it wasn't for Suhai, who broke the peace first, and the two started talking to each other. Perhaps the atmosphere in the room will be very calm. It was not until night came that Hatsu's Ikshu left the room and returned to her residence alone. My lord, this time you deceived another. Looks like you guys are having a good time chatting. It seems that you really like this little girl, sir. You won't be the legendary young girl control. Just when Hatsu's Ikshu left and Suhai was about to rest, Jabril suddenly appeared in front of Suhai. Glancing at the direction Hatsu's Ishua left, she looked at Suhai with a somewhat mocking expression and said, "Is it not okay?" Facing Jabril like this, Suhai was already used to it. After all, Jabril was interested in teasing her director for fun. Therefore, without being polite at all, she came directly to Jabril and hugged her, walking towards the bed in the center of the room. In this way, in this happy time, 3 days are fleeting. Now, in the entire city, all the orcs are ready. Only after Suhai and Hatsu's Ikshu got married, they moved into a small world. In the festive atmosphere, everything is going on in an orderly manner, and at night, in the room that belongs to the bridegroom and the bride, Hatsu's Ishue covered her red hijab and sat quietly beside the bed, while Suhai just stood in front of Hatsu's Ishue and slowly pushed the hijab from Hatsu's Ishue's head with her hands. Looking at Hatsu's Ikshu, who was very cute in front of her, Suhai also seemed a little hesitant for a while. Although I know Hatsu's Isayuki is not human, I also understand that Hatsu's Isayuki cannot be judged by human appearance. But Hatsu's Ayuki's appearance is still too young after all. Lord Suhai, it doesn't matter. Our orcs are very powerful, and I'm the most talented being among the orcs today, and no one in my clan is as strong as me. So you don't need to have the slightest scruples. Or is it that Suhai-sama doesn't like Ishue? Perhaps he also saw the hesitation in Suhai's heart. Hatsu's Ishue was a little shy, but still said, seeing Hatsu's Ishue's expression and words in front of him, Suhai also shook his head suddenly, feeling that he was thinking too much. He has gone through so much and has become a powerful being, but he still retains some of the concepts that he used to be a human being. He was completely unaware of his current concerns, but for the girl in front of him, it was a kind of self-esteem injury. So at this moment, Suhai no longer hesitated at all and stepped forward to hug Hatsu's Ikshu and put on top. And he also lay down. Next, with a lifetime of groaning, the room. When it was near noon the next day, Suhai woke up leisurely and looked at Hatsu's Ishue, whose tears were still dry next to him. Suhai got up cautiously and left the room quietly, without disturbing Hatsu's Ishue's rest. Master, it seems that you had a good time last night. Just woke up now. When he left the castle and went outside, Suhai saw Jabril and Xiao Bai. Jabril teased with interest. At this time, the orcs in the entire city are preparing. Apparently, everyone knew the news of the change of place to live. Facing Jabril's teasing, Su-hai just reached out and tapped Jabril's forehead without saying anything. Instead, he looked at all the busy orcs in the city with his own eyes. "My lord, everyone is ready." It wasn't until evening that Hatsu's Ikshu's grandfather came to Su-hai and said, on the street below the castle, all the orcs lined up in a winding, very huge line. Everyone was holding a large package, apparently containing all of their belongings in it. This is thanks to the strong body of the orc. If it is an ordinary person, it really can't hold such a heavy thing. In that case, let's start teleporting. Just let everyone pass through this space door. Faced with such a situation, Su-hai did not talk nonsense, and directly summoned the space gate and placed it at the forefront of the team. Then let everyone go through this space passage. Due to the large number of people, it took half a day to transfer everyone into the small world. Facing the newly arrived orc species, Su-hai placed them in one of the remaining positions near the central Kabbalah tree of life. This makes humans dragon spirits, forest spirits, and orcs occupy one direction respectively, which just surrounds the Kabbalah tree of life at the very center. Husband, are we really going to destroy the god of war? In the small world, because Su-hai created the moon and the sun, there's also an alternation of day and night. Under the moonlight at night, Su-hai sits on a leaf of the Kabbalah tree of life with Weilong, Satoshi, Jabril, Xiaobai, Hatsu is Suki, and Phil Nearbalin. Now, Su-hai can be said to be surrounded by beauty. Looking at the moon in the sky, Hatsu's Isuki asked with a worried look. Zero asked for flowers, because just now, Su-hai has decided that it will not be long before he will carry out his plan and confront the god of war. Although Hatsu's Ishua knows that Su-hai is very powerful, the power of the god of war has also penetrated into the hearts of every creature in this world. Hatsu's Ishua is still a little worried after all, and Su-hai, who is going to confront the god of war head-on. Not only Hatsu's Isuki, but also Phil Nearbalin, Long, and others have no bottom in their hearts. And only Jabril believed that Su-hai was the strongest from the beginning to the end. This is normal. After all women have different personalities. Don't worry. Well, since I do this, I must have absolute certainty. If I'm not sure, I won't go to die. After all, I can't bear to see you again. Su-hai didn't feel impatient with Hatsu's Ishua's worry, but a warm feeling appeared in his heart, and he stretched out his hands to embrace Hatsu's Ishua and Long in his arms. He spoke comfortingly. The tone is very gentle, but full of unprecedented confidence and firmness. While speaking, Su-hai also looked up at the sky, as if he had penetrated the barriers of the world and saw the god of war above the temple of the world outside. On the other side, above the sky dome of the outside world, there is this other dimension, and this space is where the Flugels live. And in the uppermost layer of this alien space, close to the barrier of the world, there is a place like heaven. There is nothing else in this place except for various colors and a shrine in the center. On the throne of God sat a handsome young man, but there was a dull look in his eyes that did not match his apparent age. There was no expression on his face, but it was full of indifference. It seemed that nothing in the world could arouse his interest or bring her the slightest happiness. Endless life, but became his curse. But at this moment, this handsome young man seemed to sense something and looked down, as if through layers of space he saw what he wanted to see. Are you ready? In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed, and in the small world belonging to Su-hai, Su-hai stood in front of the space passage leading to the outside world. In front of Su-hai, there was just a huge team. Standing in the forefront, of course, are Xiaobai, Jabril, Hatsu's Ishu, Phil Nearbalin, Weilong, and Satoshi Ryu. And behind them, these are giant dragons and forest elves. There is no doubt that after more than 10 days of extravagant life with all the girls, Su-hai has decided to officially fight God of War, and the time is set for today. After some planning, Su-hai also decided to bring the forest spirit and dragon essence, plus Xiaobai, Jabril, and other girls. Originally considering the safety issue, Su-hai was 387 and did not intend to bring Hatsu's Ikshu along with him. However, After Hatsu's Ishua stated that he also wanted to help Suhai, Suhai did not refuse. But for the sake of insurance, Suhai finally imposed protection on the girls. Allow them to use their power to a certain extent. Looking at Suhai in front of them, everyone nodded in high spirits. In that case, let's go. Seeing such a scene, Suhai also nodded in relief. Suhai has a hunch that if he can defeat the god of war, he will reach the apex of this world and force the star of this world to appear as a cup. It is definitely an unparalleled help for oneself to break into 3 digits. Although today's Suhai has the existence of Kabbalah of life, he has created his own world. As long as he continues to develop his own world and absorb all the rules of the outside world, one day he will reach the state of omniscience and become a 3-digit number, but it will take too long after all. Although Suhai can now feel that his strength is getting stronger every day, the more he does, the more Suhai feels that 3 figures are far away for him. The Star Cup in this world gave Suhai great hope. Because from the perspective of the original work, the stars representing the authority of this world will not only appear in front of the strongest. Mastering the Star Cup of this world means that you have mastered everything in this world, and everything in the world is in control of a single thought. This is undoubtedly the state of 3-digit omniscience. Although it is limited to this world, it can be used by analogy. With the experience and insights of being in charge of this world, Suhai will definitely be able to gain unprecedented gains and feed back the power of this world into his own world. Use this to speed yourself up into triple digits. Under the leadership of Suhai, the huge team instantly appeared in the broken real world and went straight to the sky, towards the sky. Master, this is it. With Jabril as an angel leading the way, naturally, he quickly found the secret realm belonging to the flugel. I saw Jabril pointed to the void space above the sky, turned her head to look at Suhai, and said, "Obviously, this is the entrance to the flugel living space. Such a space barrier may be difficult for others to break into. But to Suhai, it was nothing at all." I saw Suhai raise his right hand and gently drew a trajectory in the void. Immediately afterwards, the incomparably hard space barrier was torn open, creating a huge opening. Everyone entered without hesitation. "Jabril, you traitor!" In the next instant, everyone came to a space full of white that looked very holy. There are no other gorgeous colors in this space, only white and gold. At this time, an angel with the same pair of angel wings as Jabril, but with a metal halo on his head, looked at Jabril angrily and said, behind her, there are a large number of flugel. Obviously, when Suhai brought people close to the secret realm, these flugels had already sensed it, so they made preparations early. The leading angel seemed to understand something the moment he saw Jabril. "Master, leave them to us. The old man should be waiting for you at the top." However, Jabril was not affected by this angel in the slightest. Instead, she turned to look at Suhai and pointed out the space where the god of war lives. Suhai didn't say anything. After all, it was arranged like this from the beginning, so Suhai glanced in the direction above his head and went straight to the sky. "Stop!" Faced with Suhai's actions, the flugels naturally understood who Suhai was aiming for. While angry in his heart, he also wanted to intercept and stop him. However, Jabril, Yanlong, and other women naturally wouldn't give them chance, so they directly stopped them. "Jabril, don't forget that God of War created us." Faced with such obstacles, these angels had no other way. Knowing that they couldn't stop Suhai, they simply stopped. After all, how powerful her god's power was, they also knew something about it. Angels who had not seen Suhai's shot did not think that Suhai would be the opponent of the god of war. Instead, she was very puzzled by Jabril's choice to betray, and looked at Jabril and asked, "Azrael, you don't understand the old man's mood at all. What he needs is not our faith, but an opponent who can defeat him. If anyone knows the loneliness of the god of war the most, then it is undoubtedly Jabril, who was created as a weapon of the enemy. I think you should be the god of war, Artiksu." At zero point 0.5 on the other side, after Su-Hai left, he quickly passed through several space barriers. Came to the deepest part of this space. It can also be said to be the highest point. He looked calmly at the young man, sitting on the throne not far away. Although it is a questioning word, but the tone is full of affirmation. This young man carries a strong divinity and that sharp aura that is invincible and invincible. Everyone tells Su-Hai that this is a powerful presence that has never been defeated. You're here at last, guest from heaven. Facing the arrival of Su-Hai, the god of war did not look surprised at all. Instead, he stood up from his position happily and looked at Su-Hai with full of fighting intent. From a god of war's words, it was obvious that he knew that Su-Hai was not from this world. I hope you can defeat me. These endless years are too boring after all. The breath on his body continued to rise, and the god of war's eyes exuded a trace of anticipation and endless fighting intent, and said slowly, obviously, from the bottom of his heart, God of War hopes to have a powerful enemy who can give himself a vivid battle, and can defeat himself, but as a god of war, facing Su-Hai, he won't have the slightest bit of water, and he will definitely do his best. That's what I came for. Looking at the guy in front of him, so pure, as if he was only born for fighting. Su-Hai also responded with a little admiration in his heart. At least heart to heart, as far as he is concerned, Su-Hai cannot have such a pure desire to fight only. Perhaps both sides felt the confidence in the other's eyes and the firm pursuit of victory itself. Unanimously launched the attack at the same time. In the outermost space, the battle between Songlong, Jabril, and others also started quickly. The Flugel are indeed very powerful, but unfortunately under the siege of the dragon spirit and the elves, whether it is the number of people or the individual strength, they're still weak, and at the moment of the fight, they are at a disadvantage. What's more, Jabril, Phil Nirbalin, Hatsus Ikshu, and other women all have the protection of Su-Hai, and can use part of the power of Su-Hai's power. Therefore, not long after the war started, the battle ended in a one-sided situation. Except for a few Flugels who were eliminated, most of them were arrested. After the battle was over, Yin Long and the other women were just guarding the Flugel on the spot and had no intention of going deep into the depths to help Su-Hai, because they knew very well that Su-Hai and God of War would not be able to help them in this level of battle, and they would become a burden if they went there. The wisest choice is to wait quietly for the final result. The power of the earth. And in the deepest part of the space, Su-Hai and the god of war are at war with each other. The two disappeared from the spot almost instantly, and then fought close quarters, turning into two silhouettes that kept flickering. Even some asteroids in the sky will be shattered instantly under the influence of these aftermaths. Judging from the pure physical confrontation, although neither of them used their trump cards and were still in the tentative stage, they were still evenly matched. However, after fighting for a while, Su-Hai did not intend to continue, because if there is no real action, even another year of fighting will not have any results. With the activation of the power, the whole world in Su-Hai's body instantly blessed Su-Hai's body, and Su-Hai also obtained terrifying power. Before the formation of the inner world, when Su-Hai activated the power of the earth, he could only bless the power of a few continental plates at most. And now, Su-Hai can directly bless the world within himself on his body. In fact, there is not much difference between this world and the real world, so the power that Su-Hai can obtain far exceeds the blessing of continental plates. After all, the world within oneself, neither in size nor in size, is not a continental plate. It can be compared. Under Su-Hai's sudden increase in strength, the god of war did not react at all and was instantly hit in the face by Su-Hai's powerful fist. Under the powerful impact, the god of war's face was quickly twisted, turning into a streamer and rising into the sky. I don't know how far it flew, after hitting a planet and burying it in the depths of the planet. This force was removed. Haha, I don't know how many years I haven't felt this feeling. Choosing you as your opponent is indeed the most correct decision. Let's come again. God strike. With a roar, it fell into a two-breath silence, but in the next instant, half of the stars exploded. Accompanied by the sound of wild laughter, the god of war rushed out from the interior of the planet. Not only did the aura on his body not weaken at all, on the contrary, it became more vigorous because of his excitement. The face distorted by the attack also recovered as if it had never been injured. A wave of violent energy entwined around him. A huge magic circle covers the starry sky above Su-Hai, and in the center of the magic circle, endless energy is gathering, and there is no doubt that the god of war is also moving. And the target of this attack is naturally Su-Hai. Faced with the brewing of this magic circle, Su-Hai also made preparations, waiting for the next attack. It's not that Su-Hai doesn't want to dodge, it's just that Su-Hai can feel that the god of war's attack has locked him, even if he uses the power of space to dodge to another place. This attack will also penetrate endless distances and land on himself. In the face of such a force, there is absolutely no way to avoid it except to confront it with more powerful force. Don't dodge. The process of condensing energy seems to be slow, but it is actually very fast. Looking at Su-Hai, who did not evade Xiaofeng at all, standing the void, the god of war, exuding a violent 390 breath, while talking, he also launched an attack directly. An energy storm full of destructive power fell from the center of the magic circle. Hit Su-Hai directly below. Everything along the way, whether it is meteorites or dust in the universe, cannot hinder the pace of the energy storm. Almost in the blink of an eye, the attack was already over Su-Hai's head. Facing this attack from the sky, Su-Hai suddenly had a long sword in his hand. There is no doubt that it is the sword of salvation. While looking up at the energy storm, Su-Hai poured his power into the divine sword of salvation, and the blade slashed toward the energy storm that came to him from the bottom up. In the next instant, white light and purple light burst out. At this moment, the god of war, standing in the sky, also frowned slightly, staring at the center of the energy explosion. Because the violent energy density is too high, even the god of war cannot see the situation in the center of the storm. However, in the next instant, the white light suddenly flourished, and a crescent-shaped sword energy instantly cut the terrifying energy storm into two halves. After the energy storm was cut and defeated, the sword energy flew towards the god of war unabated. In the face of this flying sword energy, the god of war also responded instantly, and an immeasurable amount of magic circles instantly spread all over his body. If Phil Nearblin is here, he will find that these magic circles are very similar to the Zeroth protection of the Void of Sun Spirit. It's just that the situation displayed by the god of war and the effect of the outbreak far exceeded Phil Nearblin's understanding. The reason why god of war can use such power is actually quite normal. After all, the gods of the elves were defeated by the god of war, and their essence was also swallowed up. The god of war naturally possesses the power of the god of the forest. It's a pity that the Zeroth protection of the void that the god of war casts is indeed amazing, but it still can't defend against the sword energy that rides on the power of the world. Along with the shattering of the magic circles, the god of war was also submerged by this sword energy and was instantly cut into two pieces, with only one head and a small part of the body left. Such an injury is absolutely irreversible for some ordinary gods. But the god of war's face still did not change in the slightest. In the next instant, a strange fluctuation occurred in the space where the god of war was. The god of war, who had been seriously injured, actually recovered as if he had never been injured. Time ends? Seeing such a result, Su-Hai frowned slightly and expressed his guess. It turned out that the power used by the god of war was the power of the dragon essence to close the timeline. In the next instant, Su-Hai felt relieved. The god of war devoured the god of the forest and gained the power of the god of the forest, and the creator of the dragon spirit species, Long Long, was also defeated and devoured by the god of war. It is naturally reasonable for the god of war to have a unique ability of the dragon spirit species. You are indeed powerful, even stronger than the end dragon who is able to fight me with all his strength. It's a pity that I am not the me I used to be. If this is all your power, then the final victory will belong to me. The light faded, and the god of war, who was restored to his original state, looked at Su-hai, who was holding the sword of salvation below, and said slowly. God of War obviously felt Su-hai's power, but he also had absolute confidence in his current power. Today's God of War is only one step away from being able to control this world, and it can even be said that as long as he is in this world, God of War is an immortal existence. This is why every time Su-hai attacks, the God of War will not dodge or dodge. Even if he knows that he will be injured, he will not follow through. You are indeed very strong, and you have the capital to be proud of. You're still a little too confident, and since that's the case, let's end this battle. After some fights, Su-hai also roughly understood the power of the God of War. It was really terrifying, although I couldn't make it difficult for myself, but it was actually in the middle of nowhere. However, Su-hai has more means and deeper background, and naturally he will not be inferior to God of War. The moment he finished speaking, Su-hai's fingers moved slightly, and countless golden chains suddenly stretched out from the void around the God of War. The moment the God of War was aware of it, he was bound by this golden chain. Looking at the chain that suddenly appeared, the God of War didn't care. In the God of War's heart, there was nothing in this world that could restrain him. Therefore, an abyss-like divine power burst out in his body in an instant, and he wanted to talk about the bondage of this chain. It's a pity that he still paid the price for his arrogance. This chain's officially enhanced version of the Heaven's Chain. As long as it is a god, with strong enough divinity, even an omniscient 3-digit existence is impossible to break free. What's more, the God of War, who is now in the 4-digit exception, has just touched the edge of the 3-digit number. There is no doubt that no matter how powerful the God of War is, when he comes into contact with the Son of Heaven, he will return to nothingness, as if he was silenced. A terrifying power has no use for martial arts, and the divinity in the body is suppressed to the limit by the lock of the sky, and it is impossible to move at all. Immediately afterwards, a gate of space suddenly appeared behind the God of War, instantly swallowing the God of War who was bound. And Su-hai also took a step forward, grinding into the space and disappearing. In this way, the space that was filled with various energy storms in the last second has calmed down again now. When Su-hai and God of War appeared again, they had come to another world full of life. Standing in the void, the God of War also discovered one world after another in the vast starry sky, in which boundless continent with a towering giant tree in the center of the world. Is that so? It seems that this is a world that belongs only to you. If it is in this world, I really have no immortality. Seeing all this, the God of War knew in his heart, and knew that he would face defeat in the next battle. Looking at Su-hai in front of him, he said slowly. There was no failure of anger, unwillingness, and hatred on his face. On the contrary, it was very flat, relieved and relieved. Seeing the general, Su-hai didn't say anything nonsense, and his thoughts moved slightly. In the vast starry sky, the lunar star and the sun star, that is, the moon and the sun, erupted with powerful energy. It turned into a scorching sun formed by the red lotus karmic fire, and the true fire of the sun, crossed the endless void and burned away towards the God of War. Under the shackles of the heavenly chain, the God of War was unable to use the divine power in his body to resist, so he was naturally hit by this round of scorching sun without any accident. Under the alternating burning of the sun's true fire and the red lotus karmic fire, the powerful body is quickly destroyed and reborn. A brutal fight was going on. Obviously, success or failure depends on whether the scorching sun goes out first or if the body of the God of War can't bear it first. But the result is already doomed in this world where everything is controlled by Su-hai. The creator, Su-hai, is the master of this world. Even with the existence of 3 figures, it is impossible to be a match for Su-hai in this world. In this world, Su-hai's power can be said to be endless, and there is no such thing as loss. Therefore, as long as Su-hai is willing to this round of scorching sun, it can continue to burn, and it has always existed in the night sky, unchanged since ancient times, whether it's the past 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or hundreds of millions of years. After suffering from two kinds of mental and physical tortures that lasted for 3 whole days, God of War's body finally couldn't hold it any longer, and there was no sign of recovery, and was completely burned to ashes. And this also means that Suhai has won the final victory. After some exploration, he did not find the life breath of the God of War. Suhai also turned around and opened the space channel and walked out, back to the place where the God of War once lived. With the appearance of Suhai, the world seemed to sense the birth of the strongest, and the entire space suddenly vibrated. Under Suhai's gaze, the space not far in front of him actually shattered, and a whole body of crystal clear, like a cup formed by an unknown gem, appeared from the place where the space collapsed. And it came to Suhai slowly, spinning itself slowly, as if waiting for Suhai's acquisition. Looking at the cup that appeared, a smile appeared on Suhai's face. Suhai knows that this is the Star Cup, the collection of all authority in this world. Who can get this thing? Who can control this world? This Star Cup only appears in the hands of the strongest in the world. Originally, after the God of War had almost wiped out all the gods and devoured them, it should have appeared in the hands of the God of War. Unfortunately, the arrival of Suhai turned out to be an accident, which made the world detect two equally powerful forces, and it was impossible to determine the ownership of the Star Cup for a while. 393. Now that the God of War has been eliminated by Suhai, Suhai has undoubtedly become the strongest in this world, and there is no reason to be entangled in the world consciousness. The Star Cup then appeared in front of Suhai. Suhai's purpose was originally the Star Cup, so naturally, without the slightest hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and held it in his hand. In the next instant, the Star Cup burst into a burst of light, which merged into the body through Suhai's palm. For a split second, Suhai felt his body and consciousness sink into a hot spring. Every cell was enveloped by a very gentle force, and everything about this world was quickly integrated into Suhai's mind. Suhai seems to be very familiar with places in this world that Suhai has not been to. Even with her eyes closed, Suhai was able to visualize where Jabril and the others were in her mind. At this moment, every flower and every plant in this world, everyone and everything seemed to be under Suhai's control. At this moment, Suhai finally felt this captivating force and state that could not be described in words. Now Suhai can be quite sure that if he fights the God of War again, he doesn't need to be so troublesome to pull the God of War into his own world. In this world, Suhai can make the God of War completely vanish in a single thought. There will be no surprises. Are you on the verge of destruction? If that's the case, then restart it. At the same time, Suhai also felt that the world was sending a signal to him for help. It turned out that due to the devastation of various forces, the entire world has been riddled with holes and has reached the end of the world where it will soon be destroyed. This is also the reason why the world consciousness will merge the authority of the world into a Star Cup and give it to the strongest person in the world. The purpose is to allow the strongest person to take charge of the world and bring the world back to life. Today, the world has undoubtedly become Suhai's own, since Suhai couldn't watch the world be destroyed like this. So with Suhai's thought, the whole world seemed to be covered by a strange wave in an instant. The dark earth, the endless desert turned into fertile soil again. A sprout emerged from the soil and quickly grew into various car accidents. The small plants are tender grasses, so big that they cannot be described in words. Originally dry seas and rivers, you suddenly gushed out a large number of clear waters, covering half of the whole world with endless fresh water and seawater. The dark sky was torn apart by the sun, Adaf, and the scorching sun shone on the earth again, and the black dust floating in the sky all the time was also evolved by the sun. The air is fresh again, with the fragrance of wisps of fragrant grass. All kinds of animals appeared in the forest, and all kinds of fish appeared in the river water, and the world came to life again, as if returning to the most prosperous era of the world thousands of years ago. This is The world has restarted. Master succeeded. Husband. On the other side, the drastic changes in the world were also watched by Yuki, Jabril, and others. With this scene happening, the girls also understand that the battle between Su-Hai and the god of war is over, and the change of the world is the best answer. It ended with Su-Hai winning, so all the girls had smiles on their faces. On the other hand, the flugel that was under control looked lost, and they simply could not accept that the supreme god of war in their hearts would be defeated. It is a pity that the facts are in front of his eyes now, which is undoubtedly a heavy hammer for these angels with firm beliefs. But that doesn't matter, because next they will have a new religion, which is Su-Hai. Fundamentally, Su-Hai has now become the ruler of this world, a heavenly existence. Without a doubt, everything in this world belongs to Su-Hai. Of course, it also includes the Fluttershy. Owner, asterisk, just when the girls were happy, Su-Hai flashed in front of them. In this world, Su-Hai, who possesses the power of the world, can appear anywhere in this world at any time as long as he wants, no matter how far he is, whether he has been there or not. After merging the Star Cup and restarting the world, Su-Hai directly found the girls and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Su-Hai coming, the girls were also very excited and rushed over. In this way, for the next time, Su-Hai returned to the ground with everyone. Among them were all the captive flugels, and there was no doubt that Su-Hai had changed all the angels with just a little thought. After returning to land, Su-Hai also released all the humans into space. After all, this thing is already suitable for human habitation, and although this world is revitalized, it is still in a primitive state and requires a large number of creatures to build and develop together. And human creativity, there is no doubt, is naturally an indispensable force to build this world. In the world of Demon High School, in the sky of Dog King Town, a space passage suddenly opened, and then a smiling black-haired boy walked out of the dark space passage. With the disappearance of the space passage, the black-haired boy actually stood in the sky out of thin air. Name, Su-Hai God Demon God. Strength, 4 figures are exceptional, with 3 figures of power. Abilities, God's Gift, World Power, Sky Power, Earth Power, Genesis Power, Star Cup, Sun Sovereignty, Leo, Song Bing of Enchantress. Items, Kabbalah Tree of Life, Sword of Promised Victory, Chain of Heaven, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, Rias Original Fatty. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. There is no doubt that this black-haired boy is Su-Hai, who has traveled back from the game life world. The moment he returned to this world, Su-Hai took a deep breath and felt this familiar world that he had not seen for a long time. In the game life world, Su-Hai has become the ruler of that world since he defeated the god of war and won the Star Cup. He has been in that world for decades, usually in addition to comprehending the power of the world through the Star Cup and accelerating his speed of breaking through the triple digits. Su-Hai is naturally also suitable for Jabril, Song Long, Phil Nirbalin, and other women to play around the world. Of course, there are also things between men and women. Through these decades, Su-Hai found that after the world could no longer give him any new insights, he opened the space channel and set off to return. It is also because of the relationship of the Star Cup that Su-Hai has realized a new power combined with the world within himself. And this almost omnipotent power is named the power of the world by Su-Hai. It is precisely because of this that Su-Hai has the strength to reach the point where the 4-digit number is exceptional, although it will take some time to truly break through the 3-digit realm and reach the realm of omniscience. But in terms of strength alone, Su-Hai is no worse than some triple-digit existences. Darling, Senior, Mr. Su-Hai. With his thoughts swept away, Su-Hai instantly discovered the villa where he lived in Kuo Town and disappeared in mid-air in an instant. When he appeared again, he had returned to the living room of the villa. Faced with Su-Hai's sudden appearance, Akino Himejima, Rias, and other women were surprised at first, but they relaxed after finding out that it was Su-Hai. With a smile on his face, he shouted in unison. Although the girls had smiles all over their faces, they didn't have any thoughts on their faces, but this was normal. Although Su-Hai had been in another world for dozens or hundreds of years. But for Rias and the others in this room, it was only a few hours. Although Rias and others know that Suhai has traveled to another world and may have stayed in another world for a long time, they have no common experience after all, and they do not know the length of this period of time. But Suhai doesn't care about this. Looking at the girls in the room, Suhai misses it very much. Without too much nonsense, I went forward and picked up Rias and headed towards my room. After a while, an inexplicable voice came from the room. It attracted the rest of the girls for a while. You look at me, I look at you, and don't know what to do. But in the end, Suhai gave him a choice, and Rias was obviously unable to cope with Suhai alone. So in the end, except for the touching kitten who has not yet reached maturity, everyone including Gabriel, Haimajima Akina, and Medusa were not able to escape Suhai's clutch. Darling, there is news from my mother that the annual Youth Demon Exchange Conference in the Devil World will be held 3 years later. This is an important gathering to show the strength of young demons. As the young sect master of the Gremory family, I must also take my family to participate. And what my mother means is, I hope you and I will go to the Devil World together. The next day, Rias, who was sitting in the living room, suddenly received a message from her mother, who was still in the demon world. It turned out that the gathering of young demons was going to be held in the Gremory family, and Rias, the heir to the next generation of the Gremory family suzerain, had to go back and preside over the overall situation. Zero asked for flowers. Since its mother's request, let's go back. It just so happens that we haven't been to the demon realm for a long time. Suhai has always been very tolerant and loving towards those around him. Today, Suhai doesn't have anything important. Rias said so. Suhai naturally has no reason to refuse. Moreover, accompanying Rias back to the demon world was nothing but a matter of effort. Just like that, he left as soon as he said it, and the next morning, Suhai, Rias, and other girls got on the train to the demon world. This time, with the exception of Medusa and Bailika, who were still housekeeping at home. The rest of Rias's family, including Aquino, Touching Kitten, and Wisteria Irina, were all together. When the train arrived at Gremory's house, it was already evening. Undoubtedly, this time, it was Rias' brother, mother, and father who greeted him again. It can be seen that the attitude of the entire demon world towards Suhai is very subtle. After all, Suhai can be said to be the most powerful person in the entire Bible. Suhai's existence has spread to every faction in this world since the last time he fought and won the battle against Teshushin and Hades. It can be said that as long as Suhai still exists, any party who wants to attack the existence of the Bible force must carefully consider their own strength. Sir Suhai, is the strength appropriate? In the large bathroom of the Gremory castle, Suhai soaks in the hot springs. It turned out that after arriving, Rias and other girls followed Rias' mother to prepare meals for the evening. And Suhai had nothing to do by himself, so he prepared to take a dip in the hot spring. After all, he could soothe his mood. But what Suhai didn't expect was that, as soon as his forefoot arrived, Griefia, who was wearing a maid outfit, came to the bathroom with her back foot. He also stated that he was going to wash his back for Suhai and took off his maid outfit without saying a word. In this regard, Suhai had no choice but to let Griefia act. Rias, how are you and Suhai doing recently? Mom, I really want to be able to hold my grandson. On the other side, in the kitchen preparing dinner, Rias' mother took Rias and other girls to prepare a lot of things to eat at night. While preparing, Rias' mother suddenly asked a meaningful question. For a while, Rias' cheeks couldn't help it. After all, this kind of thing is very private. Even if it was her own mother, Rias still didn't know how to speak. On the contrary, Aquino Haimajima, Asia, and the others who were standing beside them looked at Rias with a slight smile. Sure enough, urging marriage to have children is not just a human habit. Even among demons, it cannot escape this law. Mother, facing such a situation, Rias, who was a little embarrassed, had no choice but to shout in a coquettish tone. I also want to have a child for Darling. Darling's strength is too strong. It is really difficult to conceive with my strength. The more powerful a person is, the harder it is to produce offspring. This is an unchanging iron rule in the world. What's more, the gap between Rias and Su-Hai's strength is a bit big, which is even more difficult. This is also the reason why Su-Hai is surrounded by many women, but she has never been pregnant. Facing Rias's words, Rias' mother also understood that this was indeed the truth, but instead of being discouraged in the past, she opened her mouth to encourage Rias and let Rias work hard. After dinner in the evening, Su-Hai was ready to return to his room to rest. But at this moment, Su-Hai's room was suddenly opened from the outside. Kitten sauce. Su-Hai thought it would be Rias, Himejima Aquino, Wisteria, Irina, and others, but she didn't expect that it was Touching Kitten who came in. At the same time of doubt, Su-Hai also keenly found that the state of the Touching Kitten was not right. The usual Touching Kitten has suppressed the power of the cat in his body, so his appearance is more like a human. But now, the Touching Kitten has not only a pair of cute white cat ears growing on its head, but also a long white tail behind it. The most important thing is that at this time, Touching Kitten's face was slightly red, his breathing was a little short, his eyes were watery, and his whole body was a little hot. This is obviously not a normal state. Is this? Seeing the Touching Kitten in this state, Su-Hai has a guess in his heart. That is, the Touching Kitten has entered the mature stage ahead of schedule because of the influence of himself and others. Meow meow. Before Su-Hai could confirm his thoughts, Touching Kitten rushed towards Su-Hai in a blurred state. And while hugging Su-Hai, I kept rubbing against Su-Hai's body, kissing her. At this moment, Su-Hai also reacted immediately, which is normal. After all, Su-Hai is a very normal man. Just like that, an hour later, Su-Hai was relieved to see the sleeping cat in Touching. In order to solve this abnormal state of Touching Kitten, in the hour just now, Su-Hai and Touching Kitten could do almost everything they should or shouldn't do except for the last step. However, for the safety of the Touching Kitten, Su-Hai did not take the last step. The Touching Kitten fell asleep. Su-Hai is really uncomfortable now. Faced with such a situation, Su-Hai had to leave his room and prepare to go to the room where Rias, Himejima Aquino, and other girls were. However, the moment he left the room, Su-Hai's powerful perception instantly sensed an unusual aura suddenly appeared in a forest not far from the castle. Although the opponent hid his aura with a power similar to an enchantment, it couldn't block Su-Hai's perception ability. After all, there are several levels of difference between the two. And in this breath, Su-Hai also felt a familiar feeling, almost the same as the breath emanating from the Touching Kitten. Su-Hai, who was interested in his heart, did not hesitate, stretched out his hand to open the space in front of him, and stepped into the door of the room where he disappeared into his own. But when it appeared again, it had already come to that forest. Come out, don't hide. Looking at the huge trees around, Su-Hai had a smile on his face, looked at the empty branches not far ahead, and said 0. If anyone else was here, they would definitely think Su-Hai was sick talking to an empty tree branch. But in Su-Hai's perception, there's a breath of life standing above the numbers. I can often find me. As expected, I was able to beat the 33 Heavenly Emperor in Hades, the Greek Hades, and fled, almost losing their lives, and killed the new generation of the god of the Bible, the Egyptian sun god Aten. Sure enough, as soon as Su-Hai's voice fell, a figure appeared on the tree branch that had been empty, and it was accompanied by a very seductive voice. I saw this woman wearing a black dress with very little fabric, with a pair of black cat ears and 2 black tails. Obviously, it belongs to the same family of cats as the Touching Kitten, but the Touching Kitten has not yet entered the mature stage and belongs to the juvenile state. But the woman in front of her was already mature and could not mature anymore. You should be Kitten Sauce's sister Touching Hage. What is the purpose of coming here? After seeing the appearance of this woman, Su-Hai recognized this woman at a glance. It was Touching Hage, the sister of Touching Kitten. 0.5 asked with interest while admiring the seductive body of Touching Black Song. With the improvement of his strength, Su-Hai found that he always likes to find some interesting things to pass the boring time. There is no doubt that the Touching Black Song in front of him is an interesting person. For those who can bring interesting events to himself, Suhai has always been very forgiving. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from the Lord God of the Bible. I am indeed the sister of Touching Kitten. This time, I want to take Kitten Sauce away. I wonder if Lord God of the Bible can make it convenient? Let me take Kitten Sauce away. If possible, the Lord God of the Bible can make a request, including getting me. Touching Hage obviously understands that Suhai is not able to resist by force, so he wants to test, well, although I'm also very interested in you. It's a pity that Kitten Sauce is my family. If she doesn't want to, no one can take her away from me. Looking at Touching Hage with his back to the tree and his whole body leaning on the tree, Suhai's eyes did not hide in the slightest. While scanning the seductive body of Touching Hage, he said slowly. Although his tones seemed flat, Touching Hage could feel the heaviness in his words, and he dared not have the slightest doubt about what Suhai said. Family, it's really disappointing. I'm much more interesting than my young sister. Lord God of the Bible gave up on me for a little girl who didn't grow up. Hearing the words family, a look of surprise flashed in Touching Hage's eyes. But for a moment, a disappointed expression appeared on his face, as if he was sad because Suhai chose Touching Kitten instead of himself. At the same time, he also came to Suhai's side, leaning on Suhai's body, breathing heavily. The hot air from his mouth could even blow on Suhai's face. At such a close distance, Suhai could even feel the heat from the black song of Touching behind him, along with the body fragrance from the tip of his nose. Little cat, your behavior is very dangerous. If you pique my interest, you can't escape from me. Facing the seductive behavior of Touching Hage, Suhai also flashed a strange look in his eyes. The last time he dared to treat him like this, Suhai has turned her into his own woman. Therefore, Touching Black Song's current behavior is undoubtedly an automatic door-to-door move. With the current strength of Suhai, as long as he wants to catch Touching Hage can't escape from his own hands at all. The Lord God of the Bible does not have to worry about being late. I also want to try what kind of existence a child born with such a powerful person as Lord God of the Bible will be. Facing Suhai's warning words, Touching Hage did not flinch at all, but said again provocatively. Obviously, Touching Hage has taken a fancy to Suhai's genes as a strong man. Let go of Suhai senpai. Just when Suhai was about to give Touching Black Song a little lesson and let him know the consequences of doing so, a familiar voice came from not far away. Immediately afterwards, a white figure swept past quickly from a distance, carrying a huge force and attacking the Touching Black Song behind Suhai. In the end, although Touching Hage escaped the attack by virtue of its strong reaction ability, the force of the attack hit the ground heavily, and the surrounding ground collapsed in an instant, and the aftermath of the attack spread to the surroundings. The smoke dissipated, and Touching Kitten slowly retracted his fist. Obviously, it was the Touching Kitten in front of him who suddenly attacked Touching Hage just now. When Suhai left the room, Touching Kitten also woke up and found that Suhai was not in the room, and came here with Suhai's breath by virtue of the sense of magic. Then I discovered the scene where the Touching Black Cat was holding Suhai from behind. I thought it was some kind of enemy, so naturally I shot without hesitation. What? The cute Kitten Sauce is here. It seems that I can't continue to do more pleasant things with the Bible God, so I can only stay for the next time. Looking at the Touching Kitten who had just withdrawn his fist, Touching Hage, who returned to the branch, said with great interest, Sister, sister. However, compared to Touching Hage's calmness, Touching Kitten's eyes widened at this time, with an incredible look on his face. Just now, because he only saw the back, Touching Kitten didn't realize that this person was his sister, Touching Hage. Now, face to face, Touching Kitten recognized Touching Hage's identity instantly. In addition to being surprised, there was also a hint of vigilance, and his expression was very complicated. Because Touching Hage concealed the truth of the year, the current Touching Kitten still doesn't understand the truth that his sister turned into a defector demon. In my heart, I only thought that Touching Hage was degenerate. Kitten Sauce, Lord Bible God, we will meet again. When we meet next time, I hope Lord God of the Bible can think about it and complete the things that have not been completed today. Perhaps he felt that his goal had been achieved, or perhaps he felt that the number of people was increasing, and if he continued to fight, he might be discovered by the demon world, and there was a risk of being besieged. So Taching Hage decided to leave first. Come if you want, go if you want. It's too much to take my master seriously, right? But looking at Taching Hage, who turned and left, Su-hai suddenly said. Although Su-hai doesn't hate Taching Hage, a mature girl who works hard to protect her sister, it doesn't mean that Su-hai can turn a blind eye to Taching Hage's tempting behavior. I admit that Lord God of the Bible is indeed very strong, and I am definitely not an opponent. But I'm still a little confident about running away. 400-inch. Facing Su-hai's sudden stop, Taching Hage, who had just turned around, shuddered slightly and turned around again. The words were full of confidence. However, the vigilant expression showed that Brother Taching Hage's heart was not as calm and confident as she said. At least Taching Hage is very afraid of Su-hai. However, it has not yet reached the point of fear. At least in Taching Hage's heart, there is no problem in escaping from Su-hai's hands. This is no wonder. First of all, it is a very all-round force, both in attack power and concealment. It has very outstanding advantages. As a descendant of the Pig clan, he was born to be a leader in immortal arts users, which was also the capital of Taching Hage's self-confidence. It seems to be underestimated. Are you so confident? Did your immortal ability give you confidence? Or did the monkey hiding beside you give you confidence? Looking at the Taching Black song like this, Su-hai was also very funny in his heart. Looking at Taching Black song on the branch with great interest, while saying yes, he also looked in another direction with his own eyes. From the very beginning, Su-hai felt that besides himself and Taching Black song, there was another person hidden in the scene. Although under the influence of the magic barrier, this guy thinks that he is well hidden, but unfortunately, he can't escape Su-hai's perception. Facing Su-hai's words, Taching Hage's pupils shrank, and a flash of surprise appeared on his face. But he quickly controlled his expression and showed an indifferent look. And the guy who was hiding in the dark, still holding a bit of luck, did not show his figure, but chose to continue to hide. I think this maybe Su-hai deliberately deceived himself and did not really find his existence. Can't you come out? How long can you hide? Faced with such a rude behavior of this guy in the dark, Su-hai also frowned slightly. With a slight movement of the mind, a huge azure-blue mermaid appeared behind her, her beautiful and cold face exuding an extreme icy aura. There is no doubt that this is the demon princess of blue ice. The ice-blue eyes opened in an instant, and a cold ice that seemed to freeze space and time moved towards the place where the person who was hiding in the dark was. In the next instant, the ground less than tens of meters away from Su-hai was covered with ice, which spread to hundreds of meters away. It's so dangerous, I almost died. The intelligence didn't say that the God of the Bible has the ability to freeze. That guy Wally almost killed me, so I'll have to settle the account with him when I go back. However, the guy in the dark was obviously prepared, and at the last minute his confidant avoided this deadly attack. But because of this guy also appeared in front of everyone. When he came to Taching Black song, he muttered to himself with a look of happiness and fear. I saw this guy holding a stick longer than his height in his hand, wearing a suit of armor, a tight hoop on his head, and red hair. Although he looks like a human on the outside, he behaves more like a rebellious monkey. There is no doubt that this guy is one of the members of the group of misfortune, a beautiful monkey who inherited the bloodline of fighting the Buddha and Sun Wukong. He is also a member of the Wally team. He is good at melee combat, and because he is a descendant of Sun Wukong, he can use the golden hoop stick and somersault cloud, and his strength is not bad. It's just that the golden hoop in the beautiful monkey's hand is still covered by ice. Obviously, although he was prepared earlier, even so, he still couldn't completely avoid Su-hai's randomness. S-attack. Feeling that there was no melting ice on the golden hoop, the Monkey King looked at Su-hai with vigilance. It turned out to be a little monkey. I'm not interested in you, so you can go, but the kitten next to you has to stay. Today, even if the original Monkey King stood in front of him, Suhai would not care. What's more, there's a beautiful monkey whose strength is far from that of the first generation of Sun Wukong. But out of feelings, Suhai is not ready to do what to the beauty in front of him. But Taching Black Song had to stay. Even for the Taching kitten, Suhai hoped that the two sisters could clear up the misunderstanding. Just stay and have a good talk to solve the misunderstanding between the two sisters. After all, today's Taching kitten can be said to be quite painful. For her sister, her heart is full of confusion, doubts about what happened in the past. And from the bottom of Taching kitten's heart, he likes his sister very much. This also led to a very complicated mood every time the Taching kitten met and solved it by himself. That won't work. I know that even the two of us together are not your opponent, Lord God of the Bible. However, I am relatively confident in my ability to escape. Somersault Cloud. As a teammate, Meiho is naturally reluctant to abandon Taching Black Song. And in addition to the speed of his somersaults, Meiho still has self-confidence. That's why it was like a moment when the monkey called out somersault clouds while trying to attract Suhai's attention. Carrying himself, and Taching Hage instantly turned into a golden light, rushed out of the forest, and headed towards the sky, apparently trying to get rid of Suhai in one go. It has to be said that the speed of the somersault cloud is really fast, and it can already be regarded as extremely fast. As long as it is not a means of space shuttle, I am afraid that there is really no ability to keep up with the speed of the somersault cloud. It's no wonder that the monkey is so confident. After flying for about a few seconds, each box turned its head and glanced at the forest that had long since disappeared behind it while accelerating with all its strength. After realizing that Suhai was not following, he was also relieved. Female monkey, be careful ahead. But just when the beautiful monkey breathed a sigh of relief and didn't have time to turn around, there was a somewhat urgent voice of Taching Hage in his ears. Facing such a situation, the monkey was also startled and quickly turned to look at the front of his tongue. I didn't know when Suhai and the Taching kitten had stopped in the air in front of him. He was waiting for his arrival with a smile on his face. Facing this unexpected situation, the beautiful monkey also gritted his teeth with blue veins on his face and tried his best to control the somersaulting cloud under his feet, trying to change his direction and get rid of Suhai again. It's a pity that Suhai didn't give him a chance this time. Only Suhai slowly raised his right hand and then slowly descended from top to bottom. And it was this seemingly bland and casual action, but gave the monkey and Taching Black Song endless pressure. Because of Suhai's actions, a huge palm composed of countless holy lights appeared in the sky. Like a 5-element mountain, it descended from the sky. Carrying endless pressure in the process of falling, it instantly acts on the two of them. Under this huge pressure state, the two instantly fell from the air to the ground at extreme speed, causing the entire ground to sag. At this moment, the somersault cloud also dissipated. The two people on the ground felt that every cell in their body was under extreme pressure, unable to move at all, and the power in their bodies could not be used even at all. As the 5 elements mountain slowly fell, the pressure on the two of them also increased rapidly and soon reached a limit. If this continues, this 5 elements mountain, really on the two of them may will be crushed by this pressure and die. Maybe. Looking at her sister who was suppressed on the ground, and the painful expression on her face, the Taching kitten standing next to Suhai flashed a look of hesitant expression on her face. Obviously, there was hesitation in his heart, and he wanted to open his mouth to plead for Tahej. Arthur, are you okay? If you don't make a move, we're gone. But at this moment, the beautiful monkey, who had been suppressed very painfully, used all his strength and roared, obviously reminding someone. Facts have proved that both Taching Black Song and Beautiful Monkey are prepared. Salute beside the two suddenly broke a space crack and stretched out 2 hands, trying to pull the beautiful monkey and Taching Hage into it. Faced with such a situation, Suhai also frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised. Taching Black Song's trump card is not only the beautiful monkey that goes with him. Because he understands the power of Su-hai, he specially asked Arthur Pendragon to deal with it when he came. As the descendant of King Arthur, Arthur Pendragon is one of the strongest human candidates and a member of the Wally team. In his hand, he holds the top holy sword, the Holy King's Sword, which is the legendary sword in the stone. To make a holy sword that can even cut through space, in addition to having the necessary attributes of holy swords, the owner can also pass 403 passes. The sword of the Holy King travels through the endless warp. With this moment of hesitation, the beautiful monkey has already been pulled into the space crack, and if nothing else happens, Touching Black Song will be the same as the beautiful monkey. But obviously, Su-hai will never allow this kind of thing to happen. How could the prey she liked let her run away? Just when the other hand was about to grab Touching Hage, Su-hai instantly appeared beside Touching Hage, grabbed Touching Hage first, dodged, and returned to the spot. This made the hand grab an empty space. And perhaps the person in the space rift also understood that Su-hai was very dangerous. If the space cracks are not closed, everyone may be in danger. So although he didn't want to give up Touching Black Song, Arthur was still very helpless and wisely closed the space crack, cutting off the possibility of Su-hai continuing to pursue. The void subspace is originally boundless. There is no time for you, and there is no orientation. Even if the space is broken from the same place and entered into the subspace, it will appear in different places. In the warp, if there is no spatial coordinates of the real world, almost everyone who enters the warp will lose their way. This is also where Arthur Pendragon believes that Su-hai is unlikely to find their confidence in the warp. And the fact is, even as strong as Su-hai, it is impossible to find them in the endless warp. But that doesn't matter. After all, the person Su-hai wants to catch has already been caught. Little cat, I have to say that you are well prepared, but unfortunately not enough. Facing such a situation, Su-hai looked at Touching Hage next to him and said with interest, "As expected, he is indeed the Lord of the God of the Bible. His mighty strength is beyond anyone's expectations. But forcibly leaving the family behind, is it because the Lord God of the Bible has agreed to have a child with me about what I just said?" At this moment, Touching Hage knew that he had no hope of escaping, and after a flash of solemnity appeared in his eyes, he simply felt relieved. The Touching Kitten on the other side heard the aggressive words of Touching Black Song, and there was a flash of vigilance on his face, and quickly reached out and hugged Su-hai's arm as if he was swearing his sovereignty. To Touching Kitten's behavior, Touching Hage not only did not feel any threat, but a look of interest appeared on his face. Seeing that Touching Hage was suppressed by such a powerful person, he was still not nervous at all, and he was able to act so casually. Su-hai once felt that Touching Hage was really strong inside. Kitten's sauce. She'll leave it to you to take care of her. It just so happens that you two sisters can also chat more. Some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Only when you understand them personally can you make a judgment. Originally, the reason why Su-hai lived in Touching Hage was mostly because he hoped that the Touching Kitten could clear up the misunderstanding of his sister. In this case, the Touching Kitten will not have to worry about it. Therefore, Su-hai emerged with a scorching power in his hand, quickly entered Touching Hage's body, and sealed all the power in his body. Then, while talking, he handed the Touching Black Song to the Touching Kitten. As a cat in another family, 99% of the power is in the immortal art. Now that the energy of the immortal art in the body is sealed, Touching Hage has almost become an ordinary person who cannot use his power. Apart from the fact that the body is stronger than ordinary people, there is not much difference from ordinary people, which is why Su-hai is confident that Touching Black Song will never escape. Facing Su-hai's words, Touching Kitten didn't quite understand it, but he didn't refuse in the end. In the end, Touching Kitten still cared about his sister very much. On the contrary, a different look flashed across Touching Hage's face, and he secretly wondered if Su-hai knew something. After all, Su-hai's words obviously have some hidden meaning, as if Su-hai knew the truth. Let's go back. Seeing the two sisters who had nothing to say, Su-hai was not surprised, and flew back with the two of them towards the castle where Gremory's house was located. After a while, he returned to the castle again, after the touching kitten returned to his room with the touching black song. Instead of returning to his room, Suhai went to the bedroom where Rias and Akino Himejima lived. After all, Suhai was prepared like this from the beginning, and if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of touching black song, Suhai would not have left the castle. Now that he's back, Suhai naturally wants to finish the unfinished business. Can you tell me what happened? Elder sister. On the other side, after returning to his room with touching black song, touching kitten hesitated for a while and finally asked, "Ugh." At this time, the power was completely sealed, and there was no touching black song that could escape at all. Looking at the touching kitten in front of him, although his face was immature, but his expression was very firm. After hesitating for a while, he sighed slightly. He slowly told what had happened. After realizing that touching black song killed his former master to protect himself, he became a fallen demon. Touching Kitten also realized that he had misunderstood touching black song for a while, and he was both moved and deeply guilty at the same time. In this way, after the misunderstanding between the two sisters was resolved, the relationship returned to the way it was once intimate. As for the demon worlds wanted for touching black song, it is just something that Suhai can solve with one sentence. But it is worth mentioning that touching Hage is very persistent about having a baby with Suhai in the past few days, every night. Touching Hage always looks for an opportunity to sneak into Suhai's bedroom alone, but every time he is caught by touching Kitten or Rias and others, he is forcibly taken away from the room. But touching Hage carried forward the indomitable spirit and never gave up. Perhaps for touching Black Song, this has become a kind of fun. A few days later, the demon banquet of the younger generation in the demon world was also held as scheduled. The venue is the reception hall of the Gremory family. Suhai, as a biblical god recognized by the biblical god, naturally has his own unique seat. I have to say that this young demon gathering is still very important, and the three major demon kings of the demon world are present. In addition to Suhai's meeting, Rias' older brother is known as the red-haired demon king Sazek Jemonli and the demon king girl Seraphel Sidi. Aka Astaroth, the most powerful sorcerer in the demon world, also arrived at the scene. Lord God, when Suhai brought Rias and the others into the hall, the three of Aranka Astaroth came to Suhai and said respectfully, "This is a kind of respect for the strong. You don't have to worry about me. Just follow your procedures. I'm not good at these things." In response, Suhai just nodded slightly, indicating that he was just here to join the fun. In fact, Suhai didn't really like this kind of banquet. If it wasn't for Rias and other women, Suhai wouldn't even bother to participate. Sarorg, is this guy the legendary new generation of Bible gods? Looking so thin and powerless, wouldn't it be fake? On the other side of the hall, these young demons are gathering together. Among them was Sigvira Agars, who was one of the 4 novice kings, who was the successor of the Agars family, the Grand Duke of Demons, and possessed the most powerful demon power. From the outside, he has a very hot body with a pair of red pupils and a pair of glasses, adding an intellectual beauty to the wildness. At the same time, there was Saragbal, who was also one of the novice kings from the Ball family, the great king of the demon world, and several other guys who were at the top of the ranking game. The moment she saw Suhai, Sigvira said subconsciously with a hint of suspicion. As the most top-notch among the younger generation of demons, Sigvira is naturally very confident and has the capital of self-confidence. In Sigvira's detection, Suhai's body did not contain the slightest power and was no different from a fragile, ordinary person. But such a person is a rumored new generation of Bible gods, and even the most powerful demon king in the demon world needs to respect after seeing it. Don't underestimate this Lord God. My intuition tells me that he is terrifying. Compared to Sigvira's self-confidence, Saragbal frowned slightly and had a different feeling. Compared with other young demons, Saragbal did not inherit the destruction magic of the Bali family since he was a child. The reason why he was able to become the leader of the younger generation of demons all came from his powerful physique. It is precisely because of this that Sarog Ball has a terrifying intuition that no one else has. And it is precisely because of this terrifying intuition that has saved himself countless times that Sarog Ball feels so high. Difference. 0. Ask for flowers. Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you try it. Even if our Lord God's strength is really terrifying, I don't think we will care about such a small act. However, even Sarog Ball felt differently. After all, Sigvira is more willing to believe that seeing is believing. With a playful smile on his face, he turned around and prepared to walk towards Suhai. Obviously, he wants to test Suhai's strength through some means, whether it is really as terrifying as rumored. Silvera, it seems that you don't need to do it yourself. Someone is willing to help us try. 0. But at this time, a young demon stopped Sigvira by looking in Suhai's direction. It turned out that just when Sigvira made the decision and was about to contact Suhai, someone had already taken a lead. Isn't that fellow Theodora Astaroth? During the entire banquet, there were basically demons from the younger generation, and even if they didn't have too deep friendship, they basically met several times. So the guy who took the lead was quickly recognized. Someone recognized at a glance that it was Theodora Astaroth, the blood relative of the current demon king Ajaka, who liked to play with a nun and saint in the original book. A perverted demon whose entire family consists of nuns and saints. Aisha Sauce, it's great. I finally see you again. After approaching Suhai, Theodora Astaroth didn't seem to see Suhai's existence. She actually passed Suhai directly and came to Aisha and said very excitedly. When talking, he even stretched out his own hands, trying to hold Aisha's hand. Fortunately, Elsa subconsciously avoided it. At this time, Aisha was already dazed by the sudden situation, standing in place, and seemed a little helpless, and subconsciously hid behind Suhai. Obviously, Elsa doesn't remember Theodora Astaroth at all, and Elsa can be said to be very resistant to this very strange person. Elsa, don't you remember me? I'm Theodora Astaroth, and it was thanks to your help that I was injured and I survived. I've been looking for you since then, but I haven't heard from you. I'm really happy to see you again today. However, it was clear that Theodora Astaroth, with a beating expression, did not realize how disgusting she was. Still pretending to be a gentleman, and openly talking about Elsa's unfortunate experience. After all, Elsa used to be the saint of the church and one of God's most loyal believers. It can be said that he is an extremely important person in the 403 church congregation. It was because he saved him, the devil, that he was expelled by the church congregation. This has always been a sad thing that Elsa doesn't want to mention. Now, Theodora Astaroth pretends to be innocent, and mentioning it again undoubtedly reminds Elsa of the unhappy thing she used to do. The most important thing is that the reason why Elsa was expelled from the church was all calculated by Theodora Astaroth, whether she was seriously injured or she happened to be met by the kind Elsa. Or was it that Elsa rescued him later and was discovered by the church inexplicably? All of this is Theodora Astaroth in secret. In order to satisfy his own perverted hobbies, he collected nuns and saints from the West. So far, all the nuns of Theodora Astaroth and the family of the original saints were obtained by him. First, they tried to get the nuns and saintess to be expelled from the church congregation. Without the protection of the church congregation, these nuns and saintess were naturally played by Theodora Astaroth. It's just that what Theodora Astaroth didn't expect was that Aisha met Lilias later, and Lias took the lead as her family. Although Theodora Astaroth is a close relative of the Demon King, there is still a gap compared to Rias, the next suzerain of the Gremory family, the sister of the current Demon King. So I haven't been able to find the right opportunity. This guy has started again, but unfortunately this time he may have picked the wrong target. Although Theodora Astaroth usually hides well, but among the younger generation of demons, there are also a small number of people who are very aware of Theodora Astaroth's face. One of the 4 novice kings, Sigvira Agars with glasses, is one of them. Seeing such a scene, Sigvira Agars instantly understood what Theodora wanted to do. It is not good. Just give this guy a try, our Lord God's character and strength. Obviously, Siegra and the others are all in the mood of watching the show at this time. After all, they can try Su Hai, the god of God, without taking action themselves. Is it true? For them, it is undoubtedly very cost-effective. From this, it can be seen that as the top generation of young demons, neither the strength nor the brain can be compared by a guy like Theodora. Since the last time I saw you, Elsa, I've fallen deeply in love with you. Now, I finally found you, so please marry me. This guy Theodora obviously did not see Su Hai and Rias, who were already very unhappy. Of course, it is also possible to see it, but pretend not to see it. Anyway, he was talking on his own, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. When it came to the final injury, there was a trace of greed in his eyes, and he stretched out his right hand, ready to go over Su Hai to grab Aisha's arm. Theodora is really an infatuated guy. She is willing to marry a human woman in order to repay her kindness. At the banquet, many young demons who did not know the truth also noticed the situation here, and for a while they felt that Theodora was a kind and righteous fellow. After all, in the demon world, marrying a wife is no joke. In order to ensure the purity of the pure blood demon blood, the power could be passed down from generation to generation. Pure blood demons generally marry other pure blood demons. This is the rule of the devil world, and there are very few exceptions. In the eyes of others, Theodora's current behavior is undoubtedly giving up the inheritance of the family blood, and is willing to marry a human in order to pursue love. In the hearts of these demons, it takes great courage and a persistent pursuit of love to be able to do it. Boy, who allowed your dirty hands to touch my people? But at this moment, a voice that seemed a little indifferent and arrogant interrupted Theodora. At the same time, the hand that Diodo stretched into the air was also tightly grasped by the other arm. No matter how hard Theodora tried, she couldn't move forward or move at all. There is no doubt that the owner of this arm is Su Hai. At this time, Su Hai can be said to be very angry. Since he came to this world, this is the first time anyone dares to praise Su Hai's playfulness in front of him. The idea hit the people around him. Lord God, although you are precious as a new generation of Bible God, but there is no right to interfere with free love either. Your strength is worthy of our respect, and the right to pursue love belongs to us. Do you want to exercise hegemony by virtue of your great strength? After exhausting all her strength, Theodora had no choice but to look up at Su Hai, who was in front of her, after realizing that she still couldn't free her arm. Said word by word. It must be said that Theodora is still a little careful, and these words undoubtedly describe Su Hai as a tyrant who acts recklessly because of his powerful strength. Facing Theodora's words that seemed to be revealing the truth, the demons in the hall were chatting for a while, and looked at Su Hai with strange eyes. Then, Lord God, what are you going to do next? Siegra, who was standing not far away, also reached out and pushed her glasses. Her red pupils stared at Su Hai tightly and muttered to herself. Obviously, there is some interest in how Su Hai will respond. What biblical God? That's all. Looking at the gazes of everyone around, Theodora, who squinted her eyes, glanced at Su Hai without a trace and inadvertently revealed a smug expression. I thought more proudly in my heart. Obviously, Theodora felt that her goal had been achieved, and thought that as long as she was in the public eye, Su Hai would definitely pay attention to her majesty as a god, and would not rashly attack herself. However, the three demon kings, such as Sazex in the distance, showed a helpless expression. In their hearts, Theodora was too naive to provoke a person whose strength far surpassed her. It was no doubt that there was not much difference between dancing on the tip of a knife and courting death. At this time, the three of them could only secretly pray that Su Hai would not affect the family behind Theodora because of this. After all, pure blood families in the demon world are very rare. If a pure blood demon family is destroyed by Su Hai because of Theodora's ignorant behavior, the strength of the demon world will inevitably be reduced. In other words, in the eyes of Zero, 3 Zeeks, and others, Theodora was not much different from a dead person. Are you really a devil? You think that in the public, I won't take action against you for the sake of face. It's so naive. As a demon, you have lived to this day with such naive thoughts. It's ridiculous. Whether it is in the devil world or anything else, strength is the foundation. In my eyes, you are only a moth ant. Do you think I will care about Shion Ant's eyes? The truth is also true. Just when Theodora thought he was successful, Su-Hai's dull voice entered his ears. Like a heavy hammer, it struck the deepest part of Theodora's mind fiercely. Facing such cruel yet very realistic words, Theodora raised her head incredulously and looked at Su-Hai, whose eyes were full of cold light. At this time, Theodora could clearly feel the killing intent that Su-Hai unwittingly exudes out of an instinctive reaction to want to live. Without the slightest hesitation, Theodora immediately burst out of her full potential, ready to escape. But unfortunately, although Theodora has the strength close to the highest level demon, in the eyes of Su-Hai, she is like a turtle. I saw Su-Hai waved his finger lightly, and a golden chain pierced through Theodora's chest in an instant. The body of the carrier Theodora slammed into the wall of the banquet. Theodora was like a lamb to be slaughtered and was nailed to the wall in the blink of an eye. The blood flowing from the wound instantly stained the walls and the ground. The pain caused by the lock of the sky made Theodora's face distorted because of the pain, and she had already lost the appearance of a gentleman before. With an unbelievable look in his eyes, Theodora never thought that Su-Hai would make such a move without hesitation. I don't care what everyone around me thinks. It seems that our Lord God is more interesting than expected. Faced with such a situation, although most of the demons in the hall looked at Su-Hai with different eyes, none of them stood up to speak for Theodora. The reality is like this: whether it is a person or a demon, they are often selfish, and it is impossible to cause trouble for a guy who is not too close to him. Standing not far away, Sierra Orc, who had been observing Su-Hai, had a look of astonishment on their faces. However, he quickly reacted, and there was even a flash of interest in Sigvira's league, and he also had a certain understanding of Su-Hai's character in his heart. At least in their hearts, Su-Hai has a strong mentality. A real strong man is always confident. There is an invincible belief in my heart, and I will never care about the eyes of vulgar people, nor let others' opinions affect me. The reason why Sigvira and the others looked down on Theodora was because of the difference in mentality in addition to the difference in strength. Theodora does not have the mentality of a strong man. The so-called Tao is different and does not conspire with each other. The same is true in the demon world. Damn it. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* face. The pain that came from her body constantly affected Theodora's nerves. Coupled with the watching eyes of everyone around, Theodora became completely angry. Fake faces can't hold anymore. Looking at Suhai not far away with a smile on his face, even with a hint of disdain. An angry expression appeared. While roaring, enduring the pain in his body, he took out a strange object. He put it into his mouth without hesitation. Although the appearance of this thing was very short, Suhai could still see the appearance clearly. A snake-shaped object the size of a thumb, all made of black gas. No, it's a snake. In addition to Suhai 407, the snake-shaped object was also discovered by Sazex and others who were standing above the stands. Immediately recognized this thing. It is the power of the infinite dragon god Orpheus. The snake, after taking it, you can briefly obtain a small part of the power of Orpheus. Although it is only a small part, for demons, it is enough to break through its own limitations and obtain a higher-level breakthrough. Theodora is only close to the strength of the upper-level demon, but after taking the snake, the terrifying black magic power erupted from the body. The breath continued to rise, and in a short while, it reached the level of being a first-time demon king. Although only the magic power has arrived, it is slightly inferior to the demons in the early days of the Demon King. But this increase is also very terrifying. At least Theodora's burst of breath was a very terrifying existence for the young demons at the banquet. The demons with lower strength, even under the influence of this breath, couldn't help but retreat. Even the leaders of the younger generation, such as Vajra, showed a solemn expression on their faces. Obviously, in their perception, the present Theodora has become an existence that they may not be able to deal with. Under the power of this sudden rise, Theodora had already been controlled by a power that she had never had before. This is how people are. Once they have power that they have never had before, they will be arrogant and think that they are invincible in the world. Having obtained this power, Theodora didn't think of running away for a while, but wanted to kill Su-Hai, an existence that even the demon king of the demon world couldn't resist. However, under the sudden increase in power, Theodora really got rid of the shackles of the heavenly chain. But this is also normal. Although the lock of the sky is powerful, it is only for the existence of divinity. For the existence of a demon like Theodora, the heavenly lock is just a hard iron chain after all, and there is no special purpose. Therefore, Theodora directly pulled the heavenly lock out of her body, and the wound pierced by the heavenly lock was instantly restored to its original state under the action of the huge magic power. Perhaps it was because of the devouring of this snake, the magic in Theodora's body really felt a little steady, and the recovery speed was extremely fast. At the same time as it was consumed, it recovered almost quickly. Endless magic power gathered in his hand, forming a magic bullet with extremely strong destructive power. After Theodora finished all this, she released the magic power in her hand towards Su-Hai without hesitation. The powerful force swallowed everything around, and a bottomless gap appeared on the ground, and everything on the way would be swallowed up when it came into contact with a magic beam of light. Fortunately, the demons present were more or less capable, and when they found that the situation was not right, they had already retreated to the surroundings. In the center of the entire hall, only Theodora, Su-Hai, and others were left. Although they felt the destructive power of this attack, Rias, Himejima Aquino, and the others stood behind Su-Hai, still very calm, without the slightest fear. After seeing the battle between Su-Hai and D. Shirtion, Hades, and others, Rias naturally knew that such an attack would not pose a threat to Su-Hai at all, so there is nothing to worry about. And the fact is that, facing the black magic beam of light rushing towards him, Su-Hai didn't do much, but instead raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger. The black magic power that seemed to be able to devour everything under the action of this finger actually stopped in mid-air, as if time had stopped, unable to advance any further. How was this possible? No, I'm invincible now. Theodora, who had sworn to herself, had already imagined Su-Hai's death in her mind. When she saw this scene, her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. At this moment, Theodora finally woke up, realizing that things seemed to be beyond her expectations. He is far less powerful than he imagined, and Su-Hai is far more powerful than he expected. The fear in her heart gradually returned, because Theodora knew very well that at this time, if she could not solve Su-Hai by herself, then the one who will be solved will be himself. Driven by more and more fears, Theodora was obviously in a mess, and the unacceptable Theodora was madly arousing the magic power in her body. As if he didn't want money, he poured it into his attack. Facts have proved that Theodora's crazy move still has some effect. At least the black magic beam of light is getting bigger and bigger, and the aftermath that erupts is said to be stronger and stronger each time. It's a pity that no matter how much magic power Theodora injected, it still couldn't change the fact that it couldn't hurt Su-Hai. Su-Hai's seemingly ordinary finger is like a needle of the sea. Without moving at all, it easily resisted the magic beam of light that increased again and again. It's time to end. Now, an opponent of Theodora's strength could no longer arouse Su-Hai's desire to fight. For this uninteresting matchup, Su-Hai naturally wanted to end it early. I saw Su-Hai move his index finger slightly and tapped lightly at the front end of the magic beam of light. The space of that place turned out to be like a calm lake, with ripples swaying in circles. In the next instant, a series of mirror-shattering sounds entered everyone's ears. The magic beam of light that was three-dimensional just a moment ago turned out to be like a two-dimensional plane at this moment, producing cracks, and finally shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. Impossible! How can this happen? You don't come here. Lord Goddess, let me go. I didn't mean to. Seeing that he was attacking with all his strength, he was so vulnerable. Theodora also collapsed completely. Tears of fear flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she knelt on the ground, watching Su-Hai constantly begging for mercy. This behavior made all the demons in the hall feel ashamed, and their eyes on Theodora had changed for a while. If Theodora is not afraid of death and accepts the due result happily, the demons in the hall will probably raise a trace of respect. At least this proves that Theodora is a backbone demon. But now Theodora not only showed that she had joined the Bang of Calamity, but she was so greedy for life and fear of death, she simply lost the face of the entire demon world and the face of pure-blooded demons. Looking at Theodora in this appearance, Su-Hai did not hesitate at all, and a pure holy light shot out from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Diodora's forehead was pierced. This fatal injury made Theodora's voice begging for mercy abruptly stopped, and the expression of fear was fixed at this moment. The purer the holy light, the more deadly poison it is to the devil. Under the erosion of the holy light, Theodora's entire body was rapidly burned from the head. After a while, it was completely wiped out, leaving only a piece of broken clothing that was not burnt out. What a terrifying power! Is this the power that ranks among the top in the world and belongs to the God of the Bible? Siegvara, who had been observing the situation in the field from a distance, felt a biting chill at the moment when the holy light appeared, but her body was subconsciously reacting to the fear. Although Su-Hai obviously did not show his full strength, even this tip of the iceberg still made Siegvara feel invincible. Su-Hai's thunderous means obviously surprised all the demons present. Let these young demons see the power of higher dimensions. Almost all of the young demons present were the best of the younger generation in the demon world. As a genius, without exception, they are proud and confident. Before the feast, Su-Hai was the rumored biblical god, and these young demons were just apprehensive about Su-Hai because of the title of biblical god. It may not be the respect from the inside out, but now that they have seen Su-Hai's invincible power, these young demons, without exception, look at Su-Hai differently. That is a kind of sincere respect and fear for the strong god. Facing Theodora, Sazex, and other three demon kings who were dissipated with the wind, they came to Su-Hai with a trace of apology on their faces. Now, a guy with the power of Snake has appeared among the demons, and he has also provoked Su-Hai. This is undoubtedly the negligence of Sazex and others. They don't even know that the enemy is lurking in the devil. This is undoubtedly a very shameful thing for the devil. 407. Check it out thoroughly. I think there should be more than one existence like this, so as not to have the last situation happen again. Looking at the three of Sazex in front of him, Su-Hai didn't care too much. After all, Su-Hai, a small character like Theodora, didn't care. They also disdain to care about these trivial matters within the demon world, and it is better to leave the investigation to Sazex and others. Su-Hai doesn't like to deal with these tedious things. With the continuous improvement of his strength, Su-Hai still prefers a more direct way. Never mind. If you meet such a guy in the future, you can just kill him. If you can't beat it, just tell me. Leaving the rest to Sazex and the others, Su-Hai came to Rias and the other girls again, while Su-Hai put his hand on Aisha's head and stroked the girl's smooth hair. Said slowly, it gave Asia, the blonde girl, endless confidence. Those who are familiar with Aisha know very well that this girl is very kind and gentle, and she is completely a living saint walking in the world. For such a girl, Su-Hai will never allow someone with bad intentions to hurt her, not to mention that Aisha is a very important family member to Su-Hai now. Facing such a gentle Su-Hai, Aisha's eyes are full of happiness, and at the same time she is more determined that Su-Hai is her most important person. Next to Rias, Gremory, Gabriel, and other women also showed smiles, and they also understood in their hearts that the reason why they chose Su-hai, in addition to Su-hai's powerful strength, was the most important one. The reason is this extremely protective personality. Su-hai has always cared about the people around him the most. In this way, although there was a little episode at the banquet, everyone present as a demon had also seen the big scene. So after a short treatment, the banquet was not interrupted but continued. At the same time, it also came to the most critical moment of the banquet, that is, the competition between young demons, which was also the main purpose of the banquet. For young demons, they can show their strength in front of Sazeks and other demon kings and fully reveal their talents. If the talents are good, they can get more resources. Second, this is also how the younger generation of demons communicate with each other. However, Su-hai was not interested. After all, these young demons were still too weak in Su-hai's eyes, so Su-hai simply came to the edge and sat down. And Rias also did not participate, because the strength of Rias, Adaf, now has already surpassed the category of the younger generation of demons. Under the training and protection of Su-hai, not to mention the existence of women such as Rias and Gremory, even the weakest Aisha, as long as she uses the power of interaction, can instantly defeat any one of the young demons, so there is no need to participate. The concubine snake was wiped out. At the same time, somewhere in the human world, a black-haired little lowly wearing a gothic lowly outfit suddenly looked up in a certain direction and muttered to himself with a dull gaze. Originally, this little lowly's expression seemed to be uninterested in all things in the world, but at the moment when he raised his head, there was a hint of surprise on his face. If Su-hai is here, you will find that this little lowly is extraordinary, and the hidden power in his body is almost infinite. The most important thing is that the power in this little lowly is almost the same as the snake used by Theodora, but it is obviously much stronger. There is no doubt that the true identity of this little girl is the infinite dragon god Orpheus. The moment Theodora was destroyed, Orpheus felt it clearly because his own power also dissipated. The guy who once borrowed Orpheus' power has also been defeated or eliminated, but Orpheus will not be surprised. The reason why this is happening now is because Orpheus felt that the power he had borrowed was actually drained. Although those who borrowed their own power were eliminated, the power belonging to Orpheus would not be easily destroyed, but would return to Orpheus' body in 5 groups. This is the power of Orpheus' power. Even a Demon King level powerhouse cannot destroy Orpheus' power at all. For a while, Orpheus' eyes had a ray of light, as if he had found the target he was looking for, walked towards the direction that was sensed. If nothing else, Orpheus obviously wants to find Su-hai, the culprit who destroyed his power. As for the purpose of finding Su-hai, it is self-evident. Orpheus, as the infinite dragon god, is one of the most powerful powerhouses in the world. Originally living in the dimensional gap, but was driven out of the dimensional gap by the true red dragon god emperor, Orpheus's goal has always been to return to the dimensional gap. It is a pity that one mountain does not allow 2 tigers, and Orpheus is not sure that he will defeat the red dragon emperor alone and drive him out of the interdimensional gap. Therefore, he has been looking for a strong partner, which is why Orpheus is willing. On the other hand, as time passed, the banquet gradually came to an end. Su-hai wasn't going to stay any longer. If it wasn't for Rias, Su-hai might not have attended the banquet at all. Now that the banquet is over, Su-hai is naturally ready to leave with the girls. Su-hai-kun, please stay. But at this moment, Sazek suddenly came to Su-hai and stopped Su-hai. Obviously, there is something important. Faced with such a situation, Su-hai had no choice but to stop and look at the 3 demon kings standing in front of him with a puzzled expression. There is an adult in Northern Europe who wants to talk to you. Under Su-hai's suspicious eyes, Sazek and Seraph told the reason. The original Nordic god, Odin, wanted to re-establish an alliance with the current biblical pantheon. But now, such an important matter naturally requires the consent of Su-hai, a biblical god. After all, on the bright side, Su-Hai is the most powerful existence in the biblical pantheon after all, also the most representative. Su-Hai even suspected that, as the main god of Northern Europe, the reason why Odin would come to sign the alliance treaty at this time might also be the same as the last time Su-Hai strongly dealt with the sun god Aten and defeated the 33rd heavenly emperor in Shion. Hades, the main god of the underworld, has a major relationship. Is it the Norse god? Today, whether angels, demons, or fallen angels in the biblical pantheon take time to develop. After all, none of the three parties have recovered from the brutal battle. So from the perspective of expectations, the demon kings of the demon world, such as Seraph, hope to sign an alliance treaty with Northern Europe. This is equivalent to one more powerful ally, but also the time when the demon world can develop peacefully. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Su-Hai nodded slightly. As for Odin, the main god of Northern Europe, it is rumored that he has acquired a lot of magic knowledge because he dedicated his left eye to the fountain of Mimir and possesses the artifact, the Spear of Eternity. In Northern Europe, the strength is second only to Thor's existence. Su-Hai is also more interested. After all, it is good to see the strong people in this world more often, and often these strong people have the golden eggs that Su-Hai wants. In this way, under the leadership of Seraph and others, Su-Hai walked through the corridor and headed for another conference room. Gabriel, Himejima Aquino, and other women returned to their room under the leadership of Griefia, and now Su-Hai is only followed by Rias. After all, such an occasion is not suitable for too many people, and women such as Aisha and Wisteria Irina are not interested in signing a covenant. Only Rias, who is the next head of the Gremory family, needs to be more involved in this aspect, and will follow. Oh, are you the new biblical god? It's really not easy. Even a little old man like me can't see through you. The moment the conference room was opened, Su-Hai stepped into it when an old man's voice came from his ear. Looking up, there is a long table in the entire empty conference hall. There was already an old man sitting at one end of the conference table. I saw this old man with white hair and white beard. His left eye was covered with a mirror, and he wore a tall hat on his head. His eyes were fixed on Su-Hai, who had just walked in, and his eyes were full of exploratory expressions. Obviously, it was this old man who spoke just now, and this unremarkable old man was the chief god of Northern Europe, the world's top expert. In terms of combat power, it may be a little worse than the previous Emperor Shion, but it definitely exceeds the Demon King level. Behind Odin stood a plump Valkyrie in a lady's suit with silver hair. There is no doubt that this is the Valkyrie in the original book, who was forgotten by Odin in Japan. In the end, because of the attraction of salary, she became Roseweather of Rias Castle. However, such a thing has not happened yet. Roseweather is still Odin's bodyguard today. Speaking of which, he is a bodyguard. In fact, when he is really in danger, it is really uncertain who will protect whom with Odin's strength. Is this the new biblical god who defeated the world's top 10 gods, Emperor Shion and Hades, and killed the sun god Aten? Due to Odin's words, Roseweather also guessed Su-Hai's identity for the first time, and for a while, she thought to herself, "Zero, ask for flowers," and watching Su-Hai with his own eyes. You must know that although the top 10 in the world does not refer to the 10 strongest people in the world, it is a realm. But there are not many people who can enter this realm. In Northern Europe, there is only Thor, the god of thunder. This is enough to prove the content of the world's top 10. And in terms of reputation, as the ruler of the 33 heavens, Emperor Shion may be even stronger than Thor. But it is such an existence. After uniting with two other strong men, the battle with Su-Hai still ended in one death and 2 escapes. This made Roseweather very surprised by Su-Hai's strength, and at the same time a little curious. Su-Hai seemed to be just an ordinary teenager, but he was hiding such a powerful force. Zero, you should be Odin, the main god of Northern Europe. I have a general understanding of why you want to see me. For trivial matters like alliances, I'm not really good at dealing with them. You could talk to Seraph and the others. What they mean is what I mean. But I have one condition, that is, Rias still lacks a castle. I think the Valkyrie behind you is quite suitable. Anyway, After the alliance expresses its sincerity, it is necessary to leave someone here to facilitate contact, so it is better to keep it. Bar. Suhai is not a procrastination person. After sitting opposite Odin, he said it directly. The reason why Suhai wants to keep Roseweather is that Roseweather is really good. After all, she could take the position of Odin's bodyguard. Second, Suhai was surprised to find that there was no golden egg on Odin's head, but a 4-star golden egg appeared on Roseweather's head. The condition to obtain is to make Roseweather a servant of Rias. Although it is only 4 stars, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat, so there is no reason to let it go. However, Rias, Seraphel, Odin, and others obviously did not know what Suhai was thinking, and they all seemed a little surprised. They glanced at Roseweather and wondered why Suhai looked at Roseweather.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.